test.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's 2022 and the first round of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club here the 23rd of January 2022. A full season is ahead of us. Of course, one each round. Your commentators today, myself, Anthony Jordan, and joining me, John Ratcliff. John, how are you this morning?
Good morning, sir. I'm doing very well, thank you. And look at that, brand new graphics for 2022, and you can see our beautiful faces on the screen.
Well, yeah, beautiful is a strong statement.
Can't speak for yourself, mate.
Well, yeah, there we go.
I'll back myself.
There we go. We are at Whilton Mill, of course, the heart of the UK, just a few minutes up the road from the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Here's a look at the track, 1,200 metres in terms of length, 12 corners in total, 26 feet of elevation. That'll, of course, be the run up to Christmas Corner, probably one of the hardest corners on the circuit because it's a very heavy braking zone. And, of course, the circuit established in 1991 and has held several karting events, be it club or international championships galore all the way through the season. You can just see there behind the Honda Cadets getting themselves ready for their first heat. They'll be taking to the circuit at around 9:57, I think, in total, out on circuit. Yeah, thank you very much. John, you commentated on a Whilton Mill Kart Club round last year, of course. By yourself, you had the job all by yourself.
I did, yeah. With the previous layout of the heats and stuff, where we fitted everything into one day, doing it by yourself was an interesting experience, but it was good fun. I didn't have any time to kind of think about how tired I was getting, which was nice. But today it's obviously a little bit different. I got You sat next to me,
Yeah.
which is obviously a lovely experience. And we also get a lunch break as well, which is a nice addition.
There is indeed a lunch
and
break today.
we've already filmed a little paddock walkthrough for you guys to bear witness to at lunchtime as well. So make sure you stick around for that.
Yes, indeed. So during the lunch break, yeah, the paddock show where we spoke to quite a few of the
If
drivers.
you want to see our faces even more,
Yeah,
tune into that.
probably not.
Probably should have said that. No one's going to tune in now.
Excellent stuff. Here's a look then at the weather throughout today. At the moment, it's quite chilly. It wasn't frosty this morning, which is a good start. No one likes to wake up to see a car covered in frost, do they? Especially me. I definitely don't. No chance of rain, which is a nice touch.
Some drivers are going to be happy with that. Some drivers are probably going to be a little bit sad.
Some drivers like the wet conditions, don't they? But it is a very calm day out there, and hopefully we'll be clearing up a little bit later on today as well. But yeah, drivers out there, the track was slightly greasy this morning. Some of them were out on wet, some of them were out on slicks. But looking like the conditions out there are going to be slicks all the way through the day.
I think so. And even though it is a bit warmer than it has been recently, it's still quite cold. There's still probably not going to be too much grip out there to begin with it anyway. But they have been out for heats prior to us going live, so that might have helped the track warm up a little bit.
So they've had their practice sessions this morning. They had their first heats yesterday.
Practice sessions.
So it was just practice out this morning. In terms of yesterday, of course, lots of races out there. I think Honda Cadet, their race, Max Cuthbert, Noah Barham, and Oliver Majewski took the race took the top 3 spots in Heat 1 yesterday in Honda Cadet. IAME Cadet was Jacob Ashcroft, Kip Bolowski, and Lewis Islin. There was a red flag in that session. 2 of the drivers coming a grief at turn 1, but that session restarted quickly and it finished, and there were the results. Minimax, Finn Leslie, and Noah Wolf from Joshua Graham. Noah Wolf obviously moving up from the IAME Cadet class. Can't race in the Mini X30 because there's no Mini X30 this time around due to the other classes being so full. He's going out in the Minimax class, and he finished second in his first race yesterday. Junior Rotax, Reese Lomax took the win on circuit, but got a 5-second time penalty for a nose cone. So Ben Follen took the win from Jacob Dupes and Neo Clark. Neo being very quick this weekend. He was quickest in practice this morning as well. Junior X30, Gabriel Still, Mackay Taylor, and Henry Gregory were your top 3 in that one. Henry running a Vision nose cone from a premium karting NASA panel and body kit. So keep an eye on that one. It looks like a fruit pastel. Senior X30. Sam Heading, Harry Torpy, and Lucas Ellingham were your top 3 in Heat 1 yesterday. Senior Rotax, it was Jack Stedman. Sam Hawthorne did finish second on track, but also received a 5-second time penalty for a nose cone. So Sam Spinell took second place from Scott Smith. And that rounds out the race results from yesterday. Spinout, sorry, I was chopping in my ear. Sam Spinout. So they're the results from yesterday, and you can just see in the timing tower there, you can see the bright hair there. That's Lauren, the championship secretary. You can see Gaynor as well, who's assisting with timing. But timekeeper is Amy, who's in there and having a fun day yesterday because drivers decided that's not Amy in the orange hat. I don't think Amy's got a beard. Yeah, no. Yeah, they had a fun day yesterday because drivers, for some reason, were running karts without numbers on it. And as you can imagine, from a timekeeping and from a scrutineering and from a stewarding purpose as well, that's quite difficult because the way you give a flag out to someone is with a number.
Yes.
And if a kart doesn't have a number, what do you do? So
I'm glad we weren't commentating yesterday. That would have been pretty difficult.
No, exactly.
I would have really tested your helmet knowledge. Different colours.
Yeah, sorry, I was wondering where you're going with that. There we go. Yeah, yes, no, exactly. So, there we go. So, let's go ahead and get ready for our first race. That should be taking to the circuit in just a moment. You can see the Honda Cadets lining up, but before we do that, of course, we were talking about new graphics, weren't we?
Yes.
What else have we got new? We got new stings, ladies and gentlemen. The first race coming up in just a moment is Honda Cadet. Fancy.
Look at that,
Fancy.
I'm pumped.
You're pumped. There you go. That gets you going. That does. Here's a look then at the grid. Charlie Kitely starting on pole position from Callum Wilson, Sebastian Tuzeo and Max Cuthbert rounding up row number 2. Oliver Majewski and Zach Starbuck on row number 3. Teddy Cooper and Ethan Griffiths on on 7th and 8th position, with Hugo Majewski and Harry Frail on row 5. Noah Barham and Oliver Meek on row number 6. Oliver Spencer and Bella Fairclough on on 13th and 14th place, with Alex Fairclough and Samuel Gamio on 15th and 16th place. Jarrett Clark and Andrew Dixon rounding out that row there. Mayan Patel and Charlie Wolfett on the top 10 rows, from Charlie King and Zach Champney on 21st and 22nd. Ralph Grainer and Bella Brown on 23rd and 24th on the grid. Jacob Batchelor and Riley Till. We spoke to Riley Till's dad earlier on. Lad and dad out the back of a transit van. Logan Howes and Finlay Lines on 27th and 28th. Emerson McAndrew Urin on 29th place, with Ella Dixon rounding out 30th row. Or 30th place. 15th row. Apparently that was Heat 1. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that was the wrong grid out there. But hopefully it's roughly around the same driver, so we'll try and see if we can get that one out there for you. But apologies, that was the actual grid for Heat 1, not Heat 2. I actually have got the Heat 2 grid right in front of me. So it's Thomas Butcher, Kieran Stewart, Rio Carter, Jarrett Clark, Zach Champney, Mayan Patel, Riley Till, Oliver Spencer, Noah Barham, Ethan Griffiths, Harry Frail, Alexander Kojikov, Hugo Majewski, Ralphie Grainer, Levi right there, it's just coming up on your screen now. Logan Howes, Max Endicott, Charlie King, Teddy Cooper, Charlie Wolfett, Leo Aina there with Zach Starbuck alongside, Sergio Wers with Sam Gamio, Bella Fairclough on row 13 with Cole Denham, Max Cuthbert and Rocco Shenton, Andrew Dixon with Sebastian Clark on row 15, with Sebastian Dew and Joshua Griffin on row 16, Stanley Donaldson and Ella Dixon rounding out row 17. That is the grid for Honda Cadet Heat 2, and that will be the grid that you currently see on your circuit. First race of the day about to get underway. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around because we've got an action-packed day coming up ahead.
Oh yes, this is going to be fantastic. This is the only set of karts that do a standing start, if I am correct.
Yeah,
yes.
Well, you'll have that.
Of today.
Of today, yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go, looking at the lights. Away we go then, first race of the day and the first live-streamed event of 2022 here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, and in towards turn 1 through Oblivion and through Crook. It's a good start from the front row. Thomas Butcher and Kieran Stewart getting away well as they go up the hill. 7 minutes these heats as they go into the braking zone of Christmas Corner. Everyone getting round by the looks of it, especially in the top half of the grid. Good start for Honda Cadet.
Yes, everyone being very respectful. Going for a cheeky move there into the right-hander, moving up into second place. We'll find out who that was. All the drivers getting a little bit feisty through that right-hander, but I think everyone's managed to keep it together. We've got a driver going slightly off onto the grass there, but he managed to rejoin just about okay. And we've got to move for the lead. That's the number 20 going up the inside of the 54.
Mayan Patel on Thomas Butcher as he goes through side by side as they go in towards the boot. And look at that. Mayan Patel gets the early lead and moves into P1 as the end lap number 1 as they come round the boot and through Pitts Bend for the first time. They'll cross the line, and this is how they'll go. The top 10, Mayan Patel from Jarrett Clark, Rio Carter, Ethan Griffiths from Thomas Butcher, Zach Champney from Noah Barham, Riley Till there in 8th place from Kieran Stewart, and it's a TXP number 822 in 10th place. I won't be able to tell you who that is so far. So that was Rio Carter going for a cheeky move down the inside. Didn't work out, and that's allowed Ethan Griffiths to close right up. So no real breakaways at the moment, but this top pack has gone through, and
huge gap.
Drivers being
they're slowing down. Okay,
So,
you're hearing that there's been a bit of an incident. So the driver's slowing down.
So a Battenberg flag has come out. I've not seen one out on circuit yet, but apparently reports coming in on my ear that Battenberg flag has come out. So essentially we're on a full course yellow situation. So drivers won't be allowed to overtake, and a red flag has now come out. So first heat of the day, and a red flag has come out. So unsure who is involved, but obviously if we do get that information, we will pass it on. But for the time being, we don't know who is involved. But a red flag has come out for the first heat of the day, so drivers will come to a stop. And the fact that has just happened very start of the race, so I suspect they'll do a full race restart, so they'll regrid them and we'll start again, because obviously the end of lap number 1.
Will they put them back into the grids that they originally started on?
Potentially, yeah.
That's going to be frustrating for Mayan Patel, moving up from 5th to 1st on the first lap and then has to go back.
I can imagine, yeah, that would be a bit of a pain, wouldn't it? Because you got to remember Ethan Griffiths as well. He also came 6 places.
Start,
you know, he started from 10th, and he's up into 4th place now. So it's always one of those that is a pain. Logan Howes will like that. He dropped 15 places. The same with Harry Frail as well. He dropped 12, and Levi McCarty there, he also dropped 12 places. So they're going to be like, oh, well, Joshua Griffiths.
Yeah, I was going to say,
he's up 12 places.
Up 12. That was very impressive.
So and top novice driver there at the moment. Of course, only 4 novice drivers that we've got out there, and they'll be denoted with the black plate with the white numbers. Joshua Griffin being one of them. Sebastian Clark, Ella Dixon, and Stanley Donaldson.
Yeah, we can see Stanley at the back of that row of karts in the 21. Shows what one of the black plates looks like. But I wanted to speak about Mayan Patel because we believe that they're the only one from our top 3 in the championship last year who's out in the grid today.
Probably, yeah. There's a lot of.
I had a quick little look down. I couldn't see Josh Smith or Josh Bagumbe.
Yeah, unsure, but a lot of the drivers who won the championship last year couldn't see them out there. And as you can see, the mechanics, the dads, scurry out to the karts because, of course, these karts, well, they're 4-stroke, so they shouldn't stall. But, of course, if they have switched the engine off, they need a bit of a helping hand to get that going. So, driver has reported that he is up on his feet, which is all good. There is the driver. The driver in the number 57, Sergio Wers, involved in that incident. But as you can see there, he's up on his feet and looking good there. And the kart just being recovered there. So, as you can imagine, first heat of the day, first round of the championship as well. Nerves are quite a strong one that can be part of things. And
everyone getting a bit excited.
Yeah, a bit excitable, and things like this can happen. And it's one of those parts of racing, isn't it? And I'm sure there'll be parents out there who, like they say, they can't stand to watch their kids race. And I was speaking to Gaynor in the timing tower yesterday, and she's saying, "Oh yeah, when my 2 lads were racing, it was I would just spend the whole day. I would volunteer to work in race control, so I didn't have to watch them race.
Yep.
So I didn't watch any of their races when they were young. It's that case, and now Alpha Life brings them to your life. So there we go.
You've got no excuse to miss it now.
No, exactly. But there we go. So karts just being reshuffled back into their order. I can imagine for some drivers that could be quite frustrating.
Yes. Yeah, people aren't going to be too happy with that. But the main thing at the end of the day is our driver is all okay. And hopefully we'll see them back out again on track for their future races today.
Yes, hopefully so. I'll get that kart.
We saw the kart just briefly in passing. It looked relatively okay. So hopefully not too much work to be done on that one.
No, hopefully not. Hopefully not. I'm struggling to realise what part of the track that was actually at as well.
I couldn't pick it out.
Now, that man there in the orange hat, that's Mr. Dan Ashton. If you look at his shoes, ladies and gentlemen, they are the brightest thing known to man, those shoes. And I have to say, he's actually changed his hat. Now, I was going to slate him because he was wearing a Trent Valley Kart Club hat at Whilton Kart Club. It was blasphemous. But he's taken that off and he's put a woolly hat on now. But the only thing you can see there is his shoes. They are the brightest things. Supernova shoes.
They're pretty impressive.
They're pretty impressive, aren't they? Oh, we're going to get
close.
Oh,
a little zoom.
Look at that. He's going to hate us for this. There we go. He said to make sure that we hide from the cameras, but he's not been able to hide from those ones. So.
You can't hide those from us, mate.
No, you can't.
They look like they're very grippy.
Yeah, they do.
Fantastic little shoes.
Yeah, I've got a pair of those, but they're good coloured, not
whoa.
Not fruit pastel coloured. There we go.
Well, I like fruit pastels. I think they look great.
Oh, 2020 has started, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, aren't we? We're racing again. Well, there we go. The regrid looks like that's happened quickly. Rolling lap just to warm everything back up, and we're going to get underway. And is that Mayan Patel? Is he continue to start? No, it's Kieran Stewart. No, it's Kieran Stewart. No, so they've had to shuffle everyone back into place. Like I said, it was a complete restart because it happened at lap 1.
Yep.
We
only got a minute and 50 in.
Yeah, exactly.
Before it stopped.
That was going to happen. At the moment in time, I actually haven't got the comments or the live stream up in the commentary box.
I could get them up on my
I will be able
device.
I will be able to get them up.
Oh, we'll get it on the big screen. Okay. Sorry.
I just need to try and remember how to do it. I think it's
using the correct keyboard.
Using the correct keyboard.
Yeah.
Not keyboard for the laptop. I've got about 2 laptops, 1 computer, several monitors, and a lot of paper and coffee.
Yes, nice little bit of lem sip as well.
Yeah,
Keep
always
the throat
always good.
in good order, because we know
Always
we've got a lot of racing ahead of us today.
A lot of racing,
need our throats.
a lot of drivers. And,
Oh dear.
And a web page that I
doesn't
can't
wanna
reach. There we go. There we go. Good. So we'll get that sorted out. The drivers will get themselves lined up in just a moment. And this race will hopefully get restarted as well. A recap then of the top 10 for the start of this one. Thomas Butcher's starting on pole position from Kieran Stewart, Rio Licata and Jarrett Clark on row 2 from Zach Champney, Mayan Patel from row 3, Riley Till and Oliver Spencer on row 4 with Noah Barham and Ethan Griffiths rounding out the top 10 out there. Looks like we're all gridded up. We're just waiting for mechanics and dads to slowly make their way off the circuit, and we'll get this race underway. Now, nice little adjustments there at the back of the grid. Looks like we're all good to get going. So, looking at the lights, the revs will raise, lights are out, and off they go. Honda Cadet, heat number 2 underway once more, and again a great start from that front row. Kieran Stewart, Thomas Butcher pulling away. Kieran Stewart with the jump then in the number 14 from second place. He's going to move up into the early lead as they come into the braking zone, and down the inside one of the Synergy karts coming through. The 55 of Jarrett Clark takes the lead with a contact warning for Zach Starbuck in the 88. We've only just made it to Christmas Corner. Down into the braking zone of Ashby, and more karts going around for an unintentional rotation. A hand up in the air, but back onto the circuit they come. 6.5 minutes to go, and heat number 2 is back underway.
It really is. The number 14 of Kieran Stewart having a bit of an excursion onto the grass there up near Christmas Corner. I think what we've called Boxing Day, but I don't know if it actually has an official name. And he's now dropped back a couple of more positions down to 5th, but he's still hanging on in there. I think the tyres maybe got a little bit cold going over the grass, but he's back underway. But there has already kind of been a slight gap created near the front with Jarrett Clark and Mayan Patel edging a slight gap over Rio. But I mean, in these karts, we know they can close back up very quickly.
Well, in Honda Cadet, it's all about the train.
Exactly.
Isn't it? It's the slipstream train of what you can do. You know, 8 wheels works better than 4, and of course, the more that you've got, the better you do. As the 22 of Noah Barham dives down the inside of Christmas Corner, gets that job done on Kieran Stewart. Stewart now falling down another place into 6th place.
Something came off a kart there. I'm not sure what that was. I don't know if it's just a bit of paintwork or something. A bit of rubbing going on.
I'd be amazed if there was paint on these cars. I think they're all vinyl.
You know what I mean. Come on.
I'm teasing. There we go. 5.5 minutes to go, and look at that. It's action all the way through the field. And this is the good thing about club racing, is that, yes, okay, the camera could be at the front of the grid for the majority of it, but there's action all the way through, and that's what the people at the track, that's what they see, and that's what they enjoy to watch as well as they all go through the train of Honda Cadets. The rumble in the jungle here at Whilton Mill. Jarrett Clark leading, though, from Mayan Patel, Rio Licata and Zach Champney in the top 4 at the moment. Noah Barham and Kieran Stewart, the top 6. Ethan Griffiths, Riley Till, the top 8 from Alexander Kowajikov, and Oliver Spencer, the top 10 out there. We look here at the 22 and the 14 of Noah Barham and Kieran Stewart. And it's not Kieran Stewart there.
Zach Champney.
He's Zach Champney.
No, it's not. Is it Noah Barham? The 22.
We'll find out in just a moment.
We'll have a look again. But I know that one of them made a good move up the inside. Yeah, it is the 22 who's gone past. That is Noah Barham.
Yeah,
up
so
into...
P4.
Was that past? Yeah, it was past Zach.
It was indeed
into
past.
4th position.
So it gets that move done as they go through. 4.5 minutes to go. Track looking very dry out there. It's cold, but it's dry.
It's nowhere near wet tyres, is it? Let's be honest. There was a bit of going back and forth between the two, between some drivers going out in their practice earlier. But yeah, now I think we're definitely right in saying it. It's fully dry conditions.
Oh yeah, definitely. Slicks all the way, and yeah, you just got to make sure that you warm them up, I think.
Yes.
A little bit better.
I think that's a great idea. I think you should tell the drivers, make sure they do that.
Yeah, well, they're not allowed to warm their tyres up on the way to the grid. They have to test the steering on the way to the grid.
Yes, exactly. It's all about safety.
Yeah, exactly.
All about safety.
Exactly that, but we'll see that a little bit later on. 3.5 minutes to go then, and like we say, Jarrett Clark leading the way, 53.85 across the line that time around, which was a fastest lap of the race. This is the 86 coming through. I'm just trying to think who that is. I don't have an 86 on my screen.
Doesn't look like we do.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Who
it. Just
61
got past the
behind
61. Now, was that
maybe
Ethan
it's Ethan.
Griffiths?
Because we've already seen the 22, so I would imagine it must be Ethan.
Yeah. So
he hasn't gone through on our timing though.
Yeah. So we'll try and find out who that driver is. But this is the problem that they had yesterday.
I was going to bring that up.
The drivers are running numbers that they shouldn't be running, and they should be running these numbers, and it's so they haven't put the sticks on the car. And it was a double entendre yesterday.
Yeah,
but,
cheers, guys. We appreciate that.
Yeah, very, very, very handy. Thank you for that. That's the 42 of Oliver Spencer. He's got Harry Frail just behind as well. They're having a good little scrap. That's about for 10th place on your screen.
It's really pressuring him.
Yeah, he is indeed.
As we look a little bit further back, I think this is.
Yeah, that was
still drivers.
Yeah.
Side by side, followed by side by side, followed by side by side.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of this is the battle of like 14th, 15th.
The number 10 made a move there. Who was that? That was Cole Denham. We saw someone in the YouTube live chat. Lucas was saying, "Come on, Cole." So here we go. This is for you.
There we go.
This is for you. We're seeing him siding through the field up to, I think, near the front of that pack.
Probably about so. Yeah, they're kind of battling for around 14th place onwards. Bella leading that group. Then it's Thomas Butcher, Cole Denham, Max Cuthbert, Charlie Wolfert, Hugo Majewski, Max Endicott, Ralphie Grainer, Zach Starbuck there, and kind of that big group that you can see there, that big gaggle of karts as they go up into Christmas Corner.
Cole made up 2 places on that last lap, and I've just seen him take another as well, so he's now leading this big train of karts. There he is at the front, a very vibey helmet. I like it, look at it. Bright yellow on the front.
Oh, you couldn't miss it.
You can't miss him, yeah.
You could spot that man a mile away. So, with less than 2 minutes to go, Jarrett Clark still leading from Mayan Patel. The gap's now opened up to around 1.4 seconds now between those two. But the fastest lap of the race now being set by the number 22, Noah Barham, in 4th place with a 53.60. Took a nice chunk of time, about 4/10 out of the gap between himself and Rio Licata. So that gap slowly closing in. 90 seconds left to go on the timer as they go through.
I'm not sure what happened to Thomas Butcher on that last lap, dropping 8 positions there, the number 54.
He did,
Not had a very lucky lap.
No.
But I think that's all. That was that whole massive gaggle of cars that we were looking at. I think he's just maybe had a bit of an issue, fallen to the back of that, which then makes it seem like he's lost loads. As actually they're so close on track.
Yeah,
that he really hasn't lost much time at all.
No, definitely so. And there we go. And you can see there that they sector 2 times from the top 2, absolutely identical, 23.08. But slightly faster, Rio Licata 23.03. So you can just see it. Everyone's on the pace here at the moment. It's just getting those karts into the correct position early on in the race, because of course if you have a bad start, you get swamped and you're in a pack and you're in a group, and it's hard to gain places.
Yeah, as soon as you start fighting in these, you just start falling back off the karts that aren't fighting.
Yeah,
particularly so in these.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very close-knit race. As you see there,
that's the number 10 continuing forward.
Yep, Cole Denham making more moves there, getting past. Now that's a number 9 on there. That's Charlie Wolfert. So getting that move done. Timer strikes 0. Last lap board will be out this time then for your race leader, Jarrett Clark, who's clear by 1.9 seconds at the moment. The 55 on your screens now. This is about us. A little bit close there for 5th place, though. The 19 on your screen. And again, Rio Licata, Noah Barham having a good little scrap, but last lap board is out. And there is the 21. That's Stanley Donaldson, one of the novice drivers, currently 32nd place. He is down 3 places, but he's still going around. His pace not too bad out there. I think he had a spin on that last lap because he was a little bit slower than his best time. His best time is actually quite good.
Look at this fight at the back here. Really going for it on the final lap. And here we're following them.
Yeah.
Who have we got here? It's the 22 and the 19 still. This is the battle for 3rd position.
It is indeed, yeah. Noah Barham, Rio Licata. But with only a couple more corners to go, this Jarrett Clark on his own in the 55 is looking very comfortable to take a heat win here for heat number 2. He'll come out of the final corner and the checker flag will go out. Jarrett Clark takes it from Mayan Patel. Noah Barham takes 3rd place from Rio Licata, just behind Zach Champney and Levi McCarty in 6th place from Harry Frail. Alexander Kojikov taking 8th place from Ethan Griffiths. Samuel Gamio crosses the line in 10th place from Oliver Spencer. Kieran Stewart, Cole Denham, Charlie Wolfert, Max Cuthbert, Bella Fairclough, Max Endicott in 17th place from Zach Starbuck, Logan Howes, Riley Till, Joshua Griffin, Leo Anna. Then you've got Andrew Dixon, Hugo Majewski, Thomas Butcher, Sebastian Dew, Ralphie Grainer, Teddy Wilson in that order. I say that Sebastian Clark and Ella Dixon did have a bit of a swapperoo there, so Sebastian comes 30th, Ella Dixon comes 31st. And at the end of heat number 1, of course, the drivers will head to the pit lane, and that will mean, ladies and gentlemen, it's nose cone watch back for 2022. And
that's what you've all been waiting for.
It's what you've all been waiting for, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. So
it kept me up awake at night, all over Christmas, thinking, God, I can't wait for it to be back.
Exactly. It's our favourite time of the race, not the drivers really, because this could determine whether or not they get a 5-second time penalty. But so far, everyone's been good. Oh, I say everyone's been good there. Phone coming out for the number 51. That is Alexander Kowajikov, and he gets a photo and a nose cone penalty heading his way. Bit of a shame. Well, if you enjoyed Honda Cadet, ladies and gentlemen, the next instalment of Cadets is coming up next, because it's time for the 2-stroke version. It's time for IAME Cadet. Well then, the IAME Cadets will be making their way out onto the circuit. Let's have a look then at the grid for heat number 2 for IAME Cadet. Kit Bolofsky and Ty Buckley will be starting on row number 1, with Teddy Porter and Harley Musk rounding out row 2. Lacey Khan and Jesse Phillips on row 3, with Enzo Butterazzi and Blair Smith on row number 4. Jensen Jones and Finley Hines on row 5, with Jack Poole and Ethan Weldon on row number 6. Jack McLaughlin and Millian Thompson on row 7, from Jacob Ashcroft and Henry Clark on row 8. Ashton Brown and Sky Parker on row 9, with Lewis Islin and Ethan Woodward on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Max Mason and Jensen Ackerman on row 11, with Kanishka Rao and Jensen Graham on row 12. George Edgar and Levi McGrath on row 13, with Harvey Bacon and Austin Gibson on row 14. Edward Haynes and Aaron Nayar on row 15, with Jacob Narid, Austin Newstead, Bambino champion from the British Kart Champs last year, running as a novice in this one, on row 16, Simeon Stone and Kazra Kamyab on row 17. Out there, plenty of drivers to enjoy the racing with today.
I think they're already off, aren't they?
Lights out.
Nope. They're going around again.
No, it is a false start. There we go. Yeah, well, there we go. Well, that was lucky, wasn't it? There we go.
You can relax a little bit more.
Can.
I have seen on the YouTube live chat, Diane said good luck to Teddy. I believe that's Teddy Porter. I think he was on P2 for the start, wasn't he? He just jumped up to P1 on our timing, but I think that was just because at the start. Oh, it's P3, was he?
P3, yeah. Row number 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah, row 2. P3 though for Teddy Porter. So there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, do get your comments in.
Get your comments in. Loving having you here to watch another year of Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Exactly. There we go. So as they get themselves lined up, and again, I think, you know, some of these drivers, they may have gone for a false start just so they can warm them tyres a little bit more.
Nah, they would never do that. Never.
Well, they
would. We got some love for Ethan Woodward as well in the live chat from Susan Woodward.
There we go, Susan watching along.
Thank you for watching, Susan, and good luck to Ethan there down in the mid pack. What's happening here with our 2 lines of drivers? I think it might be going around again.
It might be another false start. It is.
We've got a car pulled off the track. That's a number 15, is it?
It is, yeah, that's Ty Buckley. Now, Ty, this is a disaster because he's starting from 2nd place on row 1, and that kart has gone, well, it's gone wrong, basically, and he's pulled off to the side. So that's a nightmare for the 2nd place driver, that number 15. So that's a bit of a disaster, and I can imagine not going to be happy.
Probably not. No, probably not.
An unhappy chappie under that. Oh,
there's multiple. There's number 9 as well.
Several carts off
9
there.
and someone else.
Drivers at the side.
That's Kit Bolofsky, and I think maybe Ethan Weldon. We could assume from that.
Potentially.
Maybe Simeon Stone. We'll have to work that out, see who comes through next lap. But we didn't see what happened to them.
No, we
Two
didn't.
extra carts if they just happened to pack it up at the same time, if they came together. The driver didn't look too happy there with his arm out, so we'll wait and see if we can find out what happened there.
I think that was Simeon Stone.
Okay.
So, yeah, nightmare there. Well,
third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm. If they don't get it, they'll get a lesson of shut up and listen, where they get the notebook thrown at them. And it is lights out, and we are away racing. Good start then from the front row. Teddy Porter up there still, third place as they go through. Kipolowski with that good start, holding on there as the 21 comes through. Harley Musk trying to get places. Harley involved in the red flag yesterday in Heat 1. Is back fighting fit and is at the front of this pack as they go through into the braking zone of Ashby. Down the inside goes Harley Musk, gets that move done and moves up into P1 before they've got to the end of lap number 1. 6.5 minutes to go then as they exit out of the Wilkins corner through Oisiers and driving down the inside there, the O-plate of George Edgar, the IAME O-plate winner from PF International.
Yes,
of course, he's sporting that O-plate as he's still in the same class as he was last year.
That's a move for the lead, I believe. 26 up to the lead. That's Jesse Phillips. And I love seeing all this battling on the first lap because obviously, we got a driver off at the boot as well, having a little spin. I'm not sure if they were helped round there, but yellow flag in that sector. Now we got someone into the wall at the final corner. That's the 61.
It was indeed.
Who is that? That's Jack McLaughlin.
Yeah, it is Jack McLaughlin backwards into the wall of the exit of Pitts Bend. Still in this cart, and I think driving away now as a train of Fusion carts coming through. There's the 24 crop promotion driver. Who is that? 24, Jensen Jones for the crop promotion team. As that's not gone well.
I didn't see him hit into anything, so I think maybe just the cart cut out or something. I'm not too sure.
Potentially, a multitude of things could happen with these carts, and it is a nightmare. 5.5 minutes to go then, and we're nearing the end of lap number 2. Jesse Phillips in the 26 leads the way from Harley Musk. Blair Smith just behind. Well, I say it's Blair Smith, it's actually George Edgar who's just behind as well. So George Edgar has gained a several amount of places on this lap. They'll go through. Laith Khan just behind from Blair Smith as George tries to go down the inside of Oblivion there. Switcheroo, gets the cut back, comes back through Crook and through Fine Lady. Up into Christmas corner now. George moving up into second place and down the inside there. Well, I have
that was forceful.
Well, fair but forceful. There we go. So Harley must get. You got to get your elbows out. In these classes, and
that's what I was gonna say earlier. I love seeing on the first lap all of them absolutely holding the inside up to Christmas, because although it's not one on the first lap, with these heats only being 7 minutes, it does help to do well on the first lap.
They are very quick fire sprint races as Ethan Woodward in the 83 there goes through. Moves up another position now up into P5, so that's 4 places gained from the start of this race. 4 minutes 20 seconds to go. Another little gaggle of carts further back. You can just see there the 69 in the screen, so that's Teddy Porter. They've dropped back, so Harley Musk now into P10, dropped 8 places now from Teddy Porter. Jensen Graham's up into 9th place. Lewis Islin's also up into 8th place as well.
We have 3 wide down the back straight there up to Christmas in that little gaggle that you were just talking about, so we'll have to wait and see where they all end up after that one.
Now, one thing I definitely need to double check is Kazra Kamyab in the number 30, at 7th place. And on my piece of paper here, started on row 17 at the back of the grid.
Wow.
Is already up into 7th place. So Kazra Kamyab has had an absolute epic start to this race and has gained several positions. We'll see about that. There's the 43 of Edward Haynes, the top novice driver at the moment, having a good little scrap with Kanishk Rao. You can just see ahead in the number 22. Austin Gibson is the second highest novice driver, currently in 18th place from Aaron Neyer in 23rd place, and Jacob Narin in 24th place in number 14 and 25. They're having a good scrap together a little further down the field. 3 minutes to go. We're looking here at the battle for 14th place.
Ooh, there was a driver off on the grass on the straight going up towards Christmas. Obviously, it gone a little bit wide there, but was trying to hold it together. They were quite slidey when we cut away, so we're not sure if they ended up spinning or whether they managed to hold it together and get back on the track.
Well, that's the problem with these sorts of, this type of racing. When it's these conditions, the track is dry, so you're on the slick tyres, but then you go on the grass, and then all of a sudden, your slick tyres are covered in water, and it all goes wrong. That was Jacob Ashcroft making a move on Blair Smith. That's the move for 5th place. So Jacob Ashcroft moving up. I'm sure his dad's in the paddock watching alongside. He's a very supportive dad. Jacob, very quick driver as well. So keep a close eye on Jacob making moves. 2.5 minutes to go then as they go through. Back up through Fine Lady. Again, very fast part of the circuit here as they go through. Lap times are looking pretty good at the moment. 53s, the mid-53s for the majority of the pack. So I'm pretty sure these karts can go a little bit faster around the lap. But of course, you've got to remember it's a cold, cold start to the day. The track is fairly green. You know, there's not much rubber down on the circuit. So I suspect these drivers, you know, the lap times will get faster as the day progresses as they go through.
Exactly.
But we can see there Ashcroft all over the back of Leif Khan now as it goes through. Khan looking over his shoulder there as Ashcroft. No, I thought he was going to go. Me thunk he was going to go for a lunge down inside, but he didn't.
Ooh.
That's the number 12 going no
Jensen
further.
Ackerman.
Yep, Ackerman out of this race.
Oh, and a black flag for Ty Buckley down in 15th.
Interesting. So
PS. What does that mean? Do you know?
It's BF, so just
No, but below that,
oh,
isn't that what it's for?
No, well, I've got no idea.
Okay, lovely.
But a black flag, so yeah, you have to.
Yeah, black flag has to come into the pits and completely ruins your race.
Well, yeah, you definitely don't want to see.
Especially in a 7-minute heat, yeah, you really don't want to see one of those.
Yeah. Ashcroft has made the move on Khan and has got now up into P4 now. Battle at the front. It's getting a little bit close between George Edgar and Ethan Woodward, the two Fusion drivers. I think having a good little scrap at the moment. Jesse Phillips has left this race at the moment, clear by 1.9 seconds.
It's very impressive.
As it looks like Ethan Woodward went down the inside there at Pitts Bend, and he did indeed. Moves up into P2. George Edgar, the O-plate driver, now down into P3. Ashcroft closing in on that last lap was, what, a good 0.6 of a lap faster, so well over half a second a lap faster, so expect that gap to close up. But with 25 seconds left to go, it's going to be an interesting last couple of laps.
It certainly will be. Not long left now, and who are we looking at? The 24 and the 26. Is the 24? It is indeed a back marker. That's Jensen Jones. So we've got Jesse Phillips moving up through past the back marker, carrying on in the lead, and you can see that gap now on camera, just how much of a lead that they do have there at the front.
Yeah, they have quite a large gap there. There is Jensen Jones, the prop promotion driver. Of course, we say it all the time.
He was off early in the race, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
He managed to get it back going again, back out on circuit.
That's good commitment, that is. Last lap board out this time.
There's no point in wasting the track time. You might as well get back out there. You paid for it.
Exactly.
So,
Ashcroft smelling the Fusion karts in front because the fastest lap of the race, 52.83.
By a good margin as well.
The
average laps of the other drivers. We're looking at this battle for three karts though. That's the O-plate. That's George Edgar back up the front of this pack. He's taken Ethan Woodward on the last lap back up into P2.
Yeah, and they've got the back marker of Jensen Jones to deal with now. They just could. This is probably the worst part of the track to come up to the back of a back marker because,
is he going to go for it? He looks for it up the inside, but doesn't quite make it stick. So the O-plate of George just about stays ahead. He's kind of got one more opportunity to go up the inside, and he's going to take it. Is he? Woo, they were close there. Being teammates, you don't want to take your teammate out, especially at the last corner.
Oh, definitely not. As Ashcroft jumps in on this one, tries to get down the inside of Ethan Woodward.
Opportunistic.
Very opportunistic, but Jesse Phillips takes the checkered flag. From George Edgar. Ethan Woodward crosses the line in third place from Jacob Ashcroft, Leith Khan, Lewis Islin, Blair Smith, Jensen Graham, Kazra Kamyab and Kanish Rao, the top 10 across the lines. Edward Haynes, the novice driver, finishing in 11th place, so not driving like he's a novice because that's a very good position to finish in. Harley Musk and Sky Parker round out the top 13 from Enzo Butterazzi, Austin Gibson, Levi McGrath, Finley Hines, Jack Poole, Henry Clark, Dylan Tomlinson, Jack McLaughlin, Aaron Nair, Jacob Narin, Max Mason, Ty Butley with that black flag though, so probably not going to finish in 25th place from Teddy Porter, Jensen Ackerman and Jensen Jones, and that is a 71 kart.
Max Mason. I saw him dropping down the field during the race, so maybe he was fighting an issue with the kart that whole time. I had to stop it after the
nose cone watch. Jesse Phillips is good. George Edgar is good. And Ethan Woodward is good. So a Fusion lockout in Heat 2 for IAME Cadet. 1, 2, 3. They'll be happy with that one.
And Edward Haynes, particularly impressive. He started 29th in that race and finished in P11.
Yeah.
For a novice as well, that's incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
Incredibly impressive. So it's our first shout out to him of the day.
Yeah.
Well done. We would clap, but don't think it's quite going to pick that up.
Oh, now what driver was on wet tyres in that one there? The
yeah.
78 drive track, Lath Khan on the wet tyres. Interesting.
Still
Well,
fifth place.
there we go. The end of the cadet classes. We'll see them back out in just a moment. Race 10 is on the cards. Coming up next, it's Minimax. So then the starting grid for Minimax, and Oscar O'Sullivan will be starting on pole position from Matthias Masenskis, Joshua Jarvis and Riven Welsh on row number 2 from Jonas Kilmus and David Wisgore. Hugh Moulton and William Murphy on row 4, with Zach Green and Noah McNicholas on row 5. Hayden Butcher and Victor Hansen on row 6 from Joshua Graham and Joshua Bagumbe on row 7. Charlie Gregory and Gregor Reed on row 8 from Tom Ingram Hill, and Mikey Walker on row 9. Spencer Talboys-Geim on row 10 with Freddie Housley alongside. Alexander Zingrevich on row 11 with Emily Cooper. Aris Miauskis and Woody Radford on row 12 with Michael Dalton and Lucy Weldon on row 13. Finn Leslie and Daniel Hartley on row 14. Donald Stratton and Luca Brooks on row 15 with Riley White and Gabriel Cullen on row 16. 33 karts in total.
Yeah, another grid of lots of drivers.
Indeed, yeah, a very busy grid indeed.
And a couple more novices, I think, in this one. You've got 5 in total for this one.
We do, yeah, 5 novices. Daniel Hartley, Luca Brooks, Gabriel Cullen, Donald Stratton and Riley White, the 5 novice drivers out there. Keep a close eye on them. False starters, half the grid isn't even there. Yeah, so they all need to bunch up a little bit more. So
just a little bit.
Just a smidge. Just a smidge. There we go. So, again, testing their steering at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Just giving the throttle and steering a little bit of a test.
Mm-hmm.
Which team is the driver who's leading, or the driver in P3, I think it is? The red and green cars.
So that is a Project 1 kart.
Okay. They look a lot like the false start flag. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Swap the red for the yellow. Close enough, but very bright. You definitely see them coming.
Indeed, yeah, you've got a multitude of...
we've got a Lando Norris car out there as well.
Well, as part of the Dan Holland Racing team, yeah. So out there, you've got quite a few. You've got some Jack Deck Racing. You've got Coles. You've got Argenti karts out there as well. There's probably some Spirit karts out there as well. There's a whole gaggle of different sort of chassis, engines, and teams out there. Are we going this time around? We're not. It's another false start. Again, they are not bunching up at all, are they?
They really weren't. Let's see. We've got a couple of air karts as well. I can see out there as well. They're quite distinctive. I believe I'm right there. Calling them air karts.
So at this moment in time, the 12 of Matas Miazanskas was supposed to start on the front row, but is currently at the back of the grid at the moment.
He just fancied a last to first challenge.
So yeah, at the moment it's Oscar O'Sullivan and Riven Welsh who are starting on that front row. And they've got to get it right this time around.
Yes.
If they get it wrong this time around...
Third time's the charm again. They're definitely backing them up a lot more than they have done the last previous 2 times.
Yeah, they're pushing those karts very fast at the moment. So yeah, pushing them a little bit too quick, I think, as they get through. So yeah, slow it down. Drivers, slow it down. Ease it back. Let's bunch everyone up. And let's not have a lesson of shut up and listen. So there we go, as they come into the boot then. Is it going to be third time to charm?
It's looking a lot better.
Looking a lot better now, isn't it? Into the tram lines. Green flag's out, we're off and racing. Good start then from Oscar O'Sullivan, gets that early lead, holds on to it. Riven Welsh holds on to second place as well, and already the top three with a small breakaway as they go up into the braking zone of Christmas Corner. Oh, squirrely under brakings there for Riven Welsh. That was a moment there, I suspect, as he goes into the braking zone. The 83 off the circuit.
And the 28 as well.
Yeah, 28 coming back. Oh, and a spin in the middle of the pack there.
That is Hayden Butcher, I believe. Oh, driver's taking avoiding action.
Oh, I say...
Couple more spins.
There may have been a spin to avoid, but I have to say, well done to everyone for avoiding all of that there, because that was as close as you like to get.
That was Luca Brooks, who was round there as well, dropping back to the back of the pack.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone managing to just about avoid it.
Yeah.
And carry on for another lap as we end lap 1. Look at this, squirrely through the boot, and we've got one driver getting slightly punted off out wide. That is the 22.
Yeah, that's
Who is
Joshua
that?
Jarvis.
Oh, dropping down and down and down the order.
Yeah,
and another car out wide.
Was that our race leader?
I
Was that
think it
Oscar
might have
O'Sullivan?
been. I think it might have been, you know.
I think that was Oscar O'Sullivan, because Zach Green now in the lead.
Yes.
Oscar O'Sullivan, I think, out of this race, and the 94 has gone round. That's Gregor Reed. So spinners left, right and centre in this race. The track conditions, it's dry, but it's so cold out there. It's really hard to get the temps into the tyres, and these drivers are really struggling. The 19, though.
As soon as they have to take any sort of avoided action, as we've got another car going off wide, that's 87. That's Riven Welsh.
Yeah.
They were up pretty high in that last lap, but I think dropped sort of 3, 4, maybe even 5 positions through that one. But yeah, as I was going to say, as soon as you go off track, any sort of even thinking about the grass and the tyres, just saying, no thank you, we're going to spin you around.
Yeah, the tyres are cold enough as it is in these temperatures that, yeah, if you go on the grass, it's kind of a game over, really.
Yes.
You're either going to spin or you're going to go right down the order. So, yeah, you've got to hold on to that one. 5 minutes to go then, and after
we were correct, it was the race leader.
It was, yeah.
It went off.
Yeah, so that was a disaster for Oscar
Absolute
O'Sullivan.
disaster. We didn't see what happened, but yeah, just went wide out of oblivion, maybe on their own. But yeah, as you're saying, track conditions are just a bit difficult, and that's the 28.
That goeth no further. That is Hayden Butcher. So a nightmare there. 4.5 minutes to go then after a dramatic start to this race. We've lost several karts due to just running a little bit wide and onto the grass. Zach Green, though, leads the way from Hugh Moulton. And his Kilmus, they're in third place from William Murphy. Aris Miljauskis has moved up into P5 from Michael Dalton. Riven Welsh, they've actually just swapped positions now, and Riven Welsh just dropped down. So Mikey Walker now up into P7 from Freddie Housley. Down the inside, one of the Argenti karts there. It's the 95. Getting the move, William Murphy, believe moving past Jonas Kilmus there.
Yeah, Jonas losing a couple of positions there, and looks like he might lose a third down into the right-hander too. They're going to stay side by side, but he is going to get muscled out wide onto the grass. Look at that. Bumping all over the place, manages to hold the slide, a bit of a Tokyo drift moment there, but it's going to lose out because of that. And as you said previously, now he's been on the grass, those tyres are going to be very cold, so he might continue to drop further back and just to hold it together and deal with it as best he can. But yeah, that's a bit of a tough moment for him.
Yes, yeah, a bit of a pain when you get nerfed out wide
Yeah.
there.
And Zach Green up in the lead has come from P9.
Yeah,
So very happy with how it's gone for them, and they're still continuing to set the fastest lap, I believe, as well. Down in the 49.4s, I think the only driver down in the 49.4s, but a couple pretty close.
Yeah, you got a multitude of drivers in the 49s, but yeah, 49.4 from Zach Green, fastest lap of the race so far.
The 19 continuing to go backwards, having a mare out there in this second heat.
Struggling out there. 3 minutes to go though. This on your screens, Dalton and Murphy for third place. It'll look further back. That's Mikey Walker with the close company of Freddie Housley. Aris Miljauskis is just ahead of this battle. He's in P5 at the moment. Bit of a switcheroo looking on there.
That was Victor Hansen going up the inside.
Yeah, it was indeed. As they start chopping and changing. A new fastest lap of the race, 48.8 that time from Zach Green, the only driver in the 48 set. Oh,
there is one other.
Tell a lie, tell a lie.
100th just made it in.
Aris Miljauskis also in the 48 seconds, but Zach Green with the fastest lap of the race. Chopping and changing all the way through this field. Quick rundown, it's Zach Green leading the way from Hugh Moulton, then Michael Dalton in third. William Murphy, Aris Miljauskis from Mikey Walker, Freddie Housley, Finn Leslie, Joshua Graham, Jonas Klimas. Then it's Victor Hansen, Riven Welsh, Woody Ranford. Then it's Joshua Turnbull, David Wiscott. Then it is Oscar O'Sullivan, after starting on pole, is now in 16th place. Then we go into our novice drivers. Riley White, the leader of the novice drivers, in the numbers 79 and 17th place from Donald Stratton. Just behind as well in 18th place, the number 86, Tom Ingram Hill in 19th from Luca Brooks. Spencer Kime in 21st place from Lucy Weldon. Daniel Hartley in the 63 in 23rd place from Gregor Reed, Joshua Jarvis, Charlie Gregory, Noah Nicholas, Hayden Butcher, Matas Miazanskas, and Gabriel Cullen, who is in the pit lane and has not come back around. So retirement there from Gabriel Cullen in the 58. And down the inside, the 88 there of Joshua Graham goes past the 26 of Finn Leslie, moves up now into P8, 1 minute to go.
And I just want to point out that our top novice, Riley Wright, that's a difficult one to say, Riley Wright, started in P32. So up from 32nd to 17th is super impressive from Riley, our top novice of this current race. As we look back to our screens, that's the 26 going down the inside of the 29. That's Finn Leslie up the inside of Freddie Housley for 6th position. There's a bit of bumping and barging going on there on the exit of that right-hander. The 44 getting squeezed out wide. It's going to drop to the back of this train of 3. The 44 being Michael Dalton. So he was in 3rd at the start of this lap, now dropping back to 5th place. And I think that's the 13 up into 3rd. But he's now going to get overtaken into the boot. The 95 of William Murphy back up into 3rd. And this group of 3 battling for 3rd place, continuously chopping and changing. As I believe, are we going to go on to the final lap, or is that the second to last lap?
Well, the penultimate lap, the last lap board will come out this time, T-Race leader Zach Green, because he crossed the line when there was more than, well, there was about 20 seconds left on the timer when he crossed the line. So he'll see that this time around, action all the way through the field. There's the 26, I believe, or it could be the 86, sorry, on your screen going through. That's Donald Stratton. Just crossing the line. Gap now for the race lead, 4.1 seconds from Zach Green. Great start to the race. I believe we spoke to Zach Green's mechanic earlier on today. Believe we did, yes, on the Paddock show. Just saying he's having a good old weekend, and at the moment it's looking even better right now. So yeah, last lap board out this time around. A lot of the comments coming in about what heat this is. Yes, it is Heat 2. Heat 1 was yesterday. All the Heat 1s were yesterday, so we're going into Heat 2s, 3s, and a couple of Heat 4s today, and then we go to the finals later on. And it is Junior Rotax coming up next. It is indeed. But at the moment, we're watching the racing here for Minimax.
It was clearly us interviewing Zach's mechanic that gave him all this luck to win this race, obviously. We're the lucky charms.
Oh, yeah, we'll go with that.
Obviously.
We'll go with that.
We definitely weren't just annoying lots of drivers as they were trying to get to their next practice sessions. No. We would never get in the way of anyone. Yeah. But here we go.
All the time. One more corner to go then for Zach Green, the 53. Second heat of the weekend, and checker flag comes out to himself. Good race for Zach Green. Hugh Moulton coming across. The 51 takes second place from William Murphy. Aris Miauskis crosses in 4th place from Michael Dalton. Finn Leslie, Freddie Housley, Joshua Graham, Mikey Walker, and Jonas Glimas on the 10th spot on the grid. Then it is Woody Radford, Joshua Turnbull, Victor Hansen, Riven Welsh, and David Wiscott on 15th place. Then the next group comes through. Riley Wright crosses to take 16th place from Oscar O'Sullivan. Good recovery back up into 17th place after coming off the track from the race lead on lap number 2. Luca Brooks takes 18th place from Tom Ingram Hill in 19th, from Donald Stratton in 20th place, Spencer Kime in 21st place from Lucy Weldon. In 22nd, Gregor Reed, Joshua Jarvis, Daniel Hartley, Charlie Gregory, Noah Nicholas, Hayden Butcher, Matas Miazanskas, and Gabriel Cullen. Nose cone watches on your screens. It was good for your race leader, Zach Green. It's good for second place, Hugh Moulton. Is it good for the 95 of William Murphy? It's good for your top 3. So they go through without an issue, and the rest of the karts come through. Oh, it's not good for the 44, Michael Dalton, and the small angry man comes out and takes a photo and says, no, that's not what we need. So the rest of the field go through, and thumbs up all the way. Good stuff. Excellent. Well, a good end to the Minimax race, and again, a good run there from Zach Green, because of course, you know, a lot of these drivers are just here. They're just testing, ready for other championships, or they're taking part in the full season. A lot of these drivers are taking part in the full season, which is excellent, because it's pretty much sold out. The whole season nearly sold out in like half an hour when Whilton opened the phone lines, and it's all sold out quite quickly. But
I think they do it all over the internet now, don't they?
Something like
Move
that.
into the 21st century, mate.
Next race is coming up next. It's Junior Rotax. Right, well, we'll get through this one quite quickly because the karts are already out on circuit. Ollie Stevens and Henry Beaumont are starting on row number 1 from Mikey Porter and Charlie Hart on row 2. Harrison Morrow and Ben Cook starting on row number 3. Alfie Bray and Freddie Ingram on row 4 with Alfie Richards and Jack Spencer on row 5. Sam Baker and Jessica White on row number 6 with Daniel Sabula and George Spilsbury on row 7. Murphy Aldridge and Russell on row 8 from Pearson Bullock Carter, Ethan Lomax on row 9, Jacob Dukes and George Allen on row 10, William Ray and Spencer Burham, Oliver Kerr, Gustav Uzakos, Max McFarquhar, Ben Folland, Aaron Full, Ewan Thompson, Reese Lomax, William Pebble, Christopher Harris and Archie Buttle round out the entire grid as they come round probably the final corner, which they are. So we had to whiz that one out quickly. Is it going to be a good start first time? It's a false start, so we could have taken our time. Oh, thank you very much, Junior Rotax.
You just showed how much of a professional you are, mate. That was amazing.
Yeah. Whiz those names out. Sip of tea.
I will give a quick shout out. John Richardson in the chat has said, "Wah, can I have a shout out? Good luck, Harley." Because you said wah. Yes, you can. I'll allow that. Wah, wah.
There we go.
Yeah, at least you've not got Kimmy on the mic, the commentary. I'd hope our commentary is a bit more interesting than Kimmy's would be.
Definitely not. Kimmy's commentary would be absolutely fantastic.
I don't think we'd be able to air half the things he says, to be honest.
Best of luck to you and Thompson and Junior Max. That comes from Curtis Louie, joining us on the stream. And again, ladies and gentlemen, please do get your comments in. We'll try and give them a shout out as best as possible. Now,
we've got a Lando Norris kart near the front this time.
Yeah,
You can marvel at the new paint job. They're very new, aren't they? This is the first season where we've seen them.
Well, I say Dan Holland Racing, but based here at Wilton Mill, they've got a large,
pretty big team.
Large shipment of those coming in, and a lot of the drivers are going through there and running them with the Dan Holland Racing team. Let's see how well it does out on circuit.
Yes.
Henry Beaumont and Ollie Stevens on the front row. Lights out. Here we go. Good start then from Ollie Stevens, and that number 9 gets the early jump, moves up and holds that lead as they go into the braking zone. Mikey Porter also up now into second place as they go into the braking zone. Everyone's squirreling as they try to fight for grip. And down the inside there, the 76 of Freddie Ingram, a little bit late on the anchors.
I think your man at the end of the race might be having a little look at his nose going after that one.
Maybe.
With how much contact there was there, but we'll have to wait and see. This is a driver around in the background. That's the number 22. That's Oliver Kerr, just spinning around and going down to the back of the pack.
Yes, indeed, as they go through then. Good start then from the majority of the grid.
To move for the lead.
Yep, Mikey Porter down the inside, but Ollie Stevens fighting back.
Looked to switch it back there, but didn't quite work on exit. He's going to have to sit there and accept P2 for now, but we've still got 6 minutes to go, so he's got lots of time to try and claw that position back.
As indeed, yeah. Charlie Hart also there in third place. A look then at the top 10 as they cross the line. Mikey Porter, Ollie Stevens, Charlie Hart, Henry Beaumont, Ben Cook, Freddie Ingram, Jessica White, Sam Baker, Daniel Sabula and Pearson Bullock Carter rounding up the top 10 at the moment. Just under 6 minutes to go. And we're race 4 now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are indeed. There was a move for second place, though. I think that was Charlie Hart going up the inside of the number 9. That was indeed Ollie Stevens down into third position. So he goes from first down to second and then second down to third. All these drivers following in a big, long train here as drivers try and cover their radiators, try and get a bit more speed down the straights. A bit of a richer mix of fuel. But everyone keeping it nice and relaxed at the front. We know we've still got a while. Oh, that's just as I say that, we see a driver off the track. It cut away just a little bit too quickly for me to pick up who it exactly was. But yeah, they'll be down near the back of the pack now and hopefully try and regain themselves. As we look, it looks like there's going to be a move for third. That's the Lando Norris car. That's the number 16, is that. Henry Beaumont looking for it for third place. But that little bit of battling has allowed for the front two to pull away just slightly, but it does look like that they are going to continue battling, as we do then see Henry go for that move up into third place. Has he made it stick? I don't think he has. Still down in fourth, as there's the move for the lead. A number 10 up the inside, that's Charlie Hart, coming up from third as we saw him on lap 1, now up into first.
Yep, good start then for Charlie. As I go through, more comments coming in. Brando Klein-Nagelvort joins the stream. Good luck to Pearson Carter as well. Good luck to George Spilsby as well. That's from Alex Bentley joining us on the stream. Please do get your comments coming in. Again, chopping and changing all the way through this field as Harrison Morrow's dropping several places down the order.
We did see a driver spin. Was that at the end of the last lap? I think that might have been the lap before even, so I'm not sure if that was him. But we didn't see that one on the cameras, did we? So we'll have to check up on how he's doing.
Fastest lap of the race, currently in 11th place, the number 34, Jacob Jukes. Now, Jacob Jukes yesterday finished third on track, second on paper after Reece Lomax received a 5-second time penalty for a nose cone. So it was Ben followed Jacob Jukes and Neo Clark, the top three. So Jacob Jukes, one of the drivers out there. Where is Neo? Is Neo out in this race? I don't think he is.
Doesn't look like it.
This being Junior Max, they actually have 4 heats because there are so many junior Rotax drivers. So
it's always good to see.
Oh, yeah, no,
means we get more racing. So.
Exactly that.
But now Spencer has taken the fastest lap now in 12th, the 46.5. But a lot of drivers sat around that. You can see Sam Baker in 7th was only 1/100th of a second slower that lap. So all the drivers slowly getting faster. The track continuing to warm up a bit as more and more karts hit it.
Yes, exactly that. It's always good to see. There's Mr. Porter, the 54. They're in second place. Now under pressure from Ollie Stevens, who didn't have the best start to the race. It fell back a little bit, but is bringing it back now. Started on pole position, did Ollie Stevens. But again, it takes a little bit of time to get those time in. Ewan Thompson, where are they going through? They're on a good little race there. So at the moment, fastest sector 1 time. Sam Baker in the number 56th place. He's up a place on that last lap. 2.5 minutes to go as this battle here is heating up. This is the battle for the lead, and a little bit of jostling there is down the inside.
That's going to allow the other driver through, though, I believe.
Yep, so it was Ollie Stevens who tried to go down the inside of Mikey Porter, and Jessica White came in and thought, oh, yes, I'll have a bit of that, please, and took that place and has now moved up, I believe, into P3 for Jessica White, as indeed, yep, so there we go. It just shows you how quickly you can lose places so
we've got
quickly.
a driver off from 122.
Yeah, Archie Bustle there. That's at the top of Christmas Corner. That driver out the way, as rightly so, because it was a big train of cars. The leaders were coming through, but the leader right there, Charlie Hart, has checked out. 1.5 seconds now is the gap back to Mikey Porter in second place. Yeah,
with the others fighting behind, he's just taking it on himself to drive away, and he's done a very good job at that. As we see another move, that's the number 50 going down the inside. That's Sam Baker, who we were just speaking about earlier, having great pace, has now joined the back of this battle and could, well, he's going to hope that he can make his way to the front of it.
Yeah, exactly that. Keep a very close eye on it as they go through. 1 minute 20 seconds left on the board. Plenty of time left in this race, because 90 seconds is 10 years in karting terms.
It is. It really is.
A major amount of things can happen in that time. As very scurrily under brakes there was Jessica White on the anchors perfectly, just a little bit sideways, just like lock up, yeah, just like looks cool. Sometimes it is quicker as well.
We've got a yellow flag going into this section though. Maybe a driver span round, stopped on circuit, but that's going to stop any sort of moves that Jessica White might want to try and make. But I don't think any yellow flags into the boot, so she's going to look for it here, but nothing quite happening. Sits back, tries to get a nice little exit.
Yeah, well, you got to think of this sort of situation. It's only a heat race.
Exactly.
It's only heat 2 of the day. There's a little bit of time left on. The last lap board hasn't come out. You'd be amazed at how many times these drivers leave it to the last lap. You have to also remember that Charlie Hart's checked out.
Yeah.
There's no way that these drivers are going to catch Charlie Hart at this rate.
No.
So what you see here is these guys will probably battle it out all the way throughout. The gap is still 1.5 seconds, but the checker flag is probably going to be out this time. It could be out next time. It'll be a very fine line if he can get to that checker flag in 10 seconds. But I don't think he will. So it's probably going to be last lap board this time.
Gotcha. I think I would agree with that. So yeah, one more lap as well. Oh, that was a send. That's Sam, isn't it? Yeah, Sam Baker. I told you he was the one to watch out for. His pace was looking great, and yeah, he was really far back when he went for that move, but he made it stick and no contact. So you got to say fair play.
Yeah, it's a common move, that one, into the entrance of the boot. You can, if you get a good run through the right-hander, you can send a cheeky one down the inside for the left-hander.
That one was very cheeky.
It was indeed. Yeah, got it done quite nicely there, and Ollie Stevens now back into 5th place. So Charlie Hart still leading by 1.2 seconds. Mikey Porter has taken a bit of time out on that last lap. But more importantly, Jessica White hasn't gone for that move yet either. So
just a little bit too far back, isn't she?
Yeah, just hasn't got the waft it needs to get that move done. Charlie Hart, though, there on your screen on the last lap. Last couple of corners to go. Is going to take the checker flag for this one. So bumpy around
really
that
bumpy,
section.
Yeah, my goodness.
You're going to need to go to the dentist after this one, get those fillings done. Charlie Hart takes checker flag from Mikey Porter. Jessica White crosses the line in 3rd place from Sam Baker. Ollie Stevens, Henry Brumont crosses in 6th place from Pearson Buck Carter. Gustav Uvakovs crosses the line in 8th place from Daniel Sabula. Reese Lomax rounds out the top 10. Spencer Burham and Ben Cook round out the top 12 with Jacob Dukes and Ethan Lomax in 13th and 14th place. Alfie Bray, Alfie Richardson, and a very displeased 31 of Jack Spencer, gesticulating there wildly as he goes through. Alfie Bray there in 15th place. Alfie Richards in 16th. Deacon Russell, 17th place from Aaron Full. Freddie Ingram, Matt McFarquhar, George Allen, Ewan Thomas, in 22nd place from Jack Spencer. Oliver Kerr, Harrison Morrow, Christopher Harris, top of the novice drivers in the 1-2-3. 26th place finish from Murphy Aldridge, George Spilsbury, William Pebble, Ben Follen, William Ray, and Archie Buttle. Karts come in. Top 3 are good. No nose cone penalties there. Let's see if the rest of the karts go through. All is well so far. You've got to be careful, though, because if you come in and you hit the back of the cart in this section, you can get a nose cone coming into the pit lane.
You've got to be very big dome.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, we saw with Jack Spencer coming across the line in 23rd, who was very angry with himself, started in P10. So you can see why. We obviously didn't see what happened to him, whether it was out of his control or what happened, and that's an interesting way to arrive to the circuit.
I say he's got a good view of the racing going on. That I suspect it's a little bit colder up there.
Yeah. I'm happy to be in this warm comms box, I won't lie.
My buttocks is resting on a radiator, which is quite warm.
Well, we said on our paddock walk that, I can't remember what team it was that had the big truck that they could watch from the top of.
Coles.
We thought that Coles had the best view of the circuit, but actually that man up there has the best view of the circuit.
Oh,
definitely. We should just employ him. We won't need a drone anymore. We can just give him a camera and he can go up for us.
Oh, there's a nose cone.
That was on the first lap, wasn't it? I think, because I remember saying, oh, that Lando Norris kart went in the back of him. Possibly. He might be getting a penalty.
Possibly. But, well, there we go. Plenty of action left to come. That's the first half of the junior class with Junior Max, Junior X30 coming up next. So Junior X30 race about to make their way onto the circuit. Luke Taylor and Mackay Taylor on row number 1. Gabriel Stilp and Harry Yule on row 2 with Chloe Chong and Archie Clark rounding out row number 3. Jack Mowat and Jaden Gregg on row 4 with Macaulay Bishop and Philip Garner on row 5. Taylor Orridge and Fred Green on row 6 with Macaulay Guy and Kian Leon Gamio on row 7. Jack Cox and Jack Owen Drawbridge on row 8 with Oliver Harris and Leo Brown on row 9. Lucas Field and Charlie Locker, the top 20, on row 10. Morgan Hill and Leo Robinson, last year's Mini X30 British champion, starting on row 11 with David McIntyre and Cian Geraghty on row 12. Josh Jones and Archie Heron on row 13 with David Marzel on row 14 with Tristan Powell, Kira Harris and Henry Gregory, a man who's running a Vision nose cone with a all-premium karting body kit, so that'll be one to see. Alfie Garford and Jack Buckley on row 16 with Jack Collins and Davidas Deglo on row 17. Again, another busy grid, full grids, as our eye in the sky is keeping a very close eye on everything that's going out of track. That's absolutely fantastic. I'd love to have a go in that, but do you know what? I'd be absolutely terrified.
Yeah, you wouldn't catch me up there, mate. No way. There you go. There's the truck I was even speaking of.
Yeah, the Coles truck that drivers and mechanics like to watch on. And, yeah, the balcony full there of spectators ready to go. And the paddock full of karts. Green flag waves. And Junior X30 making their way onto the circuit to warm themselves up.
I think we should give a shout out to Michael there. Loving the coverage again from Bathurst. That's a good place to be watching from.
Did you just comment on the stream?
No. Hey, I just said that the poll is bullying because it is just bullying. Can everyone vote for John being your favourite commentator, please?
John, you are fantastic. I do love your commentary. I love having you alongside me as well.
You're so kind. You're so kind.
It is good. It keeps the mojo flowing.
Exactly. Yeah. You got to have a bit of fun. There's nothing better than just speaking absolute rubbish over some karts racing around the track. Yeah, it's nothing more I enjoy. So I'm very glad to be back again for 2022.
There you go. But yeah, like you say, yeah, we'd love to come over for some.
Yeah.
Are there any novices in this race? We do have one novice in this race. Davidas Deglo there in 34th place, and the number 78. Just the one novice out on this grid. We'll have to see how they do. Something tells me we're going to go round again.
I was about to say that too.
Because that field is. Well, I was going to say something, my filter kicked in. There we go, but they're very spread out. There we go. So one meeting ban for so I think we've lost the chat now. I think we've lost it. There we go. But good to see Michael Burke joining us on the stream again. My favourite question to ask is what the time is.
Yes, I do remember you saying that.
From where people are watching from, because although you could probably very easily work it out, I like to engage the chat, and I like them to, I know, like, guys, tell us what time is it where you are from, where you're watching. Tell us where you're watching from. You know, we have a very wide international audience, even for the kart club. You know, it's very popular all the way around. People enjoy watching the racing here in the UK, and
because it's brilliant racing.
It is brilliant racing. We do produce a fine grid of drivers.
Hopefully this is looking a bit better. They are still a bit spaced at the back, so we'll see what happens here. If they do
10 p.m.
end up going 10 p.m. Very interesting.
Going round again.
Yep, we're going round again. I did want to bring up from our top three from the championship last year, I believe only Micah Taylor, who finished P2 in the championship last year, is actually here. The other two are Finley Harrison and Reese Lomax. Yep. So I don't believe either of them are in this race. So Mike is probably one of the people to watch out for. Didn't actually get a win in a final last year, but did get a P2 in a final. I haven't noted down how well they did in the heats, but best of luck to them and one to watch out for.
Yep. Oh, there comes Tigger effect kicking in into Ashby hairpin. And
they don't want to get a nose cone penalty before we've even started.
I said evasive action, take to the grass. There we go. Hopefully we'll get this race underway because they've already had 2 false starts. One more, and it's a game of shut up and listen. With a clipboard.
So, you know they're official if they've got a clipboard.
Oh, yeah. Very official. Of course, the clerks. This weekend, the Pauls, as we like to call them, they'll be out there keeping a close eye on it. Your man who does the start as well, Mr. Ryan Manchester, he has probably a fantastic... The one thing that I love doing is starting and finishing a race. And if you've got that job, it's a great job. Lights out. Off we go. We're off and racing. Mackay Taylor, good start. And already 2 karts off. And they're going to go through the barriers and barriers everywhere.
Watch out for that.
And my goodness me.
Wow, that was an interesting start.
Talk about straight lining T1. And yeah, they did that indeed. Straight through the barriers. And that's going to be a nice clean-up job for the marshals to do. Trying to think who that actually was who was involved in that one.
I've got no idea.
That's usually where our Turn 1 cameraman
stands.
It's lucky he wasn't standing there this time. It was a little bit further up. So there we go. A very interesting start to this race.
I think that's definitely a clip for the a clip for the Alpha Live TikTok, which everyone should make sure they go and follow on TikTok because it's just starting off as we've got a driver being spun round. I think that was the 59, was it? And a driver continued straight line. Another driver spun at the boot. My good mate, I can't keep up with this.
Yeah, we're going to have a look who was involved as they cross the line. So the drivers that I can see dropping down the order: Luke Taylor, Taylor Orridge, drivers. Leo Robinson's dropping down the order. He's just crossed the line in 28th place. He's dropped 11 places. Luke Taylor dropped 21 places, so another driver probably involved there. Archie Heron as well dropped 13 places, so probably also another driver. Oliver Harris also has not crossed the line yet, so I suspect the 63 was one of the drivers who had pulled over at the start of there.
And I've already managed to have my first commentator's curse of 2022, mate, because Micah Taylor, who I was speaking about, has dropped 9 positions to 10th. So, sorry about that, Micah. That's definitely on me.
There we go. 5.5 minutes to go then into the braking zone of the boot. And everyone getting around cleanly as they go through a bit of side-by-side action there. The 48 just diving through. Micah Taylor there is going through. So under investigation there.
Oh, we got 2 drivers off at the final corner as well.
Oh, dear
84
me.
went backwards into the barrier, and then the 30 managed to just avoid the barrier.
So that is Josh Jones and Charlie Locker involved in that coming together. So Charlie Locker is already down 13 places and now down many, many more now.
Yes,
many after more. That one.
It's still going a bit crazy out on track, but I think we've been told on our rear we might be able to get another look at that start because there was so much going on that we couldn't even comprehend some of it. So let's have another look at this.
It's a great job. Okay, lights out. Off we go. We're off and racing. Micah Taylor, good start, and already 2 karts off, and they're going to go. Oh, there we go, through there. So
that was the 74 and the 48. So yeah, that was Luke Taylor, and the 48 I can't quite pick out. Micah Taylor.
Yeah. So
both of those going off.
Didn't lose a lot of time there. Here is the battle for 4th place. That's Jaden Gregg with Jack Mowat, and the 2 teammates come together there, and that's allowing Fred Green now to come through.
Surely going to go for it down here. He is indeed. That's up into positions up into number 15. I
believe that's up into P4 now.
Into
so
P4.
Yeah,
you can see how massive the gap is there from P4 up into P3 as they're still continuing to battle just behind. That's Moa obviously losing a couple of positions there, having contact with his teammate and losing 1 or 2 more. Managing to hold it together just about through the boot section and is going to carry on, but hopefully no damage or nose cone penalty on their kart, because it's never good to crash, but it's even worse to crash with your teammate.
I suspect the angry little man's going to have a field day when these karts come into the pit lane. 3.5 minutes to go then. Gabriel Stilp leads the way, the man who won Heat 1 yesterday. He's leading the way comfortably by 5.5 seconds, so Stilpy having a good little race out here. Archie Clark and Macaulay Bishop holding on to 2nd and 3rd place at the moment. This is Macaulay Bishop's first year in Junior X30 after he finished 2nd in the British Championships last year in Mini X30. The same for himself and Leo Robinson, who I don't think is out in this race at the moment. 3 minutes to go. And all action there. You can see some sticker swappings happen because you can see it flapping in the wind there on the CRG kart that's just going through.
Not the most aerodynamic, that one.
Yeah, suboptimal, one would say.
Totally suboptimal, yeah. Look back to the leaders, is this?
No, I don't think that is the leaders. I think that is I think that's Macaulay Bishop, but I think he's potentially just got past the back marker.
Okay.
In terms of novices, we'll have to try and find, because you've got to remember Gabriel Stilp has left. He's gone. He's 6 seconds up the road.
Yeah,
so,
wow, okay.
You know, he's well up the road now. 43 there. I think it's Archie Clark, potentially with that sticker that's coming off. Or it could be Micah Taylor actually thinking about it. So probably
yeah, I think so.
Taylor, yeah. So keep an eye on that one. 2 minutes to go.
That would make sense as well with them going through the barrier on the first. That would make sense that might have got ripped off in the process.
It would make absolute sense there.
It looks like they're going to go for a move up in to Christmas Corner. That's the 19 up the inside.
Yep, Jack Cox and Fred Green gets that move done. Moves up into P4. And again, line of stone for the rest of the field. 90 seconds to go.
And Jack Cox having a great race. Started in 15th place and he's now up to 5th. I've been watching him slowly side through the pack, but he's actually going to lose a position there. I believe that was Fred Green going back down the inside. It was indeed retaking 4th place. So, oh, that's a send from the 19. Back up the inside. No love lost there, and is also going to lose another position as the 15. So that was Micah Taylor, isn't it, going back up the inside, making their way back through the pack.
Yep, despite that terrible start going through the barriers, he's managing
suboptimal.
to, 100% suboptimal.
There they go.
Making more moves and back down the inside. So gets up now into P4. And the group's starting to form behind, because at the moment, Macaulay Bishop's in front of this group. He's clear by about 1.3 seconds from Archie Clark in the 43. And that's where this battle starts to come in. So the top three are fairly separated. This is the battle from 4th place down as they go through. Less than a minute to go on the timer. Quick look a little further back as well. Luke Taylor's managed to get past Macaulay Guy on that last lap. Same with Josh Jones. He managed to get past 3 drivers. He's up into 27th place. Deglo there, he's up into 28th place. The novice driver is one driver going very wide at the side of the circuit and is going to be losing several positions, I suspect.
Seen a couple of people do that already today, haven't we? Just getting it slightly wide, and as soon as you get a couple of wheels on that grass, it's just going to pull you straight off the circuit.
Oh yes, it very much will do as soon as you end up on that grass there. Now Leo Robinson is out there, but he's clocking up as the number 71, but he's the number 37 on my piece of paper, so I'll have to adjust that one. So Leo Robinson is out there, struggling at the moment, 22nd place at the moment, so yeah, not having the best of races in this one. Out of the final corner, race leaders have well crossed the line. They're up their way to Christmas Corner. They'll see the last lap board this time around. But all eyes here at the moment on this group. Yesterday's 3rd place man, Henry Gregory, currently in P10, up 2 places at the moment. He's got the company of Kean Gamio and Fred Green for company. Fred now dropped back quite a way now, despite being up there at the sharp end earlier on in this race. But all eyes on that group there. The 34, Jaden Gregg, closing up to the back of Leo Brown as they go through. The 34 and the 33 having a good little scrap.
And after what was an absolutely mental start, it's calmed down a little bit. The drivers have gone into the flow.
Yeah, they've chilled out a bit now. From the start. And like I said, I think Luke F96 Racing got it right. Absolute carnage at the start of that one. It was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? But the drivers seem to have sorted it out now as they go through. And last lap board is out. So Gabriel still up the 42. There he is on your screen. He's going into the boot section now, and he's just pulled away from the rest of the field. He's at 6.2 seconds clear from 2nd place Macaulay Bishop.
And that's still the last lap board.
Yep, still crosses the line, takes the checker flag. Macaulay Bishop, there he is, takes 2nd place. That's
why I got confused. There were back markers going through as well, so he's having to hold both out. A little bit confusing.
Yes.
But here we go. Here's the big pack coming straight through. A little bit wide on exit there. They're going to come through, all 6 of them within about a second there. I think that was super close battle.
Yeah, very, very close. Archie Clark takes 3rd place, though, from Michael Taylor. Then it's Keane Garrity, Leo Brown, Jack Cox, Fred Green, Henry Gregory, Jaden Gregg, Keane Gamio, Lucas Field, Jack Mowat, Morgan Hill, Jack Buckley, Alfie Garford. He was racing TKM last year. He's giving this a go now.
And Kelly was supporting Alfie in the chat for that one.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, having a good old run. I think his first time racing in Junior X30. Please do correct me if I'm wrong, but it was in Junior TKM last year for the British Champs. And did pretty well because he won the championship.
Did he?
Yeah.
He started down in 31st for that one. Yeah. So he had a good little race.
Did indeed. Nose cone watch coming in. Chloe Chong finishes in 17th place from Jack Collins, Luke Taylor, Macaulay Guy, Harry Yule, Leo Robinson, and oh dear, 48. Well, it was to be expected, to be fair, for Mike Taylor. Going through that barrier at probably about 1 million miles an hour is going to receive a nose cone penalty. So as he goes through, where did we get to? I think we got Leo Robinson, Archie Heron finishing in 23rd place from Jacko in Drawbridge, Taylor Orridge finishing in 25th from Josh Jones, Kira Harris in 27th place, David Marshall in 28th place from David Estoglu in 29th, David McIntyre and Tristan Powell, Philip Ganner, Charlie Locker and Oliver Harris rounding out the 34 Kart out there. And so far, I've only seen one nose cone.
Yeah, penalty. I think so. So far, only one. Oh, just as we say that, yeah.
Talk about the curse. Photo comes out, and I think that was a nose cone for the 23. Yeah.
I got 2 things that are going to make you very happy. First one, you've won the poll. 75%, 25%. So fair play, mate. You're just clearly the better commentator. I can accept that. I can accept that.
That deserves a sip of tea.
Also, to make you happy, people are putting the time that it is for them in the chat without even having to ask.
No, exactly, yeah. Well, I did ask it, but there we go. Well, excellent racing there from Junior X30. It's time for the older, more mature version. Well, they say they're more mature. I doubt they are. It's time for Senior X30. Right then, so starting grid then for Senior X30. Alice Brashear on row number 1 with Miles Nathaniel James, with Mackenzie Stevenson, Thomas Reddy on row 2, Tyler Reid and Lucas Ellingham on row 3, with Brandon Mitchell and Harrison Pugh on row 4, Hugo Gilbert and Remy Gilbert on row 5, with Louis Johnson Cool and Sam Shaw on row 6, Alex Johnson and Jordan Brown on row 7, with Zane Maloney and Drake Jansen on row 8, Sam Heading and Jensen Buckingham on row 9, with Harry Torpey and Oliver Henwood on row 10, rounding out the top 20, Benjamin Southgate and Vishal Patel on row 11, with Harvey Ryby and Alex Moody on row 12, Daniel Hackett and Juden Ferrenho on row 13, Finley Harrison and Kieran Gohill on row 14, with Thomas Fleming and Ben McDowell on row 16, with Stefan Botsadikev on row 17, all on his own, at the back of the grid, 34th place. But you've got to start somewhere, haven't you? And I had to whiz through that grid quick,
yeah,
they're already up there, but I guarantee it's going to be a false start.
Yeah, they don't look like they're quite close enough for it not to be a false start. Also, we said, actually, they're squeezing up pretty well through this final corner, so we could be okay to go here.
We could be okay. There we go. Lucky we squeezed it out quickly.
First one that's going to go first time. Look at that.
Look at that. Green flag out. Good start. It was a good start from the inside row. The outside row didn't get a good start there. I think dropping back quite a ways there.
Oh, we've got 4 drivers off.
Yep, 4 drivers off. 3 of them get back onto the circuit. 1 driver a lot slower in the back. So
he did make a lot of contact with the barrier, to be fair. So I think that might be a bit of a nose-going penalty for him. Which is frustrating, rubbing salt in the wound, having a crash, and then getting a penalty.
Well, yeah, it's suboptimal, really, isn't it? There we go.
I would agree with you there.
Yeah. Try and get as many suboptimals as I can out as we go through.
Someone make a suboptimal compilation.
Exactly. Sam Shaw going through, the premium karting driver as well. Could see him gaining a few places there. We'll find out the order as they cross the line, though, as they go through, because, again, a lot of chopping and changing on the first lap, and lots have happened. So Alice Bouchier crosses the line, takes first place from Miles Nathaniel James, Lucas Ellingham, Louis Johnson Cool, Remy Gilbert, Alex Johnson, Zane Maloney, Sam Shaw, Jordan Brown, and Sam Heading, the top 10 at the moment. This is the battle, I think, at the
58 leading these.
Yeah, it's the 58 and the 28, but it's the 33 on my screen.
Oh, and we've got the 23 off.
That is Stefan there off the circuit, and that is a broken track rod. That kart goeth no further.
Yes.
And that is a huge shame for the only novice driver that we've got out there, which is a big shame. Get that kart fixed and get it back out on track. Chin up, lad. Come back a little bit later on and give it another go. 5.5 minutes to go then as they end lap number 2. We start lap 3. Ellingham now leads, has taken the lead there from Brashear. Johnson Cool into 3rd as they go through. The 61 of Louis Johnson Cool diving down the inside. They're holding on to that one. Nathaniel James, who I think there is also running, oh dear, the 55, Ben McDowell into the pit lane. So, busy start on that one. Yes. Let's have a look at what happened at the start of that one. Potentially coming together, these 4 drivers who went off. Potentially one of those was Zane Maloney. Potentially one of those was Ben McDowell, but we've just seen in the pit lane. So as they come onto the exit, you can just see that it's, four into 1, don't go. It was just the squeezing effect.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's what happens.
Is that a move for the lead? It is Lucas Ellingham back up into the lead.
Yeah.
On the 28, though, is that a leader? No, that's about marker, isn't it? That's Brandon down in 32nd. So maybe he has rejoined afterwards. So Lucas maintaining the lead and siding through the back markers already, even though we've got 4 minutes to go. But obviously, with the big crashes that we've seen earlier on the race, quite understandable they might already be at the back markers.
Yes, we'll keep a close eye on that one as they go through. 4 minutes.
I was going to say with Lucas Ellingham, luckily I didn't before the race, so I definitely would have commentators cursed him, that he was one to watch out because we thought that there was no one here in any race that won the championship last year. Lucas is one of them.
Oh, look.
Won the X30 Senior Championship last year with 3 final wins and 3 final P2s.
There you go.
Pretty dominant, and as we can see, he's continuing that on into 2022, leading this heat, the heat number 2 for the X30 Seniors.
Yes, indeed, running the JDR car, the Jack Deck Racing kart as well. Jack here this weekend and joined us actually for the announcement of the Tillotson T4 esports announcement between Alpha Live and Tillotson. He had a go in the Tillotson T4 kart round here and he said he loved it. So there we go. Good words there from a top lad and mechanic. He's all right. There we go. 3 minutes to go. And as they go through, Ellingham leads from Johnson Cool. Boucher down into 3rd, Nathaniel James, Gilbert Shaw, Johnson, Torpy, Heading, Brown, the top 10, Vishal Patel, it's Moody, Rogers, Southgate, Hackett, Sport on the stream for Hackett, Harvey Ryby, Brooks, Harrison Pugh, his brother Jensen Pugh, who unfortunately had that accident here at Whilton Mill where he broke his femur, and we wish him well, and hopefully he's on a swift recovery and we see him back later this year. Hopefully, maybe we'll find out. It'll be good to see him back in a car because he's a quick old lad, is Jensen Pugh. Finley Harrison's still there, 19th place from Oliver Henwood, Jensen Buckingham, Jake Nagasawa. In 22nd place, Thomas Reddy, Tyler Reed, Keane Gohill, Mackenzie Stevens running at the top 26. And as they go through the 61, so that's 2nd place, yeah. And I think the 28, Brandon Matchell, I'm not sure if he's just not clocked up on 1 lap because he's a lap down, but he's not letting people pass. He's not getting blue flags.
No,
I
that
think
is true.
I think Brandon is actually our 2nd place driver. He was our 2nd place driver. I think he's now our 3rd place driver.
He did start in P7, so that would make sense that he's up near that end of the field.
Yeah, so I think he's just he's lost a lap of timing there. So I think the timing he will sort that out.
Yeah, because he was down near the bottom, then he jumped back up, and now he's dropped back down again. So yeah, I think more of a timing issue. I'm with you on that one. As there's 2 drivers round near the boot. Is that the 64 who's round?
I think that's the 54.
The 54
of Remy
is it?
Gilbert.
Yes. I didn't see who the driver was that was off on the grass who was rejoining. We'll see if anyone else starts to drop down the order.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see it.
Harrison Pugh is down 4. Possibly could have been him, but I don't want to stipulate over something that might be incorrect as we look back to nearer the front. There you go. There's the 54 of Remy. Got restarted, but has to come back in the pits. That steering column didn't look exactly straight, but that might have just been the cover over the top rather than the actual steering column itself.
Yeah, the NASA panel there, probably covering it up. But so keep an eye on it. Less than a minute to go then. And just say, you go down the inside there, Harry Torpy, and there's a kart in a barrier, and that goeth no further. It's the 68, was that, I think?
It definitely was, but I can't see that on the timing screen.
Yes, I can. It's Harrison Pugh. So Harrison Pugh goeth no further, and he's in the barriers there. That looked like the exit of Oblivion and Crook.
I think so, yeah.
So obviously a very fast part of the circuit, and very easy to get it wrong there. And it takes a lot of skill to get it through there, like perfectly. And these drivers do that each and every lap. But sometimes it's such a fine line of getting it perfect and getting it so wrong. And
yes.
It is a very tough corner. And unfortunately, that time around, Harrison Pugh came a cropper there and into the barrier. 10 seconds to go then. Ellingham leading by 1.8 seconds at the moment from Johnson Cool. The battle that you can see on circuit. Boucher also there in that group. You can see there the 58. But of course, Brandon Matchell, I think, is in that group. So, yeah, don't write out that 28, even though on the timing screens he's down in 27th. I believe he is right there in 3rd place. So we'll keep an eye on that one as they go through. But last lap board will be out this time around, and down the inside there goes Premium Karting's 18 Sam Shaw and gets that move done, moves up into P4 now. But yeah, I'm going to have to work that out. Yeah, I've got to do some maths to work that out because we're missing a driver in that top 4. Last lap board is out, and Ellingham, looking comfortable at the moment, has taken another 0.2 of a second out of Johnson Cool. That gap now up to 1.6 seconds as they go through. Stefan is back out on circuit, I believe. Well, no, he stayed out on. Yeah, I think it looks like he's coming to the pit, and so it looks like we've lost a couple of drivers in this one. And Sam Shaw, surely not, is diving down the inside there of the 28 of Brandon Matchell, moving now up into P3.
Yes.
So again, working that out. But eyes on Ellingham. The 99 takes the checkered flag. Johnson Cool crosses with second place from Sam Shaw. Zane Maloney crosses the line, apparently the 29 actually, so it might not be Brandon Matchell. Could be the 29 of Zane Maloney, because he crossed the line about the time of that gap. So we'll have to try and work that one out, and we'll get the revised results later on, so apologies if we were calling that wrong. Ellis Boucher crosses the line in fourth place from Miles Nathaniel James, Sam Heading, Harry Torpy, Vishal Patel, Alex Moody, Jordan Brown, Alex Johnson, Harvey Ryby, Kristen Brooks, Jamie Rogers, Finley Harrison, Tyler Reid, Benjamin Southgate, Daniel Hackett, Oliver Henwood, Vincent Buckingham, Thomas Reddy, Jake Yanakasawa, Hugo Gilbert, Mackenzie Stevens, Kian Gohill, Brandon Matchell, Drake Jansen and Harrison Pugh. Finishing in 28th place, Hugh Farrenhoe, Remy Gilbert, Zane Malone, Thomas Fleming, Ben McDowell and Stefan Bottan there. Finishing and rounding out the results. Nod of the head there from Ellingham. Nose cone watch, ladies and gentlemen, coming in. Good for the race leader, who didn't stop at the line. It's good for Sam Shaw. And is it good for Johnson Cool? It's good for Johnson Cool. So I think our top 3, 4 are all good, but I'm not actually sure what order they finished in, because I think we were missing one from that position. It's definitely the 28.
It was definitely the 28. It's
definitely the 28 that I can see there. So that's Brandon Matchell, but the 29, Zane Maloney, crossed the line with that top group.
He did,
and there was no back markers involved in that one. So potentially it could have been, might not have been.
There's the 29 just behind
the
Lando Norris kart. But yeah, we'll have to look at that one afterwards.
We'll figure that one out later on. Yeah, there we go. But nose cone watch looking comfortable at the moment. There you can see Darren Clark is the chief scrutineer today in his black puffer jacket, looking. I
didn't realise that the Lando Norris karts were self-driving as well. That's very impressive. Driving themselves down the pit lane.
Well, the small angry man you see who does the nose cone pedal, he does have a name. Oh, he's about to be angry at the 71.
Oh no.
Oh, Harvey Ryby. And you can understand. I mean, he's got quite a nice indent in the front there, and but he's got a smile on his face, which is the most important thing. You know,
that's good.
It's the one thing I think a lot of people forget is enjoy karting. Senior X30 is done. Senior Rotax is up next. We're going to have to blitz this grid as well, because they're already on circuit. Tommy Edmonds and Rory Burke on row 1, with Benjamin Ballou and Chris Bandry on row 2. Harry Gibson and Adam Durrant on row 3, with Lewis Wilde and Alfie Brooks rounding out row number 4. Sam Ward and Mick Banner on row 5. Kieran Janelli there on row 6, with Ronnie Mansfield. Harrison Crook and Sam Light on row 7, with Lorenzo Cordell and Jack Stedman on row 8. Harry East and Joshua Burton on row 9, with James Jackson and Sam Spinell on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Jack Davis and Tiger Dixon on row 11. Max Lee and Sam Hawthorne on row 12. Scott Smith and Samuel Cook on row 13. William Young and Archie Elliott on row 14, with Oliver Meadows, Alex Wannabe, Luke Collins, Thomas Lakauskas, and then Millie Hart and Tycho Simmons rounding out the grid. 17 rows into the final corner. We got it out just in time, because it looks like they're going this time as well.
Perfect timing again from you, mate. Very impressive. So impressed.
Lovely.
But yeah, they're nice and squeezed up, so it looks like we should be good to go for the first time. We are indeed. The lights are out and we're underway. Everyone making it through Oblivion just about as I say that. They then go 4 wide and start making lots of contact. So here we go. Lots of drivers holding the inside up to Christmas, but some going cheekily for the outside as well. That can be one way you can either lose it all or make a hell of a lot of positions, depending on where you end up placing the kart. But I think, I'm about to say they're all okay. The driver spins. We've got a couple of people going out onto the grass as well. Try and pick up who that was, as he has another little spin as he rejoins. But most drivers just about making it through. But again, as we've seen earlier in earlier races, as soon as that grass is touched, chaos ensues.
Yeah, and even if you do manage to get back onto the circuit, your tyres are cold, they're wet as well, and then you start slipping and sliding all over the place into the next corner. So, yeah, it can cause carnage all the way through there. But despite that, we have managed to finish lap 1. Rory Burke leads the way from Lewis Wild. Chris Bandry there, still there in 3rd place as well from Ben Ballew's dropped 2 places that last lap from Alfie Brooks, who's gained 3. Ronnie Mansfield up into 7th place. He's gained 6 places from Aaron Durrant, who's still there in 6th place. Tommy Edmonds and Sam Ward round out the top 9, with Harry East up 4 places, rounding out the top 10 out on circuit. The 99, I think that was, I was seeing. It could have been the 98 of Rory Burke, I'm not too sure. But it definitely looked like 2 9s. But knowing me, I'll probably get it very wrong.
I think you're right. That's definitely a 99.
That's definitely a 99, but I don't see a 99 on the timing. So once
again, it seems to be a recurring thing today, mate.
I think after the first round, they'll sort it out and they'll get it right. So I think that's possibly.
I think I saw the 98 ahead though, so I feel like it might be Lewis Wild.
Well, Lewis Wild's in a crop promotion.
Oh no, he's in 3rd now, isn't he?
Yeah, so he's in the 89 in 3rd place. So
maybe Alfie.
It's Harry Gibson.
It is. Look at that. We've got another timing issue.
There we go. So
okay.
He will
have to remember that as well.
He will come back up into 2nd place. So it's Rory Burke from Harry Gibson. Then it's Lewis Wild.
We can see his name on the back now. That's a bit more
confirmed.
Useful as there he goes for it.
Yep, down the inside. The Vision driver on that Cosmic Classic getting it done. But straight back comes Rory Burke and Lewis Wild comes through, and so does the 57 of Alfie Brooks around the outside there of Oblivion. That's a bold move as they goes through, but he's got the inside line for Crook and Fine Lady, and now goes defensive into Christmas, and a little bit of jostling there, and I don't know who's going to come out on top a little further back, but it looked very close, and I'm not sure if one of them went off the track. So Alfie Brooks on that last lap did set the fastest lap of the race. But here, you can see there, Rory Burke and Lewis Wild, the top 2, they did manage to stay in position, but they lost a lot of time there battling for that place. Down the inside there goes the 20 of Lorenzo Cordell. That looked like on Harrison Crook for 10th place, the 72 plate driver dropping backwards. As they all come through, line astern. Again, it's all calmed down a little. Calm down, dear, calm down. Now after that first lap, 3.5 minutes to go.
Here, there's a move for the lead. That's the 89 going up the inside. That's Lewis Wild up into the lead now, but I think we're going to take a look at a replay, try and get a better understanding of what happened earlier on in the race.
Yeah, so this is the race start again, just to see kind of what happened all the way throughout. Again, 4 wide as they're coming through. Fine Lady there up the hill. And again,
the leader just had no grip there. I think that was the 23, maybe? Tommy Edmonds, just no grip exiting the corner, and then held up a couple of drivers behind them, which then meant they got squirrely on exit, and it all just went a bit chaotic after that, didn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, with turn 1 here, you got Oblivion and Crook. Again, a very fast section of circuit. Now, on a cold set of tyres, you could probably take Oblivion flat out, but then as soon as you come into Crook and you try to turn, it will understeer straight off into the tyres if your tyres are cold. So you've got to be super careful on that.
Like a certain Super GT did.
The
famous corner now of that crash.
Exactly. Probably put a marker on Google Maps for it. But there we go. Lewis Wild, though, leading this race. I'm not surprised because he's been getting tuition from Caden McQueen this weekend.
And you did say that you think that he could be the wild card.
Yeah, he's a wild card out there.
That was your joke, not mine. I just want to give that up.
There we go. But he's got a nice shiny new race suit, has Lewis Wild, and he's putting it to good use here, leading this senior Rotax Heat 2 today.
The new race suit's definitely a couple of tenths.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But Rory Burke is not letting him go away. And you've got to remember, Alfie Brooks there, the 57, has closed right in on these 3. So, yes, okay, he's leading the way, but he's not pulling away at the moment. And Alfie Brooks has actually set the fastest lap of the race, 45.0. And Rory Burke retakes the lead. And so does Alfie Brooks dive down the inside. So, as we say it, Lewis Wild now back down into P3. And he's opened up the gap as Ronnie Mansfield comes through. Mansfield now up into P3, but Wild's not giving it up yet. He's going to go around the outside here in the boot. No, he's not. He's going to stay there because now he's under pressure from the 37 of Ben Ballou, who's coming through. Actually, no, sorry, that's Harry Gibson, the 99, coming through. Ben Ballou, you can just see just behind in the JMS car.
So what was that you were saying earlier about them being calm and staying line astern?
Oh, completely false. Completely false. Yeah. Senior
Look
Rotax.
at that. move for second place. That's 67 up the inside. That's
Yeah.
Ronnie Mansfield continuing to carve his way through the field. But this slight battling has allowed the leader. Is that still Alfie out in the lead to create a slight gap? Yeah, the 57 still leading out there.
Yeah, Alfie Brooks, Rory Burke now back down into third place. And back down the inside there, we're 89, Lewis Wild. Hold on to it, Lewis, hold on to it, because you've got Cordell right next to you as well. Cordell's gained up quite a few places now. And get fair move there, just down the inside, just like, just show a bit of the nose and just like, all right, okay, mate, I'm coming through. You had your chance. Now it's my turn.
A bit of gesticulating with the 89 there. There was a bit of a tap on the rear. I'm not going to lie on the move, but we'll let race control deal with that one. I don't think it was enough of a contact to have any problems with the front fairing, to be fair. But, there's the 150 in the pits. Kieran Yanali, being very frustrated.
Yeah.
Head in hands. Oh dear. But luckily, you've got more opportunities today to get back out on track and try again. Because that could be the frustrating thing with other championships and other things. You get maybe one opportunity, maybe two in the day, and then that's it. But today, they're getting lots of chances. As we see another move, that's the 20 up the inside. That's Lorenzo Cordal taking, is that fourth place?
I believe
it indeed,
was
yeah.
on Harry East, yeah. Well, it's probably fifth place because you have to remember
Of course, yeah. Keep
of
forgetting about Harry Gibson.
Yeah, I think he's up there still. Oh, and there's a car off the track.
69.
It's the 69 who's not facing the correct way anymore.
Tiger Dixon.
Was indeed, yeah.
Oh, his wheel was not very much attached on the front end anymore.
Yes.
Let's see the front right.
There we go,
Yeah.
broken track rod. Again, very commonplace for these karts to break if after contact, of course. It's
quite a finicky bit of the car.
Quite a fragile part of the kart, yeah, indeed. Last lap board will be out this time then to Alfie Brooks, who's got the close company still of Ronnie Mansfield. That gap is less than a second between those two drivers. That's third place and fourth place, you can see. Rory Burke and Harry Gibson battling away, and then there's a bit of a gap back to Lorenzo Cordell, Harry East, Ben Ballou. Say it's Ben Ballou. He's just dropped down fifth, 5, 6, 7 places. He's dropping down the order at quite a rate of knots is Ben Ballou, so possibly a driver involved in that coming together with the 69 out on circuit. So, oh, and there's someone straight
huge off.
Is that Rory Burke?
I think it might have been. It was someone in the 98.
Yeah, Rory Burke from third place, and
his
wheels come off apparently.
Wow.
So
it was a sudden snap, and then he was just off. There was nothing he could do about that.
Well, yeah, it's an unusual place for someone to go off on your own. So,
yes.
it must have been a mechanical issue. But Alfie Brooks here, the 57, on his own. Checker flag comes out. He takes the Heat 2 win for Senior Rotax from Ronnie Mansfield. Harry Gibson crosses the line in third place from Lorenzo Cordell. In fourth, Harry East, Tommy Edmonds, Samuel Hawthorne, Lewis Wild, Jack Stedman, Sam Ward, Oliver Meadows, Max Lee and Scott Smith cross the line absolutely nose to tail. Let's have a look at what happened then to the 98 with that wheel coming off. You can just see as they come through Inkermans now. Oh, yeah, pop, and off it goes. Well, there you go.
Did make it to the barrier.
See, that young lad had a bit of a brown trouser moment there and just think, I probably should get out of the way. But that just shows you how quick it can go wrong.
Luckily, the barrier is doing their job, keeping him inside the circuit.
Yeah, and there's a trolley to go and collect said carts.
He's got a bit of a walk.
Well, there's quite a few carts out there, I think, that need a collection, so there could be a bit of a delay between this one and the next one as they get those carts out on circuit. But Nose Cone Watch comes to town, and the small angry man gets into position. His name's Dave.
Yeah.
Lovely chap is Dave. Oh, dear. Oh, no, he's good. Oh, it's good. Oh, a heart-in-mouth moment. He told him to stop, and I thought that was a nose cone. I thought that was a nose cone for Alfie Brooks there, but it wasn't. Remain calm. It's fine. Ronnie Mansfield is good, and the 99 of Harry Gibson is also good. Yeah, they had a cheeky check from that one.
He knows we're watching. He's playing it up for the camera, obviously.
Exactly that. Lorenzo Cordell comes through. He's good. 26, Harry East comes through. Thumbs up. The 70 of Sam Hawthorne, who got a nose cone penalty yesterday, has not got one today. So that's good. He finished second yesterday and got a 5-second time penalty, so he dropped down the order. So that was a nightmare. But yes, all good in the hood for that one. That was race 14 of the weekend. Race 15 is coming up next. It's time to go back to the Honda Cadets. They'll be on the track next. So then Honda Cadet Heat 3 will be taking to the circuit in just a moment. Andrew Dixon and Finlay Lines will round out row number 1 from Charlie Wolfett and Rocco Shenton on row 2. Emerson McAndrew-Urin on row 3 with Cole Denham alongside Charlie King and Bella Fairclough on row 4. Max Endicott and Levi McCarty on row 5. Alexander Kowajikov and Jacob Batchelor on row 6 with Sergio Wirtz and Oliver Majewski on row 7. Sergio involved in that red flag earlier on today. Riley Till and Sebastian Tizeo on row 8 with Leanna on and Bella Brown on row 9. Callum Wilson and Zach Champney round out the top 20 on row 10. Charlie Kitely and Hugo Majewski on row 11 with Oliver Spencer and Harry Frail on row 12. Oliver Meek and Ethan Griffiths on row 13 with Alice Fairclough and Thomas Butcher on row 14. Kieran Stewart and Riola Carter on row 15 with Joshua Griffin and Stanley Donaldson on row 16. Sebastian Clark and Mason Brook rounds out the grid on row 17 in 33rd and 34th place. Recap of the race results then from heat number 2. That was out earlier on today. Get those results up on my screen. You would think one would remember, but one doesn't. Jarrett Clark took the race win from that one, from Rocco Shenton and Mine Patel. Of course, the red flag came out at the start. That's where we saw, who was it? It was Sergio Wirtz, wasn't it, in the 57, yes, who was the driver involved in that red flag. Hopefully he's out there, and that kart is all working, and he's going to give it another bash out circuit.
I can see him there on our timing.
Excellent. So he clocked up when he left the pit lane, so he's out there on circuit. The rush of the drivers and the mechanics and dads getting themselves ready and lined up. And heat number 3 for Honda Cadet will be taking to the circuit in just a moment's time. Final checks taking place. We'll see Max Cuthbert took the race win in heat 1 from Noah Byron and Oliver Majewski. Bit of a chatting happening there. Everything all good? Yeah. All good? Yeah. Make sure you're fine. There you go. All good, making sure he's in the spot.
Final pre-fight checks.
Yep, pre-fight checks, and you can see there Ryan Manchester running to the front, and he's going to get this race started.
And no need to wait for them to bunch up because they're already on the grid, which is nice.
They're already on the grid. There's no chance of a false start, but a chance of a jump start in this one in Honda Cadet. At the lights. Lights are out. We're off and racing in towards turn 1. Good start from the front row, and drivers already going very defensive. Rocco Shenton holding on to 3rd place as the 33 of McAndrew-Urin dives down into 4th place and has got the run and moving up into 3rd now as they come through. As they go up the hill now, it's Rocco Shenton, sorry, who's gone up into 2nd place. Finlay Lines, though, the 94, looking like he's held on to that race lead and is pulling away at the front. Good start for the Honda Cadets once again as they go through Christmas Corner. Round increments, then down into the Ashby hairpin. Again, a very heavy braking zone here at Ashby with lots of runoff, lots of tempting runoff as well, but it is very easy to go out a little bit too wide. Here, 3 wide through Wilkins. That's bold as they get through. That was the drivers a little further back. That's Cole Denham, Bella Fairclough and Max Endicott, I think, who are getting involved in that 3 wideness as they go through into the final section of the track. And it looks like it's been a good start from the top group of drivers. Drivers breaking away already. Rocco Shenton leads from Finlay Lines. Ben Fairclough up into 3rd place. Cole Denham into 4th. Charlie Wolfett from Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Andrew Dixon, Max Endicott, Alexander Kowajikov and Oliver Majewski rounding out the top 10 at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, already some gaps forming at different sections of the field in this one. Obviously, these guys having a lot of impact by slipstream with the slightly slower karts. And you've got to remember this runoff that we can see on your screen now, just as you exit Ashby as well, that you were speaking about. It can be one that drags you in, but then it also just suddenly ends and becomes grass. So if you get hung out to dry there by another driver, that could mean you're going rally racing off on your slick tyres, which is never something that you want to do. As I was saying earlier, with these needing lots of slipstream, it's slow for them to get up onto pace. So if you do get squeezed off and you're out on the grass, you're going to lose quite a number of positions because that's just how these karts and the racing of these karts works. It was there you can see down nearer the back end of the field. The pack is absolutely huge. I think there's about 10 or 15 drivers there all together. But as we look back to the front, you can see the 5 drivers. We've got another driver off wide exiting the Oblivion and Crook down near Fine Lady. That's maybe the 5th or 6th driver we've seen do that today. As we can also see the marshals repairing the barrier from an earlier crash in our last race. But all happening, and it was the all-black kart here that went off. And let's see if we can pick out what number that was. He's gone off our screen currently. But yeah, he had a large off exiting the first corner there, but has rejoined and is okay. There is a yellow flag up at Ashby there, a spinner clearly. So I think we're going to see a move here. The number 10. That's Cole Denham, I think possibly just holding on to second place. It was indeed, as he gives the universal sign for, come on, mate, don't fight me. We've got to catch up with Finley Lyons in the lead, or he is just going to pull away from us. But an interesting couple of laps.
A very interesting couple of laps, yeah. Cole Denham, though, like you say, leading the way. Or is he leading the way? Because that still looked to me like... someone who was a name, Rocco Shenton, was leading the way. We'll find out.
Yeah, he's dropped down to near the back of the pack again, so maybe another timing issue, or maybe has had a problem.
I think potentially a transponder that's not participating.
Yes.
Yeah, so...
oh, that was a big spin down at Ashby. We've just cut away from it. There's 2 drivers off the 19 and 93, I think it was.
Well, the 19's Rio Licata.
I think it was 93, but I could be wrong on that one. Well, yeah, it was definitely the 19, so Rio dropping a couple of places, just a couple of drivers coming together there. An easy corner for that to happen in the downhill braking zone.
Yeah, I believe it is still Rocco Shenton who is leading the way.
Yeah, it does look like it.
Yeah, he is there still in the 86. There it is, confirmed. So Cole Denham still in second place.
Gotcha.
There we go. Had to double check that one because I thought I saw it in the back of shot there. But how much longer is he going to be in the lead? Because Cole Denham has really closed in now. It was right on the back of Rocco Shenton as they go through. Rocco, a very quick driver, especially around this circuit as well. And he's pushing his kart to the limit there. A little bit wide on the exit of Oisiers. That's allowed Denham to really close up. Is he going to look for a move here? No, he's not. Denham backs out of that quite a way. And is he going to try and get the run here on the start-finish line for a potential move down the inside of Oblivion? Let's find out as they go through over the bumpy exit curve there. You don't want to go on that too much because those things will, well, they'll shatter your braces, they will, those curves. You definitely want to stay off those. Good run here, though. Shenton not going overly defensive. Looks over the shoulder and sees 2 of them. He sees 2 synergy karts, line astern, Denham and Lines, who are absolutely line astern there. But these 3 are clear from the main pack. That's Charlie Wolfett, Bella Fairclough as well, who are there in 4th and 5th place at the moment. This is the top 3 on track, though. Shenton still leading, though, from Denham and Lines as they go through again, line astern.
Yeah, as you say, still doing the smart thing of staying line astern because, as we say, 2 minutes or a minute 45 is still a long time. As just as I say that, they break their line astern and there's a move for the lead. That's the number 10 of Cole Denham up into the lead. And the move was done nicely there and no contact made, not too much time lost, and that's been that they've been able to keep that gap back to the 4th and 5th place. Actually, quite luckily for them, there seems to be quite a few gaps just behind them before we get to any sort of large pack. So even if they do begin fighting in this final minute and 20 seconds, they are likely to keep themselves as the top 3.
Yeah, I suspect so. I mean, you see them out there, and it was a bit confussed about the move as well because the hand signals from Denham there was kind of like saying just go, and then he went down the inside, and then it was I think maybe it was a sign just saying I'm going to go down the inside.
Yeah, he was just letting them know.
And he did. Yeah, it was very handy. You should do that in all sports. Just I'm just going to go down the inside now. Okay, don't turn in on me. There we go. Oh, Shenton. Oh, bit of sticker swapping going on there. He tried to go back down the inside at the boot. That's
a change for second.
Yeah, lost him a place now. Finley Lyons moves up into second place. So now, but again, they've not lost much time there. They've stayed in, a nice group of 3. They've not gone anything, but very wide there was Finley Lyons. That's going to give Rocco Shenton a run into Christmas corner. Down the inside goes Shenton. gets that move done, and now that's allowing Denham to kind of break away slightly here, because that gap's opened up a little bit now. Only a schmickle, but he's opened up that gap as the stickers on the front of Rocco Shenton's cars wave wildly in the wind. A little further back though, Charlie Wolfett, Bella Fairclough still battling away. Max Endicott, Oliver Majewski still there in 6th place, and Zach Champney. Highest novice driver, Joshua Griffin, currently into P14 at the moment, just in front of Harry Frail, who's just received a warning flag for his troubles. Mason Brooks, the 48, is the 2nd fastest novice driver, currently in 22nd place from Stanley Donaldson, who's in 30th place, and number 25. Alexander Kowajikov, apparently on our screens, has just crossed the line. He's lost 21 places, but I think he's going back in the order now. Sebastian Clark, I don't think is out on circuit, the number 15, the 34th place Kart, which is a shame.
And Rocco Shenton and Finley Lyons have been battling just slightly, but just allowed the number 10 of Cole to gap them by maybe only a couple of tenths. But that's been enough to stop any sort of attack for that first position. And it looks like, hopefully not commentators curse him, that he is going to hold on to this through this final section of the circuit.
Because we are on the last lap, indeed.
We are indeed. That's gone past very fast.
Yeah, indeed. Blink and you'd have missed it. Cole Denham then, out of the final corner, is going to take the checker flag in heat number 3 for Honda Cadets. Then it will be Finley, Rocco Shenton then. Finley Lyons the top 3. Charlie Wolfett in 4th from Bella Fairclough. Max Endicott, Oliver Majewski, Zach Champney, Charlie Kitely, Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Then it's Sebastian Tuzeo. Then this nice little scrap here. This is Charlie King, Harry Frail and Ethan Griffiths crossing the line in that order. Callum Wilson, Andrew Dixon, Sergio Wurz. Good recovery drive there from Sergio Wurz after his red flag incident in the 2nd heat at the beginning of the day. Good to see him back out on track and putting in some good times in as well. Rio Licata in 21st place, of course, from Mason Brooks, Oliver Spencer, Kieran Stewart, Alice Fairclough, Bella Brown, Jacob Batchelor, Thomas Butcher, Leo Annett, Hugo Majewski, Stanley Donaldson, Alexander Kowajikov, Oliver Meek, and Sebastian Clark. Nose cone watch comes in. It's all good for Cole Denham. Ooh. It's all good for Rocco Shenton. There we go. Had to double check that one. And it's all good for Finley Lyons. So your top 3 go through, and the rest of the cuts will come through. Keep an eye on it, because I'm going to be writing some gubbins down in my book. Okay, mate. I'll keep watching. Don't worry. Well, you would call him a short. Oh, the 61. Oh, no. Head in hands. Can't believe it. Get a penalty. This is the 61. That's Zach Champney. But you were saying he was a short, angry man. He's got a big smile on his face, mate. So he's loving life. He's loving life because that's what we're calling him. Oh, dear. Another one. Head back. That's the 64. That's Charlie Kitely also getting a penalty. And the 33, maybe? He's having a little chat with him. No, he gives him the thumbs up overall. Fist in the air for that driver. He was loving life. Very happy with his performance. That was an interesting. I don't know what was on top of the helmet. It looked like a Kentucky Fried Chicken. But let's move on to our next race, which is the IAME Cadets. Indeed, yes, IAME Cadet making their way out onto track. Levi McGrath and Jack McLaughlin rounding out row number 1 with George Edgar and Ethan Weldon on row 2. Jensen Graham and Jack Poole on row 3 with Kanish Grau and Finley Hines on row number 4. Vincent Ackerman and Jensen Jones on row 5 with Max Mason and Blair Smith on row 6. Ethan Woodward and Enzo Butterazzi on row 7. Lewis Islin and Jesse Phillips on row 8 with Sky Parker and Leif Khan on row 9. Ashton Bowen and Harley Musk on row 10. Henry Clark and Teddy Porter on row 11. Jacob Ashcroft and Tyg Butley on row 12 with Milan Tomlinson and Kip Bolowski on row 13. Kazra Kamiab and Aaron Nair on row 14 with Simeon Stone and Edward Hines on row 15. Austin Newstead and Austin Gibbon on row 16 with Jacob Narin and Harvey Bacon rounding out the 17 rows. 34 karts in total. And it's a false start once again, because again they're pushing those karts to the ragged edge. They are indeed. Yeah, quite a few drivers
lagging behind there on that one, so definitely best to go around again. It's only fair on everyone, because obviously that pace is decided on by the guys at the front, so not really fair if they're able to just decide that they want to have a 20-second head start. So hopefully we'll see if they can do it for the second time of asking in heat number 3 for the IAME Cadets. Obviously their second heat of today. And do they have a fourth one?
They do not, no. There are only 3 heats in this one.
So this is their last heat before we move on to their finals.
Will be indeed. Recap of the results from race 1. Jesse Phillips took the race win from George Edgar. Ethan Woodward took the 3rd place spot. Jacob Ashcroft finished 4th with the fastest lap of the race, 52.83. Can that be beaten this time around? Let's find out.
Let's have a look as they come into the final corner. Is it second time the charm? We've got the 71 pulling off before they even get to the first corner, but they are underway. Everyone keeping it relatively respectful, as there's been some good traction there on the inside as they move up into second place. I'm going to try and pick out who that was. Moving up the order, we got a driver on the grass, just manages to keep it together. Luckily, we were saying earlier, as soon as you get on the grass, that's it. But that driver proving us wrong, managing to keep it all together. As there's, a driver spinning off. That's the 51 going backwards.
Oh, dear.
Was there another big crash? I missed that. Oh, yeah, lots of drivers off. My goodness. Down at Ashby. Few drivers off. I can pick out the 24 easily, but that's about it. That's Jensen Jones. But yellow flag down on that section of the track is definitely necessary as the drivers try and recuperate their losses.
Yeah, understandably. Furiously
DIY there.
Get the kart fired back up again. Who is that? Oh, just disappeared before I saw the number. Well, we'll find out when they cross the line of who drops down the order. Levi McGrath is dropping down the order. Jensen Ackerman's dropping down the order. Jensen Jones is dropping down the order. Ethan Woodward is dropping down the order. Jack Poole is dropping down the order. Ashton Brown is dropping down the order. So they're probably the 4 drivers that were involved there. So, Kip Bolofsky in the number 9 leads the way.
Look at this already. The top 3 have already edged a huge gap of about almost 2 seconds there, back to 4th place.
Have indeed. And another spinner in the background there. But it's a Fusion 1-2-3 at the moment as George Edgar retakes the lead. Vincent Graham follows through as well. Bolofsky now down into 3rd. Now, you would think at this point these 3 drivers would work together all the way to the end of the race and get going. But you've got to remember, probably not.
They are racing drivers. They do want to win.
Exactly. There we go. We'll see what they do as they go through. Then line astern then for these 3 drivers as they go through again, keeping it all in check up the hill, cleared by 2 seconds then from the next driver, which is Kanishka Rao. Jack McLaughlin, Finley Hines as well, or Hines I should say, the 45 of Blair Smith getting past Finley Hines now. Moving in behind Jack McLaughlin. Those 3 also having a good little scrap. But again, they don't want to be scrapping right now because they want to try and close up to those top 3. If those top 3, honestly, if they go line astern and they don't overtake at all, they will disappear. Yes. They will disappear because they will do that. The train was grass tracking then. Goes Finley Hines.
Interesting line, that one.
Exit out of Voi's ears. Gets it back on track though and holds on to it. Field behind, also closing in. Blair Smith, Jacob Ashcroft.
Had a change to the front 3 as well. Kit Bolofsky now taking the lead and Jensen Graham. And we've got George Edgar falling down the order very quickly. Now, I don't know if that's a timing glitch or if he has come off the track. He's dropped down to P20 so far, but still hasn't come across the line. So let's see if we can have a look back to the front at some point and check whether it has dropped down to 2 of those drivers or if there's still 3 and we've got a timing error.
Well, we'll find out when the camera's cut to it, but at the time being, we're looking a little further back there because it's a huge battle.
All the way back from 3rd. Just continues, doesn't it?
I think it's around from 3rd all the way to about
We've still
15th.
got all 3 of them.
Yeah.
So definitely a timing issue there for the O-plate of George Edgar. Because he is definitely still in the lead.
He is indeed, and they're actually pulling away from Jensen Graham. Graham, despite the fact that he is still within touching distance of those 2, he is going through quite nicely. Here's a replay then of what happened earlier on in the race. This is I think, a moment there from the number 8 of Jacob Ashcroft as he goes down the inside.
Here we go. Here's the replay.
Ah, yes. off the track, and you just
see, my goodness!
Yeah, that was the ping.
He was looking at the sky for a good second there.
Yeah, he was indeed, and lands back down. I suppose he's got a sore backside after that.
Yeah, no suspension on these, so that would have hurt.
No, well, suspension's kind of in the chassis, but yeah, there's no springs.
There's no springs. That's what I mean. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very uncomfortable ride, I suspect. Top three then still there, breaking away, but it's had a bit of a switcheroo now. Kit Bolofsky leading the way from George Edgar and then Jensen Graham. That's allowed Jensen Graham to close back in.
Indeed.
But those top three, they're now clearing away. They're now clear by 4.5 seconds. This is what I mean. If you get three drivers who really do work together, they can just leave the rest of the pack, and this is good practice for them for other championships. Of course, a lot of these drivers will be racing in the British Championships, and we see it a lot in that one. There's one driver going very wide there, and that's not the normal racing line through Inkerman. Who was that looked like 61? Probably Jack McLaughlin, who'd gone wide there. There is.
I think so. Managing to hold it together though. Fair play.
Oh yeah, gets it back on. Just think, just keep your foot pinned. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's back on track. All good. Jacob Ashcroft currently 4th place, and Blair Smith for company just behind. 90 seconds left on the road. Let's have a look at the novices out there, because leading the novices is the 74 Austin Newstead, your Bambino Championship for the British Kart Championship last year. Won every single final in the season. Didn't lose one. Well, it was very close to the PFI one, to a point where they were absolutely side by side, and the timing actually said that someone else took it, but it updated because he was actually in front. But yeah, it was very, very close. But Austin Newstead leading this one and is doing an excellent job in IAME Cadet. Austin Gibson Gibson, sorry, I should say, 18th place in the 52. Edward Haynes, the 43, currently in 21st place. Jacob Naran and Simeon Stone in 23rd and 24th. They're having a good little battle between each other. And then Aaron Nair in 29th place in that 14 kart. There is the 74, Austin Newstead, on your screens. Is that an Oliver Rowland Motorsport livery? It is indeed. So he's running with the ORM crew, because, of course, in the Bambinos, you are all privateers.
Okay.
In teams in Bambinos. There can't be in a team for Bambinos. So, yeah, this is his first team drive team. So, obviously, a different experience. Obviously, being in a tent, you've got the mechanics, you've got the the bosses there and everything, and you've got the other drivers, of course. You've got the other drivers, to give you tips and help you out and work together with. So it's a totally different experience going from a privateer into a team, because, there are a lot of differences you've got to get used to. But at the moment, these three drivers, who are all in a team together, are working well. I suspect when this last lap board comes out, though, ring that dinner bell, because it's about to go, it's going to get shaken up, I suspect. Out of the final corner then, last lap board comes out for Kit Bolofsky. George Edgar now down into P3 as Jensen Graham goes through into 2nd place. Let's see what happens. You can see a good look over the shoulder there from Bolofsky. Graham goes through. Rule 1 is don't hit your teammate, and George Edgar comes through now. So from 3rd to 1st, George Edgar in one corner gets those 2 places, all because of a little bit of contact between these two. They get going again. They've lost a bit of time, but they're still there, still running. But George Edgar now leading this race. Where did he finish earlier on? He finished 2nd in Heat 2 earlier on. Didn't have a podium in Heat 1. So this will be 2 podiums this weekend. And out of the final corner, he's going to see this time the O-plate with a victory. Checker flag comes out. George Edgar, takes it from Kit Bolofsky. Jensen Graham crosses the line in 3rd place. Jacob Ashcroft crosses in 4th place from Jesse Phillips, Blair Smith. More battles going on here, because the rest of the field slossing through as well. You can see that Austin Newstead just going through. This is the 61 of Henry Clark in the 82, and Jack McLaughlin and Austin Gibson, in the 52. I keep saying that wrong. He's not a Gibbon. He's called Austin Gibson. There we go. I'll get it. Sorry, Austin. I'm sure your parents will hate me for that one as well. Levi McGrath, Enzo Butzarazzi crosses in 19th place. Edward Haynes in 20th. Jensen Ackerman crosses the line in 23rd. Kanish Rao in 22nd place, with Ashton Brown in 23rd. Milan Tomlinson in 24th place, with Ethan Woodward, Simeon Stone, Jacob Naran, George Edgar, who finished 1st. Of course, he's with the timing issue. Aaron Nayar, nose cone time. George Edgar's good. Kip Bolofsky is good. It's a very unorthodox way of getting out the kart. And Jensen Graham is good. So your top
All
three,
good,
despite the contact that they had on that last lap, is all good. Ashcroft there getting through as well. Well, it would have been fine if that had happened there, because he's already past the short angry man. So there we go. Keep an eye on those karts coming through as I update my book.
Yes, I will continue looking. Obviously, George Edgar, very happy with that one. They made his job very easy, just coming together themselves and allowing him to just easily take the win of that one. But we're already going to move on to our next race.
Yes, indeed. Minimax Heat 3 is about to take to the circuit. And again, they had an excellent race earlier on today. Also, Callum Sims will start on that front row, though. He'll have Michael Dalton for company in the 44. Adam Hill and Tom Ingram Hill also alongside. You've got Mikey Walker and Woody Radford on row number 3. Freddie Housley and Emily Cooper on row 4, with Noah McNicholas and Zach Green on row 5. Noah Wolf and Harrison Whitcomb on row 6, with Nathan Traverse and Finn Leslie on row number 7. Josh Salvadori and Lucy Wilden on row 8, with Riven Welsh and Jonas Klimas on row 9. Casper Tomalowski and Hugh Moulton on row 10, with Ben Simpson and William Murphy on row 11. Joshua Turnbull and David Whisker on row 12, with Matas Miazanskas on row 13, with Gregor Reed alongside. Joshua Bagumbe and Leon Barlow on 14th row. Donald Stratton and Gabriel Cullin on row 15, and Luca Brooks all in zone in 31st place, in the 16th row.
Another grid of lots and lots of drivers as we see them exit the pits. Hopefully none of them having a spinala out of the pits. That's something you never want to do. Very, very embarrassing. Luckily never done that myself, but you never know. I've got another full year of racing this year to attempt to do it.
I did it once in a corporate car. How bad is that?
That's pretty bad, mate.
Yeah.
Those things weigh about a ton.
Yeah, but
you're just that talented. You were able to still do it.
I can spin a car. I haven't actually got finalised results yet for Heat 2.
Oh dear. Just feel saying that apparently someone's spun in the background.
Oh, there you go, commentator's curse.
Yeah, clearly.
At its finest. There you go. Well, no results yet, finalised results from Minimax Heat 2, which is a shame. But I can tell you from Heat 1 yesterday, Finn Leslie, Noah Wolf, Joshua Graham were your top 3. As we wait for the results, something tells me they'll be going round again, because the top 4 came across the line, well, a good couple of seconds, 3 seconds to be precise, in front of everyone else. So, yeah, definitely a false start. I think these drivers want to warm their tyres up a little bit more.
Yep, well, they get another lap to do that, don't they? So, going round again, yeah, there's still some pretty big gaps out there. So hopefully they can squeeze up a little bit more, and we can get underway with the second time of asking.
Now again, ladies and gentlemen, who you are watching at home, please do keep getting your comment comes in. If it helps, Short Angry Man is known as Dave, the Short Angry Man. Thank you, Charlie Ellis Motorsport. I do know his name is Dave, but I don't let him be known as Dave.
No.
To me, he's the Short Angry Man. Let's see, it comes through. His hand actions when people don't stop when they're supposed to stop are fantastic. I think rude, but yeah, it's just, yeah, he likes to get his point across that you're supposed to stop at the line for me to check your nose cone. You know, when people don't stop at the line, it's because they know that they've got a nose cone and they don't want to be spotted, but they're going to be spotted.
They really are.
There we go.
Here we go.
Come round the final corner, looking good, into the tram lines, green flags out, we're off and racing. Good start from Dalton and Walker. They hold on to that one. Ingram Hill, you can just see him there in 3rd place. Zach Green just behind as well from Freddie Housley. As they go up, a good breakaway from Dalton and Walker as Walker dives down the inside, gets that job done and moves up into the race lead. Someone very slow off the line because they're right back down the order. Possibly Luca Brooks in the 75. 6.5 minutes to go then, down into the Ashby hairpin. Everyone getting through, and they all get through the exit as well. Good start then so far for Mini X30. Let's say Mini X30, it's Mini Max There we go. Get it wrong. That was blasphemous. That was.
Slap on the wrist.
This is Rotax as they go through. 6 minutes on that timer, and chopping and changing still at the front because Zach Green's managed to close in. Tom Ingram Hill's dropped back quite a bit. He's dropped back into about 6th place by the looks of it. So as they cross the line, Walker leading from Dalton. Green, Wolf, Housley, Lindsley, Ingram Hill, Traverse, Whittingham, Salvadori, the top 10. Wolf, of course, last year in IAME Cadet and Honda Cadet racing. Very close in the championship. I don't think he won either of the championships, but he was very quick and won a lot of the races. He was the Kart Masters double champion.
Okay.
Last year, he won the GP plate in both Honda Cadet and IAME Cadet, so a very quick driver. Wow. This is his first year in Minimax, and across the grass and over a bump with a saw behind now goes Mikey Walker, and he's going to have to get through. Here comes Noah Wolf coming thick into the action here, running with the Synergy team this weekend. Zach Green looking like he's taken the lead now after that coming together between Dalton and Walker. Across the line it is Zach Green from Wolf, Housley now into 3rd. Dalton down into 4th, Mikey Walker down into 5th.
Well, I was just going to add to what you were saying previously. To be at the top or near the sharp end of a grid is pretty impressive. To be up near the sharp end of 2 different grids with different karts is insanely impressive. Because I can't imagine having that level of skill. I've tried my best. It's not quite for me, clearly. But these drivers all being very impressive. And the number 53 of Zach Green now creating a slight gap out in the lead, managing to get maybe about, what's that, about half a second onto on Noah Wolf. And then these three behind in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Right nose to tail, even after the slight incidents that occurred earlier on in this lap. As there's more people off, that's the 57 I can see trying to rejoin the track, and the 30. So the 57, can you spot that? I'm pretty sure it was 57, but I can't see it.
It could have been Tom Ingram Hill and the 27.
Could have been Tom Ingram Hill. He still was off the track when I looked, though. Maybe it was the 87 of Ribbon Welsh. As the 69's also stopped on track, that's Harrison Whitacombe.
Yeah, one of the Argenti drivers, and that kart has stopped.
A couple of drivers having difficulty on that lap.
Indeed. So fastest lap of the race has gone to Zach Green in the 53, leading the way. And this race still is quite spread out now at the front. We'll see what Noah Wolf can do, because he's got the very close company of Freddie Housley, but it just seems he's struggling a little bit on pace. Not by much. You know, his fastest time, 48.6 compared to the 48.7 from Zach Green across the line that time around. So he's losing a little bit of time, but it's not that much. He's got Freddie Housley for company just behind him as well there. Michael Dalton, the 44, also pushing in. So 3.5 minutes to go. Look at the novice drivers out there. Luca Brooks leading the Minimax class at the moment in novice, the 75, currently in 15th place. He's got Leon Barlow for company in the 42 and 16th place. They're having a nice battle out on circuit. Donald Stratton is in 19th place in the 86 from Gabriel Cullen in the 58, currently in 24th place. Those 4 drivers in and amongst the drivers out there, the non-novice drivers. 2.5 minutes to go. Gap now to the race lead, just under a second now between Zach Green and Noah Wolf. And no lunges so far. I think these drivers, again, just working together because they don't want to battle. There's still plenty of time for these drivers to actually close that gap. There's just they need to find a little bit of extra waft in those karts somewhere. They
do, yeah, and you can see why these kind of gaps are slightly starting to open up and not really closing, because if you go, if you at home can also go on and look at live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to see the live updates on the timing here today, and then you can see, if you do look at that, how close the lap times are throughout the field. A lot of drivers in the low to mid to high 48s, and then also a couple in the 49s as well throughout the top 10 and also into the top 20 as well. So people super close, but as you say, needed to find that just little extra bit of waft to get them up and through and siding through the field.
Yeah, indeed, as they go through. So, rundown then of the order. Zach Green leading by 1 second now from Noah Wolf, Freddie Housley, Michael Dalton, Finn Leslie, Mikey Walker in 6th place, William Murphy, Hugh Moulton, Nathan Traverse, and then it is Joshua Turnbull, Josh Salvadori in the top 11 spots. Woody Radford in 12th place from Tom Ingram Hill. Luca Brooks in 14th. Noah McNicholas in 15th place. David Woskett in 16th place. Jonas Klimas in 17th place from Liam Barlow. Kasper Tomolowski, Gregor Reed in the top 20. Matas Miazanskas in 21st place. Donald Stratton in 22nd place. Gabriel Culling in 23rd. Lucy Wilden in 24th place from Riven Welsh. Harrison Whitcomb, who's had to come into the pits, and Ben Simpson also with a retirement has come into the pits. They are 5 laps down. Although I think Ben Simpson has just come back out onto the circuit because he's just come out the pit lane. As I go through, less than a minute to go then. Eyes on screen at the moment, this battle here between Michael Dalton and Finn Leslie. That is for 4th place on circuit. They're having a good scrap. There's a little bit of contact as well as Leslie tries to go down the inside, does successfully go down the inside in the expense of Michael Dalton. So gets that move done and moves up into P4. But he's got a lot of real estate between himself and the next couple of drivers, which is Noah Wolf and Freddie Housley. Here's a little look further back. This is the 58 of Gabriel Cullen. He's got the company of the 87 of Riven Welsh. I think they've just got past Lucy Wilden. You can just see there, Lucy there with the very vibrant pink helmet out on circuit. You can see her from a mile away coming. But last lap board coming out this time. Zach Green still comfortably leading by 1.2 seconds.
He's doing a great job out front. Someone else I want to highlight is Joshua Turnbull in 10th. He's getting a lot of love in our YouTube live chat, and he's had a great race so far. Started in 23rd, up into 10th already, and has got one more lap to see if he can get even more positions. As here we go on to the final lap of the race. As we look currently at the battle, 83 leading this battle. That is indeed Joshua Turnbull, who we were just talking about, up into 9th place now. So into the top 10 he goes. There is a slight little gap up to 8th position for him. We'll see whether he can hunt them down. Leading another pack of about 3 guys behind, as the 110 might look for it down into Ashby. Not going to happen. Decides to think better of it and stay behind for now. But as I think Zach Green, the leader, is probably, there we are, going to be coming close to the line now as he enters the boot, the final section of the track. And what's a race from him?
Yep. Cracking race. No drama. No sweat. Out of the final corner. Thank you very much, says Zach Green. Takes checker flag from Noah Wolf. Freddie Housley, Finn Leslie and Michael Dalton cross the line 4th and 5th place from William Murphy. Hugh Moulton, Nathan Traverse, then Joshua Turnbull, Josh Salvadori, and Mikey Walker, Woody Radford, Tom Ingram Hill, Luca Brook, David Wisco there in 15th place, Jonas Klimas, then it was Kasper Tomolowski, Noah McNicholas and Gregor Reed with a close battle. Matas Miazanskas crosses the line in 20th place, just got past Leon Barlow for that position. He drops down into 21st place from Riven Welsh, Gabriel Cullen, Lucy Wilden, Donald Stratton, and of course Ben Simpson and Harrison Whitcomb did not come out on the circuit. The race is over, nose cone watch begins, they sit down, and the angry little man is not there. Nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Come on, Dave. Sort it out. Dave, where are you, lad? There you are. It's all good there from Zach Green. Yeah, Zach, you're all good. Go through. No, Wolf comes through.
He's just having his moment in the spotlight. Staying there.
No, Wolf is good. Freddie Housley is all good. Your top 3 are good. Well, that's the end of Minimax Heat 3. Junior Max Heat 3 is coming up next. So, Junior Max Heat 3. Whilton Mills about to take to the circuit. Ewan Charman, the 42. Starting on pole position. What can he do from there? Ewan Thomas as well, starting on that front row. Neo Clark and George Donald on row 2. Ben Rosier and Bobby Rosier, I should say, and Oliver Kerr. George Allen and Ethan Lomax on row number 4. Jessica White and Sam Baker on row 5. Freddie Ingram and Reese Lomax on row number 6. Alfie Richards and Jack Spencer on row 7 with Oliver Sander and Holly Mail on row 8. Aaron Full and Jai Lawrence on row 9 with Ben Folland and Cruz Speakman rounding up the top 20 on row 10. Mac McFarquhar and Josh Camp on row 11 with Charlie Hart and Reg Hayward. on row 12. Finally, Reg Hayward is in junior Rotax. He's been in Minimax for ages. He had to take all the stickers off his kart to save weight, and he had a carbon fibre tray as well to try and save weight on that kart. Harrison Morrow and Corey Fowler on row 13. Alfie Bray and Deacon Russell on row 14, Daniel Sabula and George Spilsbury on row 15, Christopher Harris and Archie Buttle on row 16, and on his own, William Pebble on row 17 in 33rd place. To reiterate on Reg Hayward. So Reg Hayward was a driver who was not old enough to go in, as there's an unintentional rotation. It's the 37. It's a Thule Motorsport car. Who's that? 37?
Jessica White is, I believe.
Jessica White?
Seems like it.
37 would be Jessica White. Yeah, that's a nightmare. Yeah, Reg Hayward, he was a tall driver, but he wasn't old enough for junior.
Right.
So, yeah, he had to hold into place. Jessica scrambles
She's
to get back into place.
Into position.
It is green flag. We're off
good.
and racing. And Ewan Charman gets a good jump there. Neo Clark holding in second place. I say he's got a good jump. Oh, and someone round there. It's Mail. There, the 23. Yeah, Holly there going around at the start of that race. Not the best start that you want, but it means it's a nice clear bit of track. You can just get your head down and close up now, and it's probably a nicer start to the race, to be honest, instead of all this. So Charman, with a good lead, has already managed to get the jump on Neo Clark and Ewan Thomas.
The 48 at the back end properly out through there. As was that the 63, 83 possibly?
I think it was the 83, possibly of Alfie Richards, but we'll find out.
We'll have a look. We'll have a look. They were slightly off track there. Not the best line through that corner, I'm going to say.
Karting, not rally. Sort it out.
Exactly, yeah. On slick tyres, you want to stay on the black stuff, really.
Indeed. So there you go. Out of the final corner then. Across the line, Charman from Clark. Rosier Thomas, Donald Lomax, Kerr, Ingram, Baker. Allen, the top 10. Then it's Full, Sander, Folland, Lomax, White, Spencer, and off the track there is the 75. That is Harrison Morrow, and into the pit lane comes the 38 of George Spilsbury. That's a disaster there for the Birrell ART driver, and someone stopping in the background. That looked like a Coles cart to me.
Up at Christmas corner. Conked out, clearly. I'll have to wait and see who exactly that was when they come across the line to complete this lap. Still 5.5 minutes to go. So we see the 73 now off the
it's
circuit.
Reg Hayward. Oh, Hayward. Reggie.
Commentators curse again.
Oh, God, he had a good season last year in Minimax, despite the fact that he's so tall that he had to strip the kart, but now here his kart conks out and he's pulling it off the circuit. Oh, God, it's a nightmare.
Everyone we seem to highlight is having issues, but I think we should keep our mouths shut from now on.
Stop highlighting drivers. There we go. A minute ago. There we go. So, question there from Matt Cook. What happened to the other 13 drivers? So we have to remember there are 4 heats in Junior Max. This is not the last heat for Junior Max. There are 3 classes that have got 4 heats. Junior Max being one of them, Minimax being one of them, and Honda Cadet being one of them. All of these classes have got 4 heats. The rest of the classes do not have 4 heats. 4.5 minutes to go. There is third place, Bobby. Closing in there, Neo Clark just in front. We had a good chat with Neo Clark and the Paddock show, which you'll see at the lunch breaks for your viewing delectation. So please do stick around for that one as they go through. But Ewan Charman looking comfortable at the moment. And is starting to pull away from the pack. His gap now 0.8 of a second as Charlie Hart gets a warning flag. That's in 17th place for Charlie Hart.
So does the driver directly behind him.
Cruz Speakman. So probably those 2 drivers having a bit of a tussle and going, YouTube, and slap on the wrist, stop it. Sorry. Yeah, don't want to get on the wrong side of the old stewards out there, Stewards and Clarks, yeah. Keep an eye on that one as they cross the line. I think that was Charlie Hart just in the back of shot there as they go through. So top 10 still roughly the same. Sam Baker's managed to get past Oliver Kerr.
We've got to move.
Oh, we do, yeah. Where was that? That was a little further down. So that's Ewan Charman still there.
42.
So yeah.
So that was maybe on a back marker then.
Yeah,
it might have been because they seem to have dropped back a little bit since overtaking. So I think just a back marker.
Possibly so. So yeah, Neo Clark now within touching distance of Ewan Charman. So they're going to be able to close that one back out. Here's a little look further back. It's the number 11. This is Ewan Thomas and George Donald having a good scrap. for 5th place. They've got Sam Baker and Oliver Kerr close for company. Oh, yeah, look, you can see there now. Neo Clark's really closed in on Ewan Charman now. Can Charman open that gap back up? Looking at the lap times, Neo was 0.2 the lap faster, and that will have been because of that overtake that Charman had to have done. So, but look at there, it was a little bit wide out of Wilkins as well. So maybe the pressures are starting to dip away, because you've got to remember there are two different types. There was a bit of contact in the back of shot there.
He nearly took off.
He did indeed. There's another guy. I think that was the 11 of Ewan Thomas going off there, and I think that was a little further back as well. It's the 22 and the 28 on your screen. This is Oliver Kerr and Aaron Full. Again, Aaron, very quick driver. Always has... Aaron is a very quick driver. He puts the car perfectly. He's got good racing light. He had bad luck last year. It always came to him at the worst possible time. But he's a very quick driver, and he is showing it here. Great move there into Christmas Corner, and has managed to get past Oliver Kerr there up into 7th place. Ben Fond had a good lap on that last one. He's up 2 places. Ewan Thomas didn't have a good one, but that would be because he ran wide, and possibly part of that bit of contact that we saw off screen. He dropped 5 places on that last lap. Let's have a look at what happened a little earlier on in that incident and see what we can see. So there is the 15. There is. That is Ewan Thomas. Oh, there you can just see in the background, there was the 48, and that, I think, was a
George Allen, I think it was.
Yeah. So
in 12th now, I think he is.
That just shows.
But he had to take his hands off the steering wheel. It suddenly got thrown about.
It just shows, like, it can be very violent when you lose control of it, and the easiest thing to do is to probably let go, but then that's where it could all go P-tong, because then the cart comes back down and the steering could just go to the left or to the right. So
you can see how easily you could break your thumbs. Oh my goodness!
And that's Aaron Full. Stop highlighting drivers. For the love of... Stop highlighting drivers. And he's gone off the circuit now as well, the 28.
Oh, the 48 getting squeezed out wide as well.
Yeah, indeed. George Allen going the long way round.
And the 84.
I thought, what's going on? Calm down, Junior Rotax. Calm down. It's at nearly the end of the race. This is like a first lap at the moment. I have to say, though, chopping and changing, Neo Clark has taken the lead. The number 5 has managed to get past Ewan Charman, so the Thule Motorsport driver has got past the Argenti driver as they go through, and down the inside, the 64 of George Donald gets past Sam Baker, gets that move done, and the 22 of Oliver Kerr coming through as well to say hello. 15 seconds to go, and I just want to see where our race leaders are at the moment, because the last lap board's probably going to be out next time, because they're probably going to cross the line with like 1 second to go as a contact warning for Charlie Hart. As they come to the start-finish line, probably. Yeah, they've crossed the line with, about 1 second to go. So last lap board's going to be out this time. Great little scrap here. But at the moment, that gap's now 0.4 of a second. I say that, Charlie Hart now with the fastest lap of the race. 45.6 from 14th place.
That's very impressive. Very impressive. But we've seen earlier in this race, it was a little bit more relaxed. And suddenly, it's spiced up again, hasn't it? Drivers going crazy, wanting to grab those extra positions on the final couple of laps. As we see now, I think that's the first. That is an Alonso car. I am right in assuming, aren't I, with those colours?
It is, yes.
Yes, I think that's the first one that we've seen out on track today. I want to say one of the few.
I have seen some.
I've seen a lot more Lando Norris karts out on track than Alonso karts, but it's good to see some F1 driver.
Yes.
F1 drivers getting involved, but let's look back at the front.
Yes, indeed. Back here with the race leaders, because Neo Clark is under some immense pressure from Ewan Charman, and we know Charman, he's going to go for a move, despite the fact that it's only Heat 3. They've got another heat after this one, and then they come into the B finals and the A finals, because of course there are so many of them. There were 2 finals as well. We've got to cut them down a bit. So as they go through, only a couple more corners to go, and Charman, I thought he likes that move into the boot, but he's not gone for it this time around. So he thought, you know what, I'm happy with the 2nd place. Neo Clark takes it for heat number 3 from Ewan Charman. Bobby Rosier takes 3rd place from Reese Lomax. Then we come back. Sam Baker takes the 5th place from Ben Folland, George Donald. Then it's Jessica White, Oliver Kerr. No, it's not Oliver Kerr, sorry, because he's dropped down several places. Ethan Lomax takes 9th place from Ewan Thomas, from Charlie Hart. Oliver Sander, Aaron Full at the end of that finished in 13th place. Oliver Kerr finishing in 14th place from Freddie Ingram, Jai Lawrence, George Allen, Josh Camp, Corey Fowler, Mac Farquhar. We didn't talk much about the novice drivers in that one. Archie Buttle finished in 21st place, leading with the novice drivers from Alfie Bray, Daniel Sabula, Chris Speakman, William Pebble, second fastest novice driver in the 99. Pemble, sorry, I should say, finishing in 25th place from Alfie Richards, Deacon Russell, Holly Mail, Christopher Harris, the third place of the novice drivers, and Jack Spencer, Harrison. We lost Reg Hayward, we lost George Spilsbury. Good for Neo Clark, good for Ewan Charman, sorry, and good for Bobby Rosier. So the top three all good. There is Reese Lomax coming through. So all is well. Minimax done, or Junior Max done. Junior X30 coming up next. Junior X30 Heat 3 about to take to the circuit. Jack Collins and Jack Owen Drawbridge start on that front row with Jack Buckley and Jack Cox starting on... 4 Jacks on the top. There you go. That's not going to be easy, is it? Alfie Garford and Kian Gamio on row 3 with Henry Gregory and Macaulay Guy on row 4. Kira Harris and Fred Green with Tristan Powell and Taylor Orridge on row number 6. Aaron Malzell on row 7 with Philip Garner on alongside. Archie Herring and Macaulay Bishop on row 8. Josh Jones and Jaden Gregg on row 9. Ian Garrity and Jack Mowat on row 10 with David McIntyre and Archie Clark rounding out row 11. Leo Robinson and Chloe Chong on row 12 with Morgan Hill and Harry Yule on row 13. Charlie Locker and Gabriel Stilp round out row 14 with Lucas Field and Mackay Taylor on row 15. Leo Brown and Luke Taylor on row 16 with Oliver Harris and David Asteglu on row 17. Rounding out the 34 karts on circuit. The mist clears as they make their way out onto the track, and you can see there steering checks. That's what they're doing, ladies and gentlemen, steering checks. Do get your comments in. Let us know who you are supporting. I'll try and read your comments out as soon as we can. Not that the drivers can hear us now, but I'm sure when they come back to watch this race, it'd be nice to see if they get a shout out. There we go. Come on, Henry Gregory, 77. Love Auntie Katie there. So there we go. Auntie watching along. Where is Henry Gregory starting? In this one. I know I just did the grid. He's starting 7th on row 4, and that's 77. So keep a close eye on that one. I haven't checked yet whether or not he's actually swapped out that nose cone yet. So 1, 2, 3, 4. He has. Good lad. Good lad. He's got it back to a premium karting nose cone now, so he's not got...
no more fruit pastels.
Yeah, he's not got the Vision one on the front. I don't know if Vision lent that to him or he just jacked it out the back of a lorry. We'll find out. Into the tram lines, green flag's out. We're off and racing. Good start from the front row, 72.
Ooh, 72's getting squeezed off.
Yeah, but...
we got drive around as well.
Oh, dear me, that's all gone P-tong there.
22, that was Jack Buckley, who was round there. Dropped to the back of the pack.
Yeah, Jack Owen Drawbridge got absolutely swamped there.
He did. It seems a lot of drivers, when they go really to the inside there, through Oblivion and Crook, just don't have that drive out of the corner. It seems if you go a little bit further wide, you're able to carry it a bit easier. But yeah, that really scuppered a few of the drivers, getting stuck behind him and then causing slight chaos behind. But we are through, and we're nearly at the end of this first lap.
Oh, indeed. Let's see what happened to the race results there, because like looking good there. 77, Henry Gregory at the moment as Taylor Orridge gets a warning flag. Jack Cox crosses the line to take the lead. Henry Gregory up into 2nd place. Auntie Katie will like that. Kian Gamio and Jack Collins up into 3rd and 4th place. Fred Green, Alfie Garford, Macaulay Bishop, Archie Herring, Taylor Orridge, Jack Mowat taking the top 10.
68 was super late on the brakes there into Christmas.
Very much so. Now that was Taylor Orridge in the 69 that you could see there in 9th place. The 68 is Macaulay Bishop.
It was Macaulay Bishop who absolutely sent it up into Christmas, and I thought it had gone a little bit too deep, but still held it together and made the move stick, and is now continuing to move up through the field, pressuring the driver who's now ahead of him.
So even close on it
Gets
now.
Another move done there.
Now, one thing that you got to remember on this one, now this is, of course, Junior X30, and, of course, drivers' ages from Junior X30, top of my head, are from 13 to 16 years of age. Now, Macaulay has just come up from Mini X30, which is 11 to 14, but I'm guessing he's come up the year before that, so he's young. But if you look at his seating position, he's very low in his seating position, and he's quite a short lad, is Macaulay, and that's obviously quite beneficial when it comes to racing.
Yeah, for karting, that's pretty useful.
Yeah, most F1 drivers,
yeah.
like, not even like 5'8" or something like that. There are some who are quite tall, of course, Ricardo being one of them, of course, but the majority of drivers are like 5'8", 6', 4", something like that. So. Yeah, there are differences in that one. So yeah, he's quite hunkered down in that car. It's really sitting back, and it's just kind of you sit with the steering wheel. It's best to push the wheel instead of pulling it. You get more control, and it's a bit smoother.
Okay.
And you can see because of his seating position, he's pushing that steering wheel a lot more than pulling it. So yeah, it's a nice, comfortable driving position that he's got there, and it's working well. Fastest lap of the race, 46.65 for
Very
Macaulay
quick.
Bishop.
I'll have a nice low centre of gravity as well, which will hopefully help with the handling of the kart too. So although it can look slightly odd from the outside, it probably actually helps him overall.
Probably. I mean, karts in general have got quite a low centre of gravity.
It's true.
They're not very top-heavy. Depends on how big-headed the driver is. There we go. But as they go through, Jack Cox, well, he's leading the way. He's left. He's 1.2 seconds up the road. He's like, see you guys, I'm off. Henry Gregory's still there in second place in that 77, so having a good little race. Morgan Hill getting support in the 29 for Team JDR as well.
Macaulay Bishop setting another fastest lap now on the back of this pack, but we're going to see the 55 losing a position out to the 15. That's Fred Green up into third, and can Macaulay Bishop take advantage of this battling? Are they going to change again? No, they're not. Thinks better of it and waits just behind.
Davidas, the only novice driver out there in the 78's, had a good start to the race. He's up into 29th on the back of the grid.
Macaulay Bishop up the inside again.
Lovely stuff.
But he might lose out into the boot. They're very close. The 55 got squirrely there on the braking, looked to go for the move, and then saw the door get closed rather quickly. Got a bit nervous on the brake pedal, but held it together. So well done to him.
Held it together. Thought better of it and thought, you know what? I don't want my nose cone wiped out. So yeah, we'll back out of that one there, shall we? Look over the shoulder there from Bishop, and confirms that he's got no one diving down the inside into Christmas, so he can take the normal racing line. He is up into fourth place now. So it's still Jack Cox from Henry Gregory, Fred Green, Macaulay Bishop, Keane Gamio, Alfie Garford, Keane Garrity, Archie Heron, Taylor Stilp. And it's Collins, Mowat, Robinson with a good start to this race up into P13. Archie Clark, Morgan Hill, Leo Brown, Taylor Orridge, Josh Jones, Jack Buckley. And Lucas Phil running out the top 20 out there at the moment. There is Garford going through, leading that group. In sixth place down. Stilp up into eighth place. As I go through our shot there, a nice shot, the whole grid going through. Now, that 48 there, Kai Taylor, hopefully hasn't got... He didn't go through a barrier at the start of this race.
So no, that's always a positive.
It's a much better start to this race compared to his last race. 1 minute 40. There's a nice little lunge down the air. Stilp getting it done on Garford. Now, these two drivers have not... They've raced in the same championship all year last year, of course, but one of them was in TKM and one of them was in Mini X30. Stilp being the Mini X30. So, of course, and now they've come together in Junior X30. Now they're racing against each other. So there's two drivers who have not raced each other, but are both very quick. Garford, of course, being Junior TKM champion. And Stilp being a driver who's always been up there, but has not won a championship yet. But he has always been up that sharp end of the stick. So, yeah, two very talented drivers there. And now they're coming together in Junior X30. I'm curious to see what happens later on this year between those two. That'll be fantastic to see. Less than a minute to go. Okay, that disappeared, didn't it? And Jack Cox, his gap is now only 0.2 of a second, I will say. And I actually think Henry Gregory has managed to get past. He has, yes. So Henry Gregory, the 77, is now leading this race as they go through. Again, Auntie Katie will be loving this. She'll be beside herself, she will, at home. Probably got a gin at the go and everything like that. Oh, I would be if I was an auntie and I was at home and watching my nephew race. I'd be like, get the gin out. Fantastic. 20 seconds to go then. He's leading this race from Jack Cox. Fred Green on screen there, you can just see. He's also closing in on Jack Cox. So is Jack nursing an issue here. But he's still got the waft there. But he's struggling a little bit because Fred Green has closed up at a vast rate of knots here now. Timer has struck 0. Last lap board is out. Ring the dinner bell, because it could all kick off for second place. Gregory looking comfortable.
And if they do start fighting here, they've got Macaulay Bishop just behind us. They are going to start fighting. Goes up the inside. That's a late move. Makes contact, but goes through. There was definitely got a bit of contact there, though. And as I say, Macaulay Bishop, that's allowed him to get right onto the back end of the 19 of Jack Cox, too.
It has indeed. So Henry Gregory leading this race. Looking comfortable at the moment. Macaulay Bishop down the inside of Jack Cox, gets that move done. Moves up into P3, but it's not going to be enough to gain any more places because we run out of time there. So out of the final corner, checker flag will come out in heat number 3 to Henry Gregory, Fred Green and Macaulay Bishop, the top 3. Jack Cox, Kean Gamio, Gabriel Stilp, Kean Geraghty, Alfie Garford, Mackay Taylor, Archie Heron, the top 10 as Jack Merck, Jack Collins, Leo Brown comes through. Then it's a large battle here. Morgan Hill, Archie Clark, Jack Buckley, Leo Robinson, Taylor Orridge, Lucas Field, Jaden Gregg, Josh Jones, Luke Taylor crossing in 22nd place. Jack Owen Drawbridge, Chloe Chong, Macaulay Guy, Kira Harris, Harry Yule, Aaron Marzel and David McIntyre. David Astegler there in 30th place. Justin Powell, Oliver Harris, Philip Ganner and Charlie Locker. 34 karts started this race, 34 karts finished this race. Good running there.
Is that the first time today we've had everyone finish?
I think so,
so.
I think we're all good. Let's check nose cones then, make sure that we're all good. All good for Gregory. Oh no, it's not good for Green. Fred Green, your second place, 15. The phone comes out, and that is a massive disaster there for Fred Green. 5-second time penalty coming his way. That will promote Macaulay Bishop up into second, and that will promote Jack Cox up into third, as they both go through without an issue.
That was a great race for Macaulay Bishop then, up from P16 to P2 at the end. So very impressive from him. We knew he had a lot of pace, but he really proved it in that one.
Definitely so. Rest of the field.
I haven't seen any other drivers get picked up, I don't think. So I think most of them doing okay. Oh, just as I say that, 23 might be getting noted down.
Jack Miller, yeah. Well, end of the Junior X30 Heat 3. We move on to Heat 3 now for Senior X30. Senior X30 Heat 3 about to make their way onto the circuit. Ben McDowell and Drake Jansen are starting on that front row. Christian Brooks and Zane Maloney on row number 2. Jake Nakasawa and Jordan Brown on row number 3. Thomas Fleming, last year's number 3 seeded driver in the British Champs in Senior X30. He starts from the 4th row of the grid alongside Alex Johnson, Kean Gohill and Sam Shaw on row 5. Finley Harrison and Louis Johnson-Cool on row number 6. Jude Farrenho and Remy Gilbert round out row 7, with Daniel Hackett and Hugo Gilbert on row 8. Alex Moody and Harrison Pugh on row 9, with Harvey Ryby and Brandon Matchell rounding up the top 20 on row 10. Vishal Patel and Lucas Ellingham on row 11, with Benjamin Southgate and Tyler Reid on row 12. Oliver Henwood and Thomas Reddy. Are you ready? I'm not ready. No one's ready on row 13. Harry Torpy and Mackenzie Stevens on row 14. Jensen Buckingham and Miles Nathaniel James on row 15. Sam Heading and Ellis Bouchier on row 16, with Stefan Botsnikev on row 17, all on his own, 33rd place. The only novice driver out there as well. Look at that, I've done a grid and they've not even ran the half a lap yet.
Getting better
What's
every time.
I think it's because we started earlier.
Yeah, I think so. But just don't mention that, it's fine.
Yeah,
doing a great job. Doing a great job. It looks like we do have 2 karts with some transponder issues though. No name showing up for us, but maybe they'll fix themselves when they come around to start the race.
Well, 6th and 12th in this one.
I wouldn't trust that. It's been different a lot of the time.
Possibly Thomas Fleming.
Come over the line. Yep.
Possibly Jude Fahrenheit.
Looks like we might be good to go. First time around, though.
We are indeed. Green flag's out. We're off and racing. Good start then for the front. Oh, I say that. One of the carts going off wide. Several cars going off wide. Spins in the mid-pack. Everyone getting through. Opening up, splitting up like the Red Sea.
My goodness.
And they all get round and they all do it there. There we go. Up into Christmas corner there. 3 wide on the entrance. 2 wide on the exit. And they all get through. Then it's single file. Oh, I say that single file. It wasn't single file in the mid-pack there. One of the carts getting jostled out wide as they all go through. But it's a good start from the front row. Christian Brooks, there's the 18 of Sam Shaw going through. He started on row 5 in 10th place.
I don't think it was a great start for Ben McDowell, though. I think he was the driver who went slightly wide and just missed the pole.
Thomas Fleming, though, looking like he's having a good start to this race. He's up into P3. Christian Brooks, Drake Jansen, then it's Thomas Turner, Jake Nakasawa in 4th place. Sam Shaw up 4 places now into 5th. 6th place, I need to try and figure out who that was. I think it was Jude Fahrenheit, I believe, who is up into P6. Finley Harrison, Hugo Gilbert, Louis Johnson Cool, Jordan Brown, Alex Moody, the top 11.
You got the hiccups, mate?
I do, yeah. I'm going to have a swig.
Oh dear. I'm going to need to have something scary happen in this race then to get those off your chest. Just heard boo in my ear.
Yeah, the disembodied voice in my ears trying to scare me there, but it didn't, because I'm used to the disembodied voice in my ears.
Just getting loud, I don't think it's going to help, mate. But right, let's look back to the racing out on track. A lot of drivers together in close-knit packs, and then slight gaps in between them. Everyone making it round okay, though, through this part of the track. Up into Christmas Corner, a very fast section of the circuit, into a heavy braking zone. But no moves sent this time around. Just as I say that, it looks like there was going to be one sent down at Ashby. I think that was the guys down near the lower end of the top 10 who were making moves. Making money moves. As we now look back to these two, the 84 in these ones.
Man's got moves.
Oh my God.
There we go. 4.5 minutes. Thomas Fleming, fastest lap of the race. I say that. Christian Brooks says no and takes it. 44.85 from the race lead. He's still got very close company from Drake Jansen just behind. But those top 3 is down the inside. Jake Nakasawa.
That was quite a bit of contact there.
Yeah.
But I believe that was more on the case of 84 turning in than,
yeah.
Than the other driver sending a move, as he's going to get sent again, the 84 losing another position, maybe another 2 positions as he gets squeezed out wide.
It's a freight train, isn't it? As soon as you get off the momentum and you lose position, you get discombobulated.
What a word.
That is a great word, that is. You can just fall back in the order. So Sam Shaw's gone up. Finley Harrison's gone up as well. And I believe Jude Fahrenheit's also gone up as well. We'll find out when we cross the line where Jake Nakasawa has come through. Down into 6th place. It was Finley Harrison and Sam Shaw who managed to get the move done. Jude Fahrenheit stays in 7th place. Louis Johnson Cool up into 8th place from Hugo Gilbert and Jordan Brown. They're holding on to that one in the top 10. This is a look further up because that's Fleming right onto the back of Jake Jansen. 2 drivers running the Lando Norris car, of course, provided by Dan Holland Racing, and a nice chop and change there because Fleming comes back through and says, don't even think about it, Sunshine. Just follow me and we'll try and close up to Christian Brooks because Fleming on that last lap, fastest lap of the race, 44.69 compared to the 44.7 that's just happened there. Lost a bit of time as they did that overtake as they go through. But like I say, they're a fraction. The gap's 1.9 seconds. Let's see what they can do. Sam Shaw's just come in. Fastest lap of the race. 44.6. Across the line there. Has taken out nearly a second from those 2 drivers ahead of him. Keep an eye on that because this battle far from over. 2.5 minutes to go.
Definitely, as you say, far from over. Lots to watch out for as we see the 44 pulling into the pits, and look at the front fairing there, not hanging on as it should. I think we can take from that footage.
That was my bottle of water. If anyone thought what that on earth that disgusting noise was, it's my bottle of water that I just taking a swig from. 2.5 minutes to go then as I go through. Yeah, the 44 retiring. That's Daniel Hackett into the pit lane with a very wobbly front fairing. Lucas Ellingham, the 99, fastest lap of the race. Terry Ellingham is watching alongside Terry. Am I right in saying that you're watching from the States, Terry? Am I right in saying that?
Someone said earlier they were watching from Tennessee. I'm not sure if that was them.
I'm not sure that's Terry. Last year, I think Terry was watching from the set. I could be completely wrong, could be completely false. Being silly. But let me know where you're watching from, Terry. But there we go. He's doing a sterling job there. Fastest lap of the race. Currently in P12 at the moment is Lucas. Christian Brooks, what's that gap at now? 1.8 seconds. So Fleming's managed to take another tenth out of it now. It's now down to 1.7.2. Sam Shaw is close right to the back of Drake Janssen now for fourth place. Drake looking over the shoulder there, not going defensive. Sam Shaw goes, thank you very much, I'll take that. Moves up into P4. That's not what Sam Shaw sounds like, but there you go. Moves up into P3. Close action a little further back. I think Lucas Ellingham has managed to get past Hugo Gilbert. He has just received the warning flag. Yes,
so has Alex.
Is the answer.
As well.
There you go. He is watching from the States. I did remember. There you go. I do remember random things sometimes. Ben McDowell, Remy Gilbert, Oliver Henwood, they're having a good little race. Stefan's up 2 places as well, the only novice driver. Keane Gohill at 30th place at the moment. There is Sam Shaw still holding on to that one. Just getting past. As they go through. Now, he has got past Janssen, but he's not overtaking him. So he's got the 101 on his car. That is Drake. It literally just updated on my timing screen, actually. 30 seconds to go.
Oh, we're just seeing the 68 pull into the pits as well. That's Harrison Pugh. He's pulled off with only like 20 seconds to go in the race.
Well, he had that crash, didn't he, earlier on today in Heat 2, and I suspect that could be some recurring damage that's come back to haunt him in Heat 3, so I suspect that's right. He is in the pit lane, which is a huge shame. Sorry, Meng's joining, watching all the way from Denmark, lovely. Watching from Broughton, go heading. Here we go. Lily Turner joining, go heading. Where is Mr. Heading out there? Sam Heading, number 7, 14th place, just gained 1 position in this one. Good stuff. Good little race. But last lap board will be coming out this time around. That's the 29 on our screens there.
But I think that is actually the 101.
I think, yeah, that's Drake Janssen. Yeah. So again, teething problems. First round of the year, drivers like, oh, I want to run this number. But then they put the different number on the card. So again, all confusing. But I'm sure round 2 will be absolutely fine. Seamless. Last lap board is out. Christian Brooks leads the way by 1.2 seconds from Thomas Fleming. Now, Sam Shaw is in front of Drake Janssen at the moment, but it's not showing up on the timing.
Yeah, are we sure that's Janssen? Because I could have sworn it said a different name on the back of his suit.
There's no 29 on our timing. We'll figure it out after the race.
We might be missing out a complete car.
But one thing we can be certain of is the 82 Christian Brooks has led this race from start to finish. Checker flag is out. Christian Brooks takes that checker flag from Thomas Fleming as the 95 pulls to the side of the circuit. That's going no further. That is Vishal Patel. Thomas Fleming takes second from, I believe, is Drake Janssen. But I believe Sam Shaw took third. Again, we'll clarify that a little bit later on. Sorry for any confusion, ladies and gentlemen, but again, we're not that clever. Finley Harrison crosses the line in 5th place. Louis Johnson Cool in 6th. Jake Yanagasawa in 7th place from Jude Farrenho. Tyler Reed, Lucas Ellingham, Alex Moody, Harvey Ryby, Sam Heading, Jordan Brown, Harry Torpey, Ellis Boucher, Hugo Gilbert, Alex Johnson, Jamie Rogers, Miles Nathaniel James, Jensen Buckingham, Remy Gilbert, Oliver Henwood, Ben McDowell, Benjamin Southgate, Mackenzie Stevens, Stefan Watson GF in 23rd place, Vishal Patel retiring, Kean Gohill retiring, Harrison Pugh retiring, and Daniel Hackett retiring. Cuts come in, all good for Christian Brooks, all good for Thomas Fleming. and whoever that driver is, I believe Drake Jansen. So Sam Shaw does come in and goes through, so like he didn't finish on the top podium. So it looked like he was in front, though. This is where I'm getting confussed. This is where I'm going fussed. Okay, so I think that is your top three.
There was the 101 who was Lando Norris kart, but then there was also the 29 just behind that was also a Lando Norris kart, but he's not on our timing screen. So maybe he's a different number. Maybe he's just not there entirely. Who knows? We can find the full results.
Richard Taylor says 29 in Zane Maloney.
Okay.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, he's not on our timing screen.
He's not on our timing screen at all. There we go. Anyway, Senior X30 race Heat 3 is done. The results will be on alpha.timing, so please do check them out to confirm. Senior Rotax Heat 3 coming up next. So Senior Max Heat 3 about to make their way onto the circuit. I keep calling it Senior Max, it's Senior Rotax, because that's what they are, Senior Rotax, that's what they are. Anyway, the grid. Alex Warnaby starting on pole position with Lorenzo Cordell starting alongside Oliver Meadows and Sam Light with Archie Elliott and Harrison Crook. Row number 3 in 6th place. William Young and Ronnie Mansfield on row 4 with Samuel Cook and Kieran Gianelli there in row 5. Scott Smith and Mick Banner on row 6 with Sam Hawthorne and Sam Ward on row 7. Max Lee and Alfie Brooks on row 8 with Tiger Dixon and Lewis Wild on row 9. What can Lewis do this time around from that 9th row? Jack Davis and Adam Durant to round out the top 20 on row 10. Sam Spinell and Harry Gibson on row 11 with James Jackson and Chris Bandieri on row 12. Josh Burton and Ben Ballou on row 13. Harry East and Rory Burke on row 14. Jack Steadman and Tommy Edmonds round out row 15 with the top 30. Tycho Simmons and Thomas Thomas Latukas on row 16. Millie Hart and Luke Collins round out the 17 rows. 34th place. I blame the radiators too hot. It's roasting my buttocks at the moment.
It is warm in here. I'm getting a bit drowsy. I can't lie. I need some nourishment to assist in that. But we'll have to wait until lunchtime. We've still got a few races to go before we can get some nourishment as we pull to the line. Will they go underway first time? They will indeed.
They will. Green flags out. Off we go. Good start then from the front of the grid. Everyone getting away nice and cleanly. Yes, of course they are. Up into Christmas corner then. They all chop and change because the outside line is probably more favourable going into Christmas corner for the first time because everyone dives to the inside and then they all concertina together as two karts come together and go off. That's one kart. Looked like the 20, potentially. Not too sure. As he comes back onto the circuit now, right at the back of the field. The marshals at the side of the circuit thinking, yeah, I'm going to stand back a little bit more from the track when these guys go past. Chopping and changing at the front, though, because it's all action between Alex Warnaby and Lorenzo Cordell. Cordell earlier on had a bit of a chopping and changing race, but it looks like he's leading this one now as they go through. More battles further on behind. The 88 coming through as well. Oliver Meadows getting that job done. So it's Cordell, Warnaby, Crook, Meadows, Elliott, Mansfield, Hawthorne, Young, Ward and Smith. The top 10 at the moment as they go through. Under 6 minutes to go at the end of lap number 1. We're on lap 2.
It was the 72 of Harrison Crook who's making a cheeky move into the boot on that past lap. Had a great first lap, up 4 positions from P7 to P3, but a gap slightly forming out at the front, but looking slightly further back. It's still complete chaos as we see another move. That's from the number 70. Who is that on our timing screen? I cannot pick out a 70.
Sam Hawthorne.
Ah, yes. You've got better eyesight than me, Mike. Clearly, let's go and get them checked.
A Argenti driver and one other Argenti driver getting sideways, Oliver Meadows. I had a good chat with them earlier on today, and Oliver said, I'm going to follow what Sam does. I don't follow exactly what he does because he got a nose cone penalty in the last one. And someone who's going very well there is the 57. That is Alfie Brooks. And he had a good start to this race, but he's now dropping down the order after that one. Run a little bit wide. And gone through. Lorenzo Martin supporting someone called Melton. Did you just hit your head?
Yeah,
there?
I hit my head on my own mug. All right, mate.
There we go. Interesting. Oh, and there's two karts together, the 67 and the 22. And who is that? That's William Young and Ronnie Mansfield out from 9th and 10th place. Well, I can tell you now they're not going to be in those positions anymore. They're going to be right down the order. That is a nightmare for those two drivers, especially so early on into this third heat. Would you hate me if I said that I'm too cold now in here? And oh, look at the damage that contact there had there. The 72
just seemed to pull out a little bit too late.
Yeah,
made contact with the rear bumper.
Harrison Crook and Alex Warnaby. Now I'm not sure what happened there, but that is really dented in that front nose cone now as they go through. Oh, and look, now he's discombobulated. He's discombobulated. That's what it is. Here's a look at what happened then. So coming up into Christmas, you can see he pulls out there, and then that's enough to give someone a nose cone penalty.
Yes.
We'll have to see what happens when he comes into the pit lane. But
Harrison Crook, he's slow. Crook was definitely slow there, I'm pretty sure, on the inside of the circuit.
Yeah, dropping down the order now. He's down into
he's just pulled into the pits.
11th. Yeah, he's come straight in, hasn't he? Yep. So Harrison Crook, after that contact from third place, is coming into the pit lane, which is already still very busy from the last group that came in. So there we go. They're still sorting out their Dubry Watsits in the paddock.
And if I've ever seen someone discombobulated, it was that.
Yeah, we've got discombobulation, Dubry Watsits. We've got all sorts of confusing words, confused words. There we go. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. The 99 on your screen this time around is clocking up. Because it wasn't clocking up last time. Possibly our TXP that's missing, potentially, that's going through. I will try and find out who that is. I'll try and figure that one out. Harry Gibson, who I think is running in 5th place with that TXP number on the timing, the one that you can't see at the moment. 2.5 minutes to go then, or just over 3 minutes to go, I should say, as we're going. Cordell leads the way from Warnaby. Hawthorne up into 3rd now as they go through. Battle for the novices at the moment. They're 28th, 29th and 30th, so they're line astern. Luke Collins is leading that from Tycho Simmons and Millie Hart. Millie Hart having a better day today after the technical flag yesterday. I believe that technical flag was actually for a transponder issue, so no transponder issues today, and looking much better. I say that, I'll touch wood.
Yes.
Just in case.
From our previous chats, when we've spoken nicely about a driver, it hasn't gone well for them, so definitely need to touch that wood.
Yeah. 2 minutes to go.
Looking for a move into Christmas corner is the 54. That is Archie Elliott up the inside of the 63, I think that was. So that was Sam Ward, so a couple of guys chopping and changing in that lower down of the top 10 pack. But yeah, lots of battling continuing. Not too long left in this race now as we still look at those karts. I do love all the different liveries, all the different colours out on track. Spices it up a little bit when it's mostly a sea of green and black with circuit and grass. Circuit you want to stay on, grass you want to stay away from.
Yeah, well put.
Thank you. Thank you. I know a lot about karting, clearly, as you can tell from that statement.
Yeah. Stay on the tarmac, don't go on the grass. Off you go.
Yeah.
That's karting 101 is at its finest. 1 minute, 20 seconds to go then. Timer very quickly running out. Cordell leading this race by 3 seconds. It's very close between 2nd and 3rd, though. Warnaby and Hawthorne, which is what you're seeing on your screens right now. Hawthorne in the 70. All over the back there of Warnaby as Warnaby goes defensive. It's not even Warnaby. I do apologise, because that is Gibson. So Gibson there in 2nd place is one of the drivers who's not crocking up on our screens again. So apologies for that if we are calling it wrong. But we are doing our best at the moment as they come through out of the boot section across the line. So it is still, I think, Warnaby up in 2nd place. Again, I'm confused about it. But
look at this line of karts now going down to Gresmers.
Really close up, and that's what shows with the battles. And there we go. And that's how quickly it goes wrong.
A big one.
And that's when a tyre touches another tyre, and then it all just kicks off between the two of them because it looked like they'd got away with it. Here's a replay of what happened. So as they go up into the braking zone, you see Gibson on the inside there. The 70, it's not the 70, it's the 88 of Oliver Meadows, who goes around the outside, and there you go, just concertina up. And yeah, unfortunately, Max Lee bore the brunt of that one and ended up facing the wrong way.
Yeah, because the 88 was looking for the move on the outside to then break a bit early and cut in. Oh, we've got a spin. Who is that up at the boot? I'm not sure who that was.
I'm not too sure either.
Looks like it might have been the 122 of Max Lee. He's dropping a lot of positions.
Well, that Max Lee was at Christmas, of course.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
It could have been James Jackson, because he just lost 4 places on that.
Lost a few, yep. But Yeah, slightly difficult lap for quite a few people there. The 122 now coming into the pits. That is indeed Max Lee.
Yeah.
But all this battling has allowed for all these karts to really squeeze up together now. We've got some huge packs forming out on track. We're seeing the 62 leading these three now. The 63 who's just behind was involved in that big crash at Christmas, wasn't he? But he's managed to keep it going, although he is now being overtaken by one. Make that two karts, possibly. The Alonso kart looking around the outside. And they're going to go 3 wide into the final corner. Not quite. The driver on the inside thinks better of that, because you don't want to be going 3 wide into that corner with that curb on the inside.
Yeah, 3 wide into pits bend is, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
The tyre wall on the outside suddenly gets closer and closer and closer as you're exiting, which is not a nice sight.
No, I wouldn't recommend it. Obviously, you saw there Max Lee coming into the pit lane. Understandable, an accident they was involved in that was absolutely nothing to do with him, and he bore the brunt of it. A driver who's that frustrated can just think, like, I'm done. I'll come in and we'll try later. So, yeah, understandable. Last lap board has gone out, though, and checker flag has just gone out to Lorenzo Cordal. He's the Heat 3 win.
With a nearly 5-second lead, that was.
It was indeed. From Sam Hawthorne, and I think it was Scott Smith who crossed in 3rd place. So, a good end to that race. The huge group just comes through now. So, Cordell, Hawthorne, and Scott Smith, I believe, are your top 3 from Warnaby. Gibson, who is there now on the 99, so he has just popped up on the screen, from Rory Berg, Archie Elliott, Jack Stedman, Harry East, Sam Ward, Samuel Cook, Oliver Meadows, Ben Ballou, Alfie Brooks, Sam Light, Tiger Dixon, Jack Davis, Mick Banner, Tommy Edmonds, Ronnie Mansfield, Lewis Wild, Sam Spinell, Kieran Janali, Josh Burton, Luke Collins, Adam Durrant, James Jackson, Tycho Simmons, Millie Hart, Max Lee, retirement, Chris Banderi, a retirement, Harrison Crook, a retirement, and William Young, a retirement. It's all good for Cordell. Sam Hawthorne comes through. He got a 2nd yesterday, and then it ended with a nose cone. Not this time. And the 38 of Scott Smith. And unfortunately, the phone comes out. So Alex Warnaby there in the 25, who finished only a 2nd behind, will be pushed up into 3rd place, and he will head into scrutineering. There comes Harry Gibson, who also finished just a couple of seconds behind, so he will be promoted up into 4th place. And a good finish there as the rest of the grid comes through. Again, another interesting race. Again, it seems to be that drivers are struggling to get the temperature into the tyres early on, so whether or not the teams go for those, they go for a softer air pressure at the start of the race, a lower air pressure for the start of the race, and then when they get into the race, they harden up, and then that's probably why they're quick at the start, and then they go a bit slower at the end, or if they go for the hard, they go for the other way around, sort of thing. I'm not overly confused. I could be talking complete rubbish there. There's another nose one.
The 69 of Tiger Dixon and the 88 of Oliver Meadows both got one, but let's move on.
Yep, indeed. Honda Cadet Heat 4 coming up.
Just check.
Honda Cadet is coming out. Discussion about lunch. It's just been arrived in the commentary box. Pole position, Logan Howes and Sergio Wirtz starting on the front row. Let's see what Sergio can do after his red flag earlier on. Samuel Gamio and Bella Brown start on row number 2 with Alice Fairclough and Ralphie Grainer on row number 3. Leo Aina and Oliver Meek on row 4 with Jacob Batchelor and Emerson McAndrew Urin on row 5 with the top 10. Kieran Stewart and Rio Licata on row 6 with Rocco Shenton and Max Cuthbert on row 7. Cole Denham and Finlay Lyons on row 8 with Zach Starbuck and Teddy Cooper on row 9. Thomas Butcher and Mohan Patel round out row 10 in the top 20 spots. Max Endicott and Jarrett Clark round out row 11 with Levi McCartney and Noah Barham on row 12. Alexander Kojikov and Charlie Kitely on row 13. Callum Wilson and Oliver Majewski on row 14 with Sebastian Tuzeo and Mason Brooks on row 15. Sebastian Dew, Ella Dixon and Joshua Griffin round out the 33 kart grid on row 17. There we go. Making their way to the grid. Standing start, of course, because they're 4-stroke.
Indeed. Yeah, another time where we don't have to worry about them going round again, which is nice. But yeah, not too many heats to go now. Just the 3 more heats to go. Obviously, only these 3 categories actually have a 4th heat for today, and then I believe we'll be going into the lunch break where you'll see our fantastic paddock walk that we filmed earlier, and then we'll be back again a bit later on this afternoon for all of our finals, which is where it all really begins to heat up. So that should be good. Pardon the pun.
When the gloves come off.
Well, I mean, you would hope they keep the gloves on. I think they'd be a bit faster with them on.
Probably. Definitely recommended.
Yeah, I think so.
There is our man in the background. It's Johnny Harris, who looks like he's currently eating chips at his camera post. How dare he? He should be filming the karts. Give us a wave, Johnny.
I don't think he can hear us.
Green flag is about to come out. Here we go then for Heat 4 for Honda Cadet. And it's a good start again from that front row. Sergio Whilton in the 57, taking an early lead by the looks of it as they go through, and more carnage in the background. 2 karts off wide, keeping it out of the wall, keeping his foot pinned, and now he goes for a sprint. I tell you what, that is dedication to keep your foot in and see if you can get it back onto the ticket. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out that time around. It just kept going wider and wider.
Definitely an A for effort.
An A for effort on that one, definitely. So, leading the way, the 56, Logan Howes, also pulling away a slight advantage there as they go through. All running a little bit wide there. The 29, I think that was Gabio, going a little bit wide as they go through. The 79 also getting through a little bit wide there.
He got squeezed out by the 20, actually, on the outside there. So that was Mayan Patel moving up through the pack. I think he's getting quite a few positions on this opening lap.
We'll find out when they cross the line, because it'll all update, and we'll get an understanding of who is where. 6 minutes to go then. Logan Howes leads the way from Gamio. Wirtz still there in 3rd place from Brown, Meek, Lakata, McAndrew Urin. Patel up into 8th place. Starbuck up into 9th. And Jarrett Clark rounding out the top 10 at the moment as they all go through. Again up into Christmas Corner. A bit of side-by-side jostling in the mid-pack section there. But it looking calm at the front. As down the inside looking like a lunge for about 8th place. Probably Mayan Patel making a move there.
Probably.
As they go through.
You can see on the first lap, these guys, Mayan Patel, Zach Starbuck and Jarrett Clark, all kind of followed each other through as there's a bit of contact in the back. They managed to hold it together. It's at the 88, it is indeed.
Zach Starbuck, I think, probably getting a bit too close and personal with Jarrett Clark and Mayan Patel.
As he gets a contact warning for that one.
Contact warning there. So, tried a move, didn't work out. Race control saw it. No. So, 5 minutes to go. As they go through, plenty of action happening today here at Whilton Mill for the first round of the 2022 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are enjoying the racing and you are enjoying watching what you see, probably not enjoying the commentary, but do feel free to like, subscribe, share the stream out as well. If you've got friends and family who you think, oh, you know, they'd probably enjoy watching,
like a bit of karting.
you know, my nephew, my son, my granddaughter, grandson, or anything like that racing, share it out. You know, get it out there so that people can see it and hit that subscribe button as well. And I tell you what, well done to the number 2.
They're still making contact.
Well done there, because that driver, yes, okay, he spun. He was going to spin, but if that car didn't come round to just give him a little love tap back in the right direction, he'd have fully spun. So
it was Samuel Gamao that helped him back into a correct place, but also he's now got a big dent on that front bumper, which could mean a penalty for him at the end, which is going to be a bit frustrating.
He'll be fine. There we go, as they go through again. Linus Stearns.
Still side by side through the first 2 corners.
Dedication. That's what that's dedication to the class, that is. And as they go up into Christmas Corner again, pulling out 3 wide. Shenton on the outside. Oh, that was it was Teddy Cooper on the outside. So completely false information that I was just relaying there.
Still moves continuing to go. The 40 up the inside of that one. That's Oliver Mievski. Yes, I got the pronunciation right. I'm very happy with myself. Going up the inside, making a few more positions as he continues to do so. That's the 88 of Zach Starbuck getting hung out to dry. I think he lost 2 positions through that left-hander there. This trail of karts is, what, 10 karts long, maybe? Or just continuously swapping places as the 88 of Zach Starbuck with another bit of contact to the rear end of that yellow kart, now 3rd in that train. And Zach's going to drop back to 6th in that train now, which I think is more down to about, what does he end up now, 11th place.
Yeah, this battle that you're seeing here, this is kind of like from 6th down. From 6th all the way down to around 20th place. They're all battling for one spot. Welcome to Honda Cadet, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there's absolute pandemonium all the way through the group, which is very hard to commentate on it sometimes because it's just like, oh, no, it's changed again. Oh, no, it's changed again. And
79 was nearly squeezed out to the grass there. That's Teddy Cooper.
Yeah, it was indeed. Chopping and changing. It's not chopping and changing at the front, though, or it could be. I think Mayan Patel potentially has got past, or he's trying to get past.
Just as you said that, he nearly went for the move there.
Yeah, he nearly got past Logan House there.
Looks like he's going to go for it here.
He's got past Oliver Meek, and now he's got past Logan House. So Mayan Patel now leading this race. The top four have really closed up here. That's allowing Sergio Wirtz as well, the man who started on the front row, who's now down in 5th place, but is up from 6th. Is gaining positions and is gaining on this group as well. If they keep scrapping, to which they are scrapping. Meek, yes. You can see in the Red Bull-inspired livery cut that he's got there and down the inside, and that has forced out the
66. I think it was.
Was that? I think that was the 56 of Logan House.
56 then, yep.
Yeah. I think Logan House has been nerfed out slightly wide there. That's going to allow Wirtz to go down the inside of Ashby. And has gone down the inside of Ashby. Is now on the outside here, but no, has managed to get that move done. Oh, no, has he? Yes, he has. Yeah. So the 57 now in front of the 56. Okay, here comes. Yeah, here comes House. He's like, oh, no, you're not going to have that too easily, Sunshine. You've got to work for that one. There we go. But follow me, and I'll take you back up to the leaders. There you go. That's what we'll do. 1.5 minutes to go. Patel leading then from Meek and Clark.
No,
it's Clark, then Meek. There we go. They've swapped as well. So Jarrett Clark's up into 2nd place. This is where it's all kicking off. This is still going on. This is, is Cole Denham down. And there's one of the drivers going very wide.
29, I think it was, of Gameo got tapped in the rear. Makes you mad, makes you furious. Went out wide. I think lost like 4 or 5 positions just from that slight loss of speed on exit there.
Yeah. No, Barham had a good lap on that last one. Gained 3 places. Zach Starbuck gets another contact warning.
Is it 3 strikes and you're out type thing with contact warnings?
Well, I'm not 100% on that one, but you're definitely going to get a slap on the wrist if you do it again.
I think so.
Less than a minute to go, and as they come through again, it's just still absolutely line astern all the way through this grid.
Shout out to Mayan Patel as well. Started P20 this one, and is up in the lead and is really holding the lead. Only at about half a second of a gap, but honestly, in these Hondas, that is quite a lot.
Oh yeah, Hondas are a very challenging class, and you know, the curbs that are small to some other drivers are massive to these drivers, so they've got to avoid those. A possible change for the lead, because Jarrett Clark was looking down the inside of Mayan Patel there for the race lead. Didn't manage to do it that time around. That's allowing Oliver Meek to close in a little bit more. Then you've got the second group a little further back from Howes, Cuthbert, Wirtz and Denham, who managed to close up into that group now. Sport on the stream for Cole Denham. And last lap board will be out this time. This is the battle from 4th backwards. You can see there Cuthbert looking down the inside here. Wirtz, or Howes, sorry, has left that gap open. Left the door wide open there for Cuthbert to go down the inside.
And a little switchback as well there, through the boot.
Cole Denham comes through as well, says thank you very much. Last lap board is out. Top 3 are absolutely line astern as they go through. Nothing between them when they cross the line, as they'll be going up into Christmas Corner now. As running around, and
I think that's back marker, wasn't it? Oh, was it? Oh, no, that's Mayan Patel!
That is your race leader. Mayan Patel on the last lap is in the wall, and that's not what you need. He was having a great race leading this one, and unfortunately, that is, that is out of this race now. That's a disaster for the young driver. So Jarrett Clark, I believe, now leading this race, or it could be Oliver Meek, because if those two came together, Oliver Meek could be leading this one. We'll find out when they next cross the line.
It was Jarrett Clark, I believe.
And checker flag comes out.
We haven't updated yet. Let's wait and see.
Well, checker flag's out. It still says last lap. And it is Jarrett Clark who takes it from Oliver Meek. Cole Denham takes 3rd from Cuthbert. Wirtz finishes in 5th place. Majewski in 6th. Lines, Howes, Endicott, Barham, Cooper and McAndrew Urin finished all within about 3/10 of each other. There we go, across the line. Rio Licata crosses in 15th place from Sebastian Dew. Sebastiano Tuzeo, in 17th place. Bella Brown. Mason Brooks finishing in 19th place from Charlie Kitely. Leo Enna and Joshua Griffin, the top 22. Well, Jack West says in the comments, I think Rocco is in the lead, but his transponder is not working. I'm just going to have a look at my order here to see if Rocco Shenton is in this race. The 96 It says he's in the pits.
Well, everyone's in the pits now, I think. But I think he just never got started on our timing.
Yeah.
We don't know where he was out on track. I don't remember seeing the 86, but could possibly.
Gremlins.
Doesn't seem like anyone's got a penalty though. So far, anyway, so that's good.
It's all been good. Stevens Racing joins in. I'm going to stop spinning at turn 2. Good game plan.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. There we go. So Honda Cadet Heat 4 is done.
Oh, the 29. He's got a penalty. That's Samuel Gamaya.
Oh, never a nice feeling. Yeah, you can see it wobbling.
Yeah.
But in that mid pack. Well, Honda Cadet Heat 4 is done. It won't be IAME Cadet because they've done their 3 heats. Minimax Heat 4 is coming up next. So Minimax Heat 4 about to make to the circuit. Gregor Reed and Joshua Bigambe start on row number 1. Victor Hansen and Alexander Zingarevich round out row number 2. Spencer Kime on row 3 with Nathan Travers alongside. Charlie Gregory and Hayden Butcher on row number 4 with Aras Majauskis on row 5 with Joshua Turnbull alongside. Emily Cooper and Joshua Jarvis on row 6 with Woody Ranford and Freddie Housley on row 7. Oscar O'Sullivan and Matas Mierzenskas on row 8. Kasper Tomolowski and Ben Simpson on row number 9. Jonas Klimas on row 10 with Josh Salvadorite and Riven Welsh. Noah Wolf on row 11. Zach Green and Joshua Graham on row 12 with Callum Sims and Harrison Whitcomb on row 13. Adam Hill and Luca Brooks. Start of the novice drivers on row 14 with Riley White, Daniel Hartley on row 15 with Leon Barlow on row 16 in 31st place.
I'm sorry, but in the live chat we've had another poll. What 20% of you guys voting have said that karting is not the best sport in the world? Because you're just clearly wrong.
It's outrageous.
That is completely outrageous.
Golf is clearly the best sport in the world. No, I'm kidding. I don't dislike golf, but it's very boring.
It's not exactly a viewer's sport, really, is it?
I'd be surprised.
Maybe. It doesn't look like they've quite closed up. Maybe they will go, but there's still a few stragglers at the back. They are going to go.
It's green flag, yep. They deem it good to go, and it's a good start from the front. Gregor Reed runs out a little bit wide there, gets swamped. Turnbull and Victor Hansen come through, and they take the top 2 spots. And a spin there, the 50 goes round in the middle of the pack, gets a bit of contact there for the 75. So Luca Brooks and Charlie Gregory coming together, and someone straight off the track there. That looked like the 29 potentially, or the 28, I'm not too sure. Couldn't quite see it from that distance. But again, spinners out there. There's Aras Mijauskis coming through. You can identify him quite easily because he's got big eyes on his helmet.
Okay. Okay.
Top tip there for you.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. And you can see with those drivers going off earlier on in the circuit, as soon as you touch the grass, you get so far away from the circuit, so it takes you so long to get back onto the track.
After lap 1, Nathan Travers has actually taken the lead in the 67 all-white kart, right followed by Victor Hansen in also another all-white kart, which is very handy from a glance. Joshua Turnbull takes 3rd place. Freddie Housley changed for the lead, changed for 2nd place, 3rd as well. Victor Hansen goes through and Freddie Housley goes through as well. So chopping and changing all the way through the field. There's the 50 there of Charlie Gregory, who has not come to start. Oh, they're in a very frustrated 69 there. Harrison Whitcomb.
He had problems in the last race as well. Had to come into the pits.
Yeah. Oh, dear. And your race leader, Nathan Travers, is not on the track anymore and has come back on. He was gesticulating there saying, well, no, that's not right, but we didn't see it on our screens. So now Victor Hansen leads away. 2 more off. The 75 involved again. Luca Brooks. Now, the first time Luca Brooks, it wasn't his fault. Of course, he had nowhere to go. That was the first one, but has come a cropper there this time, so he's not having the best of race.
And that was with the 94 of Gregor Reed as well. As you look back to the front, there's going to be a change for the lead. That's the 29 of Freddie Housley going up the inside. 21 of Victor Hansen just shows his hand, allows him through, because he knows they've still got 5 minutes left of this race. There's no need to have a proper ding-dong battle just yet. And we didn't see what happened with the other leading driver. So we don't know if maybe there's been some contact happen, maybe karts have been damaged slightly. We don't know yet, but this battle for the front is still being very interesting, with still a decent amount of this race to go. So let's see how they can do. But at least now, one of the white karts is gone, so it's a bit easier for us at least.
Oh, yeah, yeah, definitely so.
To commentate over, but I'm sure that the other driver in the white kart wouldn't be so happy with the outcome of that.
Probably not. Probably not. 4 minutes 20 to go then, and going through, Housley leading from Hansen still. Mijauskis up into third place at the moment. This battle on your screen, this is Turnbull, Radford and Graham battling. Just behind as well, that's Josh Salvadore there. So these 4 drivers nose to tail, 4th down to 7th, wanting to close in. There, Mijauskis pulling away the gap between these 2 drivers. Mijauskis setting the fastest lap of the race in that last lap as well, 49.63. Making good pace here as they go through. And again, no moves or lunges in these top packs yet. They're all being well behaved. I said that. It looked like they were going for a move there, but I think it was just Turnbull going a little bit wide, and again goes a little bit wide on the exit of Crook. That allows Radford to go through, Graham to go through as well, and the Argenti kart of Joshua Graham now leads this pack and up into 4th place.
And he was shown by the 97 the signal of, let's work together and move forward. And he said, no, you're right, mate. Went straight on the inside.
I'm going to try and lead this one. I'll try and close up. If anyone can catch my teammate, it'll be me.
Yep.
There we go. So let's see what he can do as they go through. And already pulling away slightly.
He is.
Is Turnbull. Sorry, that's completely false. Graham.
Yep.
As they go through, and again, just Linus Stern a little look further back. That's Noah Wolf. He's had a good race. He's up several positions now. He's P8. Where did Noah Wolf start in this one? Row 11, P22nd place. Now he's up into P8, so he's a very good start, and he's had Zach Green right behind him for company. Another change for the lead, because despite the fact that maybe Graham thought that, oh no, I've got a better chance of doing it, Turnbull says, oh, no, or Radford says, no, I'll come back, thank you. Graham comes straight back at him, though. So basically, they're not going to be catching the top 3 in any way, shape or form. They're just going to be battling here for 4th place, or for 4th place. It's great, though, because it's keeping Turnbull and Salvadore right there with this group. So a potential chance of, 4th place finish for either one of these 4 drivers as they go through. And it looked like he was going to go for a lunge there. That will be allowing as well Noah Wolf and Zach Green to close in also. Those 2 drivers, they're not battling behind them.
They look like they're working together behind them.
They're just Linus. They've become frenemies. And they're just closing that gap to these drivers. Keep an eye on that gap. Actually, I'll update you on it. What is it at the moment? It is...
However, I did see him defending into Christmas there. Behind. So...
1.9 seconds is the gap. Let's keep an eye on it as they go through. 90 seconds to go. Housley still leading from Hansen. Mijauskis. This battle here for 4th place. Graham, Radford, Turnbull, Salvadore. Noah Wolf and Zach Green are just behind. Plymouth in 10th place. Riley White, the novice driver, up into P11.
Great job, isn't he?
Yeah, from the back of the grid. He's having a great race. Good driving there. Riven Welsh in 12th. Spencer Keim in 13th place. Hayden Butcher in 14th. Traverse, Jarvis, Tomilowski, Barlow, Miazanskas in 19th place. Luca Brooks in 20th.
Well, there's now a huge gap back from Salvadori to Wolf. I don't know if Wolf and Green have had a bit of a battle, but there's also quite a big gap between Wolf and Green themselves now too. So
yeah, it's opened up to 2 seconds now, so they've been squabbling.
I think they did, yeah. I thought I saw Zach go for a move, but maybe it didn't quite pay off, or they were just swapping and changing throughout the lap, and that's where all the time went.
Sticker swapping.
Yes.
Yeah.
Collecting all the stickers.
Yeah. Graham still leading this train of 4 karts for 4th place. Timer 21 seconds on your screen. Comments still coming in. JJ Lowe coming in. Come on, Turnbull. Keep pushing Casper. So Casper currently in 16th place. Turnbull in 6th. Good battles all the way through. Out timer strikes 0. Last lap board will be out this time to Housley.
The 4th and 5th have slightly broken away, haven't they?
They have, yeah. They've stopped scrapping for the time being. But with that last lap board coming out this time, expect that to change.
Yes.
Quite rapidly, I suspect.
Yeah, I think so. We're now sort of got 2 by 2 by 2 now. From 4th down to about, what is that, 8th?
Probably so. Across the line, last lap board is out. Slightly spread out then for the front, evenly paced. Eyes on, though, this battle for 4th place, because that's where the action is. Graham and Radford, line astern. Graham, defensive, not fully defensive, though, into Christmas Corner. Stays in the middle of the circuit, just blocks that track off just right to stop any advance from Radford. Salvador is now caught right back up, as well as Turnbull. They're closing
side
in.
By side. 97 not able to do anything, though. I think Noah Wolf has had a timing issue as well, mate, just to let you know.
Yeah, he's still
he's
right
definitely
there.
still there,
Yeah,
but he has dropped down at the timing sheet. Can the 97 look for a move them into the final section of the circuit? Thinks better of it just there, but we look back to nearer the front. That's the 29 of Freddie Housley. It's going to come round the final corner and take the win in Heat 4 for Minimax. Let's look back to this group of 4. It is going to stay the same across the line. And who was that pumping their fist in the air?
That was Mr. Salvador. He's very happy with his 5th place finish, and rightly so. You know, it's great to finish in the top 5, and a great result for Josh there. Joshua Graham holds on to 4th place. Woody Radford crosses the line in 6th place. Josh Turnbull crosses in 7th place from Zach Green, from Noah Wolf, then Zach Green, Jonas Klimas, then it's Riley Wright, Nathan Travers, Riven Welsh, Kasper Tomolowski, Spencer Kime, Joshua Jarvis, Leon Barlow, Matas Miazanskas, then it's Hayden Butcher, Luca Brooks, Gregor Reed crosses there, then it's Daniel Hartley, Oscar O'Sullivan, Harrison Whitcomb, and Charlie Gregory, who did retire at the start of the race. Nose cone watch comes out.
Your favourite bit of the day. Back again.
It's a spectator sport, this. Oh dear, is that a nose cone for your race leader, Freddie Housley?
I think it might have been, yeah.
It is indeed. He just nods his head. He knew it was coming. I had no idea it was coming. So Victor Hansen, Aris Mijauskis, and Joshua Graham are your top 3 at the end of that one. So, Josh, you've got another reason to throw your hand up in the air, because it's probably, could be, maybe, where did he finish? 4.7? Oh, at the skin of your teeth, gets a 4th place finish.
Very nice there. Congratulations to him. We got the 53 as well. That's Zach Green getting a nose cone penalty. Let's go to our last race before the break. What have we got?
Oh, it's Junior Rotax is coming up next, ladies and gentlemen.
I am very excited.
Junior Rotax is about to make their way out to the circuit. Here's how they're going to line up then for the final race before the lunch break and the last race before Paddock Show. Deacon Russell, and George Spilsbury start on the front row with Oliver Sander and George Donald on row 2. Daniel Sabula and Jai Lawrence on row 3 with Holly Mail and Cruz Speakman on row number 4. William Ray and Spencer Burham on row 5 with Gustav Uzakovs and Corey Fowler on row 6. Ben Cook and Reg Hayward on row 7. Let's hope Reg Hayward has a better race this time around, with Josh Camp and Ewan Thompson behind on row 8. George Allen and Mikey Porter on row 9 from Oliver Kerr and Henry Brumont on row 10. Ollie Stevens and Sam Baker on row 11 with Jack Spencer and Jacob Dukes on row 12. Alfie Richards and Pearson Bullock Carter on row 13. Freddie Ingram and Murphy Aldridge on row 14. Ewan Charman, Neo Clark and Bobby Rosier round out the 16-row grid in 32nd place. Well then.
Another jam-packed grid.
Another jam-packed grid. Hopefully it gets started this time around, because they're coming into the boot. The last cart's cutting through. So let's see what we can do. Here we go then. Round the final corner. Into the tram lines. Green flag's out. We're off and racing. Declan Russell, good start as he goes through. Sabula as well, holding on to 2nd place. They go up the hill now. It's a good exit out. The top 3 breaking away. Sander in the 39 also follows as they go through. Sabula to the inside. Sander gets a bit of a nerve to the back. as they go through. And again, that's what it means, that inside line. If you hug that inside line, you're guaranteed to get a little bump up the backside into the braking zone.
I'm not sure what happened to Deacon Russell there at Christmas Corner. He just seemed to go slowly through the corner compared to everyone else, and has dropped a number of positions there from the lead down to, I think maybe it was something like 6th position. I can't quite even pick him out now.
Johnny Lawrence with the contact warning, the 78 in 5th place. As they go through, we'll try and figure that out. And a rotation in the middle of the pack, and now he's in the middle of the boot section. Everyone gets around, and that again, new race suit please for that driver. As they go through, who was that? Possibly Declan Russell.
Possibly. Or maybe Corey Fowler. Let's have a look.
One of them.
Bits of Kart falling off through the first corner there.
As they go through, but the end of lap number 1, Sabula leads from Speakman, Donald, Lawrence, Ray, Uzakovs, Sander, Hayward, Burham and Kerr, the top 10 at the moment.
We just saw quickly one driver's car getting pushed off the circuit, so I'm not sure who that was.
Probably the 23 of Hollywell.
Probably.
Who's not crossed the line.
I think that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. So,
but relatively relaxed comparatively to some other starts that we've seen today. So all the drivers managing to hold it together. Where did our pole sitter drop down to?
Declan Russell, or Deacon Russell, sorry.
He's all the way down the bottom, apparently.
29th. So I think, I don't know, I think it's updating at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Yes.
I don't think he might have gone all the way down there. There is the 42 of Ewan Charman coming into the pit lane, and that's not what you want to see. Ewan, that kart not 100% and feeling it's best to probably bring it in. So that's a shame there for the young driver who started on the 29th spot on the grid. 4.5 minutes to go then. Sabula still leading the way.
Doing a good job out front, and we've had so many heats this morning, my goodness. But we're surely not all karted out just yet. We've got the finals coming up in the afternoon, but just before that, don't go anywhere. Stick around for lunch, because if we've not mentioned it enough already, we've got the Paddock show that we filmed earlier coming up for your screens, which I think is definitely an interesting thing to sit and watch, if we do say so ourselves.
Well, good chat to some of the drivers this morning to get their reactions coming back to the to karting for 2022. Of course, this is the first time for a lot of these drivers that they're back out on circuit. Of course, there has been other club meetings before this one around in the UK. I think Shennington had their club meeting a couple of weeks ago as well. But yeah, of course, for some of these drivers, it's their first time out, so it was nice to see their reaction to it. So stick around for that one in the lunch break. Just under 4 minutes to go then. Sabula under pressure from Cruz Speakman, the 67, all over the back of the 113 as they come through. Line astern for these two drivers. Sabula looking strong out there at the moment. Is JDR Kart.
Looks like he's going to go for the move. It's Christmas, mate.
Yeah, Speakman down the inside, gets that move done. And again, I think a timing issue there for Sabula. He's definitely there in second place, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. But George Donald in the 64 is also closing in. So keep an eye on that one. In fact, they're all closing in, actually, because Uzakovs is there and Oliver Sanders also there as well. So despite the fact that jumbled start, they've all managed to get themselves in some form of order and are closing in rather swiftly. 3 minutes to go then out of the final corner. And lining up well there. So, across the line. Little look further back. No novices in this one. Everyone is out there on the red and white plate, as they should have. No black and white plates out there, indicating no novices.
All experienced drivers, you would hope for fewer incidents. It's not been too many in this race.
Not necessarily. Have you watched Formula One?
Yes, that's very true, very true, very true.
I've seen the start of their races.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I was trying to be optimistic, mate. I'm sorry.
Here we go as I go through.
Everyone kind of staying line astern for now.
They're being well behaved in this one. I think it's the last heat, isn't it?
No, it's the experience.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not that. They've just calmed down.
Yeah, I think so.
Not the first race.
Keeping it together. They know they've got a final coming up this afternoon. You don't want to break your kart before that, realistically, do you?
Well, they've got a B final and an A final.
Right.
So that's what. So if you're in the B final, I'm guessing that the top however many will go through into the A final. I do need to clarify that. I need to find out how many will go through. But yeah, Neo Clark fastest lap of the race there, and the number 5, 10th place at the moment for Neo. But again, showing he's got the waft in that kart as he goes through.
Indeed. He started on 30th as well.
What a lunge there, sorry, but the 64 of George Donald goes through on Sabula. It looked like an unintentional lunge there that was forced upon him, and thought, oh, you know what, okay, fine, I'll go for it. And he goes down the inside and gets second place. So Sabula now down into third. Gustav Uzakov's now just behind and wanting to capitalise on this as well. Speakman now starting to slowly pull away at the front. As Reg Hayward down the inside.
Just about makes the move stick
about.
There.
Yeah,
I think that was Usakov's who went up the inside there, slightly farther back in the picture.
Yes, it was indeed. As they go on, 1 minute to go then. Speakman leading. But George, he's looking quick, is George Donald, isn't he? I'm keeping an eye on those sector times. Sector 2, personal best in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 2. He's taken a good couple of tenths out of Speakman on that last lap, but he's still got Sabula there for company. Sabula's not letting him get away. He's latched right onto the back of him there. Jacob Jukes with a mechanical flag. Ooh, that's a nightmare. The meatball flag coming out for Jacob Jukes, the man who won, second, I think, in one of his heats earlier on today, if I'm not very much mistaken.
There he is.
There he comes in.
To the pits.
Yeah, that's a nightmare there in the X-Kart. Oh, and it's all kicking off here now because Sabula's looking down the inside and Speakman's under pressure from Donald. Donald looks to the inside here, through Oi's ears, gets it done. Sabula tries to follow, but Speakman closes the door. Now here comes Uzakovs. Uzakovs looks down the inside, gets that move done as well, moves up now into P3. Sabula down the order now. Reg Hayward still there as well, the 73 closing in. This is starting to kick off
Look
now.
at it now, yeah, the front five separated by about a second.
This is good. Jai Lawrence is in that group as well. So Jai Lawrence is there, and now it's all... You wouldn't think this was the battle for the lead on the last lap, would you, in Junior Rotax in Heat 4? This is fantastic stuff. So it's still Donald who leads the way at the moment. Speakman still there in second. He's got the company of Uzakovs there in third place. Sabula still there in fourth as well. Managed to get that move done. Uzakovs a little bit wide out of Wilkins. Through Oi's ears he goes. Look over the shoulder from Donald. Speakman defensive. Uzakov to the outside. He's going to try and get the switch back here. Watch for the exit. But as Donald comes around the final corner, he's looking comfortable here, and he's going to take the checker flag in heat number 4. Speakman takes second from Uzakovs. And I think Sabula took third place in that, fourth place in that one from Reg Hayward and William Ray. Jai Lawrence in 6th place, Spencer Burham in 7th, Mikey Porter in 8th, and Oliver Sander 9th. Neo Clark rounding out the top 10 at the end of that race. We probably actually came 11th. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the racing before the lunch break. Finals are coming up after. Please enjoy the Paddock Show. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Whilton Mill. It's the first round of the 2022 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club, and we're back. We're back and racing. It's chilly, but I don't think any of the drivers care about it. I'm Anthony Jordan. John Ratcliff, you join me here. How does it feel to be back racing again?
Mate, it's exciting. Well, not racing ourselves, but great to be back here anyway to watch others racing, of course. But I don't understand how you managed to go out without a jumper, mate. It's still quite a chilly January morning. It is now. Obviously, we're not going to see this until nearer midday, so hopefully it's a bit more grippy out there on track by then, but could be interesting.
It could be interesting. There's a mixture of wets and slicks going out on circuit at the moment, but it's only practice. We're early morning. Obviously, this will be shown during the lunch break, so that'll be slightly different by the time you guys see it. But let's have a walk through the paddock, see what we can find, and let's have a brief chat.
Should be interesting. I drove through this morning to get up to right parking near the end, and there's just so many people. It's real bustling around, everyone quite excited to get back involved with racing in 2022, I feel.
No, definitely. I mean, parking was a bit of a nightmare for me this morning. I had to park on the mill circuit, but I had to do a lap of the mill circuit before I could actually find a parking space.
Quite fun. Interesting excursion for the morning.
Very handy. You're going to get run over.
Yep, I need to watch out.
There you go, like you see, wet tyres there.
Wet tyres on that one, yep.
Here's the crop promotion team. Now they're obviously a very popular team here at Whilton Mill, based here at Whilton Mill as well. You can just see inside the tent there. A lot of karts out there in Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, IAME as well. I think they've got some in Minimax, but I don't think any in Honda or...
Some cars looking in slightly better condition than others. Some people maybe having some comings together yesterday. Because obviously they had the heats yesterday, didn't they?
Maybe. You got the 89 here, Lewis Wild. Lewis Wild, he's had Kane McQueen giving him a few tips over this weekend.
Okay, I've seen him in the Super GT videos.
Yes,
Caden
so
McQueen.
keep an eye on Lewis Wild. He's a wild card, he is. Oh,
Is he? Good one, yep, great.
Puns out
I've got to deal with you for how long today, is that?
We'll brush past that one. Half the Honda Cadets just coming off from their practice session here. Let's see if we can grab one of our drivers here.
Got the number
just coming off
64.
there. Just quickly, buddy. Right, who are you?
Charlie Whilton.
Charlie, right. Charlie, you've just come in off practice. How is it out there?
Yeah, quite slippery and all that stuff.
Quite slippery. You were out on the slicks from the wets. Was it okay still?
Yeah, it was still okay.
How are you thinking you're going to do today?
I think I'll do quite well.
Excellent. Well, best of luck today, mate, and enjoy your day.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. There, we won't block the exit anymore because everyone will suddenly start to
Everyone's going to start getting very angry at you, mate.
Oh, they get angry at us very quickly sometimes.
At you specifically.
So, at me specifically, yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. That does
It
make
makes
sense.
perfect sense. There's comp
We
card
may have been talking for 5 minutes and already bullied you maybe 2 or 3 times.
Well,
So start as you mean to go on for the day.
just going to start crying, I think. Well,
No.
the common noises of a paddock. Noisy generators.
The generators.
Noisy karts revving. The track's live with activity. I believe this is Millie Hart's kart. Millie
That's a
had a bit of
beautiful
a nightmare yesterday in her first heat.
Yes.
Technical flag in the first heat, so a bit of a nightmare, but hopefully she can come back a little bit stronger today.
Yeah, best of luck to her today.
There goes Charlie Hart's kart, just making its way to the dummy grid. Here's Pro Train. Thumbs up there. Well, you seem keen for a talk now. There you go. You put your thumbs up.
You've dubbed yourself in
what's
there,
your
mate.
name?
I'm Daniel Hackett.
Daniel Hackett. Right, Daniel. How has your weekend been so far?
Not very good.
Not very good.
Tragic.
Where are you starting in your? Have you raced yet?
Yes.
You have. How did Heat 1 go?
Not very good.
Where did you finish?
14th?
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah.
It's all right. Where are you starting in your second heat?
Don't know.
You don't know.
19th?
90. You should know.
I'll check.
These are important things.
I'll check.
Excellent,
Someone
excellent.
knows.
How do you think today's going to go in terms of a whole?
Hopefully a little bit better.
Yeah.
Hopefully. But he's fixed the car. No, he hasn't.
Who's who?
He's fixed the car. So we should be quick now.
And what's his name?
He's Taylor.
He's Taylor.
Yeah.
Taylor in his hat.
Yeah.
Excellent. And his apron. His OMP apron.
He looks Euro, doesn't he?
Yeah, we've almost got kart mechanic bingo and we've not even started the day. Excellent. Well, he's got a cheeky grin on his face and hopefully it all goes well for you today. Yeah, best of luck, Daniel, and yeah, enjoy your day.
Thank you very much. You too.
That's the Pro Train tent. Always a friendly bunch. We've got a queue of them lining up there. Yeah. Look at this. Mobile phones, not a care in the world. Heads down. Heads down. Who are you?
Tommy Edmonds,
Tommy Edmonds, right, Tommy. Why have you got your phone out in the morning?
because I'm ill. So
You're
I
ill?
won't stand too
Oh, right. John, do you want to do this interview?
No, I'm good, thank you, mate.
Are you racing today?
Yeah,
Oh, excellent, right, okay. So where are you starting?
I am. Don't know.
No one knows where they're starting. It's right. So it was the same with numbers yesterday. No one knew their kart numbers. It's your own kart number. What kart number are you?
23 senior road
Well, there we go. That's something.
know that,
Yeah,
at
at least you know that.
Great.
Well, good stuff. Well, best of luck today, and yeah, enjoy the racing.
I will try.
Excellent.
We'll let them off. It is the first round of the season. They've got to let themselves get back into it a little bit.
A little bit, yeah, but
It's not even that loud yet in the paddock, and I didn't hear a word of any of those interviews, so I have no idea what happened just then.
no, exactly.
Hopefully the mic picked up a bit better than my ears.
The kart coming through there. We'll get out the way. Mr. Salvadori's kart there, just
Oh.
coming through shots.
Beautiful little car getting warm over here. I love the paint, the colours on that one. Beautiful.
Noisy. Noisy in the morning. It's not.
Trying not to get run over is
Yeah,
difficult.
I don't do noisy mornings. Don't know why I decided to become a commentator then in motorsport. Here's the Coles Racing team.
Big
Probably
tent.
one of the largest
Big
tents in the
tent.
paddock. You could get lost in there.
Really good.
I don't know if there is
Little
actually
labyrinth.
anyone in there.
The Coles Labyrinth.
But they've got their truck round the back there, and they climb up the top, and they can view the circuit
Oh,
from
yeah.
the top of their truck. There
Beautiful.
it is. Yeah. We've started from there before.
They've got the best vantage point of the whole circuit.
They have indeed, yeah. So we've gone through some of the big
tents there that we've seen. Now we're coming to some of the smaller tents, and just to get an understanding, the paddock here at Whilton Mill is fairly large. Like, you've got all this area here, they're going to the backfield there,
Yep.
but there's drivers on the mill circuit. They've filled the mill circuit, they've filled the car park for KKC, for Dan Holland Racing. That car park is completely full of tents, awnings and all sorts. So there's lots happening. It goes down there as well, you can see. It's a very large paddock. 271 drivers this weekend.
Wow.
There is a lot. It's Freddie Housley's kart just going past. Now this is DSM. Now it's Fernando Alonso. I want to come in here for a brief moment. Oh, we're getting waved in. Excellent.
Squeeze in there.
Right. Well, I'm guessing Mr. Cook is the driver. Excellent. Senior Rotax.
Yes.
Excellent. I could tell that by the little. There you go, I know my things.
God, you're good. You're so good.
Thank you very much. How's your weekend been so far?
It's been quite good, actually. First time in seniors, actually.
Yeah.
Started 11th, finished 11th. So that's all right, actually.
Okay, excellent. Tell us about your kart. Tell us about the team a little bit as well.
It's a good team. We've got all the data, and it's helped me learn and get better as a driver. We've had to change chassis overnight because we found a crack on both sides at the front. So this is a different chassis. So we'll see what today brings.
Excellent. Who's on the spanners for you?
Dad.
Dad. Yeah. Is he good?
He's very good.
Very good. Well, I suppose if he's standing right there, you best say he's very good. Yeah, you don't want to. Oh, just loosen that wheel a bit there. No, you don't want that. Where are you starting for your next heat?
I'm starting 26th.
A driver who knows where he's starting. The first one
The
so
first
far
one
this
so
morning.
far today.
Excellent. Well, 26. A bit of work ahead of you then in that heat. But how are we feeling? What's the game plan?
Just follow Sam Hawthorne, really. Because I'm starting behind him.
Well, don't do what he did yesterday, though. He did get a nose cone penalty in his first heat. So yeah, don't copy everything he does.
No.
No, excellent. Well, best of luck today, Mr. Cook, and yeah, enjoy yourself out there. Thank you very much, Dad, on the spanners, and yeah, a nice little crack there. Great view of the teams, and
cheers, guys.
it just shows that even if they are in a big awning like this, it's still lad and dad, and that's the main thing.
Good to see.
That is one of the main things that we like to see.
But let's hope for his dad's sake that they don't need another chassis after that one, because that's going to be another difficult job.
Yes, it will be. Look, ORM.
Let's go for it.
Motorsport. Let's have a
Goes as far as the eye can see, this paddock.
Well, yeah, exactly.
It's
It stretches quite a way. You see
Really
cars
does.
going around from the bush. Now, John, yourself and myself, we did the IAME O plate together at PF International. In terms of karting, this is obviously a fairly large paddock for yourself as well, isn't it?
It's pretty large. The O plate was pretty large as well, to be fair.
It
but
was.
It's just a completely different vibe. These sort of events, they have so many big teams. It's all so professional looking.
Well,
It's just overall.
overall it's good. We came to ORM. They're all empty
Oh,
because
dear.
they're all IAME cadets and they'll currently be out on circuit. I think that caravan needs a
There's
bit
a
of a
beautiful
clean.
little mural
Yeah,
on the back of that.
I think. Go add to it. No, don't go.
I
add
can't
to
think
it.
of anything that would be okay to put on the stream.
Probably
Let's
probably
carry
not.
on.
Probably not. Yeah, let's swiftly move on. It's unfortunate that ORM are not there. But of course, first round of the championship. A lot of these drivers.
You want a set of tyres?
No, I'm
grab
fine,
those?
thanks.
No?
Just
Okay.
stick them on that beamer. I'm sure it'll be fine. So obviously, first round of the season. A lot of these drivers, some are new. They've got quite a few novices here today. We've got a lot of drivers who are racing the British champs as well. A lot of people who are here are actually mainly here for practice. You know, practice for upcoming other championships or anything like that. A lot of these drivers here, though, they're here to race for the entire season. They're here to win the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and I'd have to say it's probably one of the most popular club championships.
So popular.
In the
So
UK. Well, I mean,
popular.
the fact that it's sold out after it being opened in the blink of an eye is, it's great. And the fact that there's tons of people in the reserve lists as well. So even if
So
people
many.
pull out, you know, it's
more people
always
wanting
going
to
to be
join
full. It's going to be full for quite a while, as we've got a couple of carts.
Which is
just
it's
coming
great
through
for
now.
it's great for Whilton Mill, but it's just great for karting in general as well.
Yeah.
So many people wanting to get involved, and whether, as you say, they're using it for practice or they're using it to genuinely try and win the championship, the more the merrier.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't matter what they're trying to do.
Well, this is the Sam Pollock Racing tent.
Got a couple of people in here.
It's got the
Any drivers?
Jackson. Yeah, we've got a couple of drivers,
drivers.
in here taking some photos. one over here that he looks like he's
Getting a bit
very
hot.
eager for a chat. Who do we have here?
Tom.
Tom? Tommy who, sorry?
Tommy Atticus.
Ah, Tommy Atticus, right. Tommy, how are you feeling today?
Feeling alright.
Feeling all right? You're in Senior Rotax, of course. Now, how have you been out for a first heat yet?
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, how did that go?
Yeah, not too bad. Started dead last, came up to P24 to finish, or P26. So not too bad.
So a good little running there. Who's on the spanners for you today?
Matt.
Matt, is Matt good?
Yeah, no wheels have fallen off yet, so not too bad.
That's always a good sign, isn't it? So he's giving you plenty of waft in that car, is he?
Yeah, he is.
Excellent. Where are you starting for your second heat?
No clue, mate.
No clue. There's another driver who has no clue where he's starting. It's terrible, terrible. These drivers just don't know. Well, hopefully you find that out. Of course, for today, is this your first time racing with Whilton Kart Club, or is it a regular for you?
First time.
First time, okay. Is the plan to stay for the whole season?
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah, and we're feeling confident for it.
Feeling confident.
Excellent. Senior Rotax is a tough old grid, isn't it? So a lot of quick drivers, but like you say, out there, you've had a good first heat, and hopefully the rest of the weekend goes well for you.
Yep, hopefully the momentum carries over.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck today. Enjoy your day, and hopefully no wheels fall off. Make sure he does a good job. Excellent. Cheeky smiles on the face all the way through, and you can see some of the Jack's Racing motorsport carts just there lining themselves up, ready to go out as well. Now, we were supposed to time this.
I already look, mate. Don't you worry.
Oh, you're good.
We
excellent, because I
have
didn't start a timer.
6 minutes left.
We have 6 minutes
Don't
to
you
fill,
worry about
ladies
that.
and gentlemen. What could we talk about? We could go to the cafe. The cafe's excellent.
I don't think we'll get there in 6 minutes. I don't know about you.
Well, no, probably couldn't. We could talk about Dan Ashton. Now, if ladies and gentlemen who don't know Dan Ashton, he's one of the well, he's a clerk of the course, mainly for Trent Valley Kart Club, and he's joining us here today to clerk of the course, the clerk the Whilton Kart Club round. Now, he's got some of the brightest shoes known to the world. He's very proud of them. They are high-vis on feet. Let's put it that way. They're very shiny blue with fluorescent orange soles. So you can't miss him. You'll see him from a mile away. Hopefully we'll get him in the stream at some point before this Paddock show or after it.
Yeah, maybe we might have already picked up on it already on stream.
Yeah,
before we see this.
we could indeed. So yeah, if we have already seen that, fantastic. And we'll just walk in back.
Only serious technical chatter on this Paddock walk.
Exactly that. Tooley. I want to go and see Tooley. Because there's a lot of drivers in this one. Ben, oh God, as he fires up the engine.
Exactly, perfect for us.
He saw us coming.
He did, he knew what he was doing.
Saw us coming, and he was going to make some noise.
See if we can get past the rather loud engine.
Let's go up here. So, Ben Folland.
Oh mate, I missed that smell. What a smell that is.
It's a good smell, isn't it? Let's see if we can.
See if you can poke your head in.
Hello. Hello. Here's a familiar driver that I know, Mr. Neo Clark. How are we?
I'm good, you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. How's your weekend going so far?
Not too bad. We've been fastest for all this fast session. Then we went from P18 to P3 yesterday, so been doing well.
Main question I've been asking a lot of drivers: where are you starting for your next race?
I don't know.
Only one driver has known where they're starting today. It's terrible.
No, because we think they're changing them. That's why.
Why would they do that?
Because we think that they've got them all wrong. We think that everyone's got different numbers. So.
Well, we'll let you off then. Where's your? Which one's yours on this one again? Is it this one? Now, is this a new design for this year?
No.
It's not.
It's a bit dirty.
It's a bit dirty. Talk us through your design on here. What was the inspiration?
Well, simple but effective, I guess. So, just the lines, white, and then, yeah, nice.
No, go faster stripes, isn't it? Yeah. There's at least 2/10 on that helmet alone, I think, to go faster stripes. In terms of the whole, in terms of championship this year, we're planning to stick around, or is it just test seasons for you?
I think we're doing the first 3 rounds, and we're going to do September, so it's more just a test for British.
Yeah. No, copy that. And yeah, of course, British coming up soon as well. And where are we starting for British? What's the first round?
I think it's PF.
I think it's PF as well. There we go. I should know as I commentate on it, but yeah, I don't know anything. But yeah, well, best of luck today, Neo, and I'll be keeping a close eye on you. And yeah, who's on your spanners today?
My dad.
Your dad. Okay, and he's all right, is he?
Yeah.
Where's the kart at the moment? Is it?
Oh, we've gone down to Bridge.
You've gone down. Oh, go. Don't want to leave you there. There's Neo Clark there. Excellent. He's all going through. And Mr. Folland also running away before we could chat to him.
He knows what you're like.
He knows what I'm like, yeah, exactly. Like, well, there we go. Squeeze back out of here, and we're going to get run over. This is a common theme in the Paddock show.
There you go, sir.
Of what we'd usually do is we'd stop the car, and then...
Oh, we're going towards another nice loud car.
Oh, yeah, we'll head to another loud one. There you go. It just shows that cars even struggle to get through because there's carts all over the place as well. So even though we're not in the way anymore, they'll still get...
We're always in the way, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah.
You can see the drivers running for the hills as soon as they see you, mate.
Well, yeah, no, exactly. Completely understandable. It's making lots of noise, firing it up.
Mr. Green.
Yeah. I'm guessing you're Fred Green's dad?
No.
No?
No, I'm his mechanic.
You're his mechanic. Right, okay. Are you walking down? We'll follow with you. There we go. We'll walk and talk. So, Mr. Mechanic, Fred Green, how's he done so far?
He's been absolutely brilliant so far this weekend. It's his first time in this class, so we're still learning as we go along. But it's been really good in the top 5 all weekend in speed-wise. So, and he raced pretty well. Went from 29th on the grid to 8th in the first heat. So yeah, really good.
He's had good pace then. In terms of today, where is he starting for his heats?
I think we've got a 3rd in the second heat and a 15th.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately we had to cut the break a little bit short there for the Paddock show, so unfortunately you didn't get to see the end of that one. But we have got the IAME Cadet final coming up in just a moment's time. Jacob Ashcroft will be starting on pole position. He's got the maximum 98 points from George Edgar, the O-plate, starting alongside Jesse Phillips and Lewis Islin on row 2 with Jensen Graham and Blair Smith on row 3. Sky Parker and Laith Khan on row 4 with Kip Bolofsky and Kanish Rao on row number 5. Ethan Woodward and Ty Butley on row 6 with Finley Hines and Levi McGrath on row 7. Enzo Butarazzi and Harley Musk round out row 8 with Ethan Weldon and Henry Clark on row 9. Rounding out the top 20 spots on the grid is Edward Haynes and Austin Newstead on row number 10. Teddy Porter and Jack McLaughlin on row 11 with Kazra Kamiab and Gibson. Sorry, I keep getting that wrong all the way through the day. I do apologise. On row 12, Max Mason and Aston Brown with Jack Poole, Miller Tomlinson, Aaron Nair, Jacob Narin, Jensen Ackerman, Jensen Jones, Harvey Bacon and Simeon Stone into the tram lines. Green flags out. We're off and racing. It's lucky I got that to the end. Good start then from Islin, and it looks like George Edgar managed to get the drop on the start of it, but loses it through Crook. And Ashcroft, I think, comes back through. The number 8 hugs that inside line, and everyone dives to the inside line. Only a handful go to the outside as they dive back through. Bit of jostling him for position in the back of shot, but Ashcroft holding on to that lead. But the train of Fusion carts, what is it, 4 or 5 of them? It's like a busy wasp nest of Fusion carts, but they've managed, 2 of them have got through, 1 of them's got through, and it's the 1-1-2 of Lewis Islin who now leads this race. From Ashcroft, George Edgar still there in 3rd place. No, I tell a lie, it's Jesse Phillips who's there in 3rd place now as Edgar drops down to 4th. But a good first lap from IAME Cadet for their final.
Indeed. I did see one driver nearer the rear end of the field pull over on the start-finish straight just before the race got underway, so we'll find out who that is when they come over the start line now to finish the first lap. With these 4 drivers still pretty close at the front, you can see them in a slight train. Hopefully they can keep the man in P1, that's Lewis Islin, out front. Hopefully they can keep in his draft so he doesn't get away too quickly. But there is still a slight gap then back to the guys in 5th place, and then another big gap back to 6th, and then a nice little train of carts. We see someone diving to the inside there. I think that was for 6th or 7th place. So I believe that might have been Harley Musk, but we can check that when we see them a bit closer. Here we go, looking back to this battle. That's the 21 leading. No, it's not anymore. The 27 dives down the inside. That's Jensen Graham getting past Harley Musk. And giving the universal sign of let's work together, as none of them work together. Yeah. Continue battling throughout the boot. Positions changing continuously, and there's someone going up the inside of all 3 of them. I think that's the 63, trying to hold it on the inside, but that's not going to happen. Was it 63 or was it 83 of Ethan Woodward? I think it must have been the 83.
Indeed, yeah, 83, Ethan Woodward getting those moves done. Kanish Rao dropping down 4 places on that lap into P10 now. Comments coming in on the stream. Good luck to Teddy Porter. Currently sitting in 16th place is Teddy, as the 21 of Harley Musk gets nerfed out slightly wide there from Jensen Graham.
It was actually Ty Buckley.
Was it Ty
I think?
Buckley?
Yeah,
Okay,
who was
fair
squeezing
enough.
him out wide. It was quite a substantial mood, as I saw someone just about to start spinning in the background there as they were coming down to towards Ashby.
Chopping and changing at the front because Jacob Ashcroft has retaken the lead from Lewis Islin. He's now back into P1 as they go through. Jesse Phillips still there in third. Just losing touch is George Edgar. He's still right there, but he's not managed to keep up, and he's running a little bit wide out of some of these corners as they go through, but chopping and changing all the way throughout. Good start to this race, but a breakaway. The top three, Ashcroft, Islin and Phillips, as Edgar just in the back of shot there in fourth place. Bolowski there in the number 9 is in 5th place. He's closing in also. And then it's the group further back from 6th all the way down to 14th is one big group. That's Graham, Buckley, Musk, Rao, Woodward, Mason, Haynes, Butterazzi, Weldon, Smith, Gibson as well. They're all battling fiercely out there as well. Update for the novice drivers. Edward Haynes is into 12th place. Austin Gibson's into 16th place. Simeon Stone into 18th. Aaron Nayar into 22nd place. I was calling out the kart numbers as chopping and changing
quite
again.
A bit of contact throughout the boot.
Well, chopping and changing. They're all still going. That's allowed now. Edgar to close in.
It has indeed. Yeah, Lewis tried to move on the entrance to the initial section of the boot. Didn't quite work out, but then he was able to do the cutback and get him on the exit onto the start-finish straight. I thought he might lose it again there into Crispus, but nope, staying as they are, these top four. But as you say, George Edgar now right on the back.
Yes, and one thing that we know from cadets is that if they start scrapping, it's a good scrap. But,
yes.
For the time being, they'll probably be in their lull at this time being, because you've got to remember, we're 4 laps in, plenty of time to go. I think these are 11 minutes.
I think they're 9 minutes.
Are they 9 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, 9 minutes.
So we had
plus
7 minutes heats.
Yes.
Now we've got 9 minutes for these finals.
And it's 7 minutes for the B final as well.
Okay.
7 minutes for the B final plus 1 lap, and it's 9 minutes plus 1 lap for the finals. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, at home for your information. 4.5 minutes to go then as they cross the line. But like you say, this is a very exciting battle. When you see these drivers, and Ashcroft's always in and amongst these drivers, he's very quick. So keep a close eye on him as he goes through. And it's all about, well, it's about timing really in this one, as no one gets a contact warning.
I was about to say that. Up the inside goes to 26 though. Into second place, that's Jesse Phillips. Up the inside of Ashcroft. Ashcroft looking for it again into that left-hander, but thinks better of it this time around. This is all also allowing Kit Bolowski in 5th place to start honing them in as well.
Basically, what you're seeing here is you've got the lone ORM driver battling a quintet.
It's holding
of,
number 4
fusion karts.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 of them. Well, actually, sorry, that's a complete lie. 4 of them.
Yes. Quick maths.
Oh, yeah, I know. There we go. All line of sight. And Kit Bolowski, fastest lap of the race as well, in 5th place, closing in. So he's got no teammates there to help him, has Ashcroft. He's all on his own. Whereas these 4 will work together to try and push him back to the back of this pack. But
will they?
He won't. Well, he'd be surprised. He won't allow that.
Into the last 3 minutes, though, we're getting closer to every man for themselves.
Yes, exactly that. Looking further down the order, still close battles all the way out. It's close battle for 12th place, Edward Haynes, Ethan Weldon and Enzo Butterazzi. They're having a fantastic race at the moment, as well as Harley Musk and Max Mason. They're pretty close. Kanish Rao and Ethan Woodward also close out there on circuit. It's kind of a 2x2x2, a little further down the order. Contact warning for Jack McLaughlin on that lap. The 61 currently in 28th place. Henry Clark and Leif Khan have had a good lap on that last one. They both gained 2 positions past Ashton Brown and Simeon Stone. Simeon Stone had a bad lap on that one, lost 4 places on that last lap. 2.5 minutes to go, and still all eyes on these top 3. Of course, the final, who gets the trophy? Who gets those maximum points? This is what we want to see as they go through. And again, just like I say, they're in their lull at the moment. They're all just working together and think, right, I'm comfortable, I'm in 3rd, no dramas. Let's just work together. Let's open that gap. And then when it gets to like a minute to go, that's when you see it all kick into to place.
Our novice, well, one of our novices, Edward Haynes, is having a nice little race up from 19th to 12th so far in this one, and still having a very close pass. I think he's right in the middle of a big pack of 5 or 6 people. So That's an interesting one, but look slightly further back. There's a change for 4th position. I think that was Kit. Yeah, it was indeed Kit Bolowski up the inside of George Edgar. But those two have slightly fallen off the back of the leading trio. So we'll see if they can start to work together, obviously being teammates, see if they can work together and move up to the back of that pack and really challenge for those top 3 positions.
I suspect they will, because you could see the head movement there from Bolowski just saying, right, okay, come on, let's go. And I think Edgar is more than happy to agree with that. And,
I think so. And Bolowski putting in fastest lap after fastest lap, every lap, it seems so far. So I think we could be seeing those two catch up by the end of this lap.
Here's a look a little further back. This is Kazra Kamyab, Henry Clark, Teddy Porter, Jack Poole, Laith Khan as well in this battle. They're just going through the Ashby hairpin now, having a nice little scrap. You could just see there, Kazra Kamyab under pressure from Henry Clark. The 82 trying to get past. Teddy Porter also coming into play as well. Laith Khan just in the back of shot has come through and actually got past. Kamyab off wide and is going to fall down the order as Poole gets a mechanical flag. The 51 in 23rd place who was in that battle receives the mechanical flag, and he's going to fall down the order as he'll have to come back into the pit lane. 30 seconds left on the timer as we go through, and it's still Islin who leads, but by nothing. It was 0.08 of a second when they last crossed the line for the race lead. Ashcroft is still there in 3rd place, some 0.2 a little further down. Eyes on this battle here, though, at the moment, because as they battle through, here's the race leaders then. Here's the race leaders. 20 seconds to go. Last lap board won't be out this time. They'll cross the line. This will be the second to last lap, I suppose. But, yeah, as they cross the line, 10 seconds to go then in this race. Last lap board will be out this time for these drivers. If Henry Baudet was here, we would say next time. But I always make the argument that it's this time, because they'll see it this time. They'll go, no, it's next time. But there we go. Here's a change for the lead, though, because down the inside goes Jesse Phillips, gets it through, and Ashcroft follows. That's crucial. Ashcroft gets past, and now he's got the opportunity to try and take this race win away from all of these Fusion drivers. And that'll be Oliver Rowan would love that. Yeah, Oliver Rowan would love that. Yeah, he would indeed. He was here the other day. I'm not sure if Oliver is here today as well, but if he is here today, I'm sure he's got a big smile on his face seeing Ashcroft pushing up in this kart at the moment as they go through. And again, tucking in. Phillips comfortable in the lead at the moment, but for how much longer? Last lap board out this time around. And again, they've still, even despite that overtaking there, Kit Bolowski and George Edgar have not managed to close in.
Not quite.
Last lap board is out. Who's going to take it?
But yeah, as we said, they were working together for a little bit, but then it got within 2 or 3 laps to the end, and it was all every man or woman for themselves. And yeah, Jesse sending one up the inside, squeezing their teammate out slightly wide, dropping them down to 3rd, but obviously allowing the other man in between them, Jacob Ashcroft, to side through into 2nd. Now he's piling the pressure on for that lead through this final lap. Can he do anything about it? Not through this midsection of the track. Here's a good place to send it. He looks to the inside, but not going to happen. Moore just covers off that 3rd position. I think that exit is going to mean that he's not going to be close enough to challenge into this boot section. Moves over to cover the inside there and does so very nicely. Thought he could do a little bit of a switchback there and throw it out the inside of 26, but I don't think that's going to happen. He's just going to have to hold off for that 2nd place as they come around the final turn, and it's the 26 of Jesse Phillips who takes the win in the final, followed by Jacob Ashcroft and Lewis Islin. A great battle between those 3 throughout the race, but Kit Bolowski and George Edgar just behind him 4th and 5th couldn't quite catch up at the end there, but still taking some good positions and some good points. Then Ty Buckley was in 6th with Jensen Graham just behind. Then Kanish Grayo in 8th, and Ethan Woodward and Max Mason round out the top 10. Then we had Harley Musk and Ethan Weldon, followed by Edward Haynes, Enzo Butarazzi, Blair Smith, Finney Hines, then Austin Gibson, not Gibbon, Gibson, mate. Then Levi McGrath, then Henry Clark, then Laith Khan and Teddy Porter. And then we start to see these drivers who are coming across the line on your screen now. That was Castro Kamyab and Jack McLaughlin. Then Jensen Jones and Millen Tomlinson go across the line, followed by Simeon Stone. And I think that's about it for all the drivers still out on track. We had Aston Brown, Jacob Nairn, Arian Nayar. That's a tough one, but we got it out. Then it was Jensen Ackerman and Jack Poole to round out all of our drivers that started the race, but 4 or 5 of those not quite finishing. It seems, though, as if the top 3 at least were all okay with their front bumpers there.
Yeah, nose cone watch comes in, and top 3 absolutely fine. Top 4, top 5, all good.
Good. That's a wipe the brow moment.
Yeah.
Goodness, that's done. But yeah, that's our first final of the day complete. Certainly an interesting one, as we said earlier. It did start with It did start. Well, we've got a driver spun around down at Ashby, the 25. That is indeed Jacob Nairn. It seems like the car has stopped, so I might have to get his little carrier out with his mechanic out to pick him up and take him back to the paddock. But yeah, now that one's done. The IAME Cadet final is done. What do we have coming up next?
Well, coming up next will be race 26 because they go in numerical order.
Wow, you've blown my mind there, mate.
Who'd have thunk it? Junior X30 final is coming up next. So, Junior X30 final about to make their way out onto the circuit. Let's have a look at the grid of who is going to start where. Gabriel Stilp is going to be starting on pole position with 102 points he's accumulated from today, with Macaulay Bishop starting in second place with the 98 points. Henry Gregory on the second row of the grid with Cian Geraghty. Jack Cox and Fred Green will round out row number 3. Ian Gamio and Alfie Garford will round out row 4 with Archie Clark and Leo Brown on row number 5. Row 6, Archie Heron and Guy Taylor on row 6 with Jack Mowat and Jack Buckley. On row 7, Jaden Gregg and Morgan Hill. On row number 8, Jack Collins and Leo Robinson. On row 9 with Lucas Field and Josh Jones. On row 10, running at the top 20. Macaulay Guy and Harry Yule will start on the 11th row of the grid with Chloe Chong and Jack Owen Drawbridge. On row 12, Kira Harris and Luke Taylor will start on row 13. Taylor Orridge and David Marzell on row 14. David McIntyre and Charlie Locker on row 15. The top 30 drivers out on the grid. Oliver Harris and Tristan Powell on row 16 with David Astiglu and Philip Ganna on row 17. 34 karts in total for this Junior X30 final. There they are lined up in the dummy grid area, all primed, ready to go.
Luckily for us in the comms booth, not quite as one after the other as the heats were. So we get a bit of time to relax, recuperate.
Get a bit of time to breathe. A little bit of that. But I have to say, with all those big fluffy coats and woolly hats, it looks a bit chilly out there, doesn't it? I suspect a lot of these drivers have got a bit of a chill on. Karts are making their way out onto the circuit now, of course. Rolling start for the A final for Junior X. Who's producing, and Luke Austin's walking around pretending to look important.
Yeah,
sort of thing. Yeah.
He gets the lunch.
Yeah, he does indeed. He does indeed. Well, Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, welcome to the live stream. Of course, we're about to witness race 26, the Junior X30 final. If you are enjoying what you're seeing at the moment, please make sure you are subscribing to the Alpha Live. And of course, if you're unaware, Alpha Live has got a brand new TikTok page. If you're of the generation who likes to watch TikToks,
I love TikTok.
Do head over to TikTok and you type in Alpha Live Productions, and you'll find all the goodness that we've got, all the funny bits.
Some great little clips.
Some great little clips as
good
well.
Good moves,
so,
good crashes, interesting bits of racing. But here we go.
Yep, into the tram lines. Is it green flag of asking? It is green flag. Away we go for the final of Junior X30 into Crook. And a good start then from the grid. They all get up. It's a good start from Bishop. Leads away, Stilp into second.
It's a good move up into third there. Not sure who that was, but a bit of a send. Oh, we've got two drivers off, the 22 and the 23 off at Christmas.
Buckley and Mowat from 13th and 14th, and they're still squabbling. They've both just rejoined the circuit and then immediately gone side by side again, thinking, oh, no, you're not having that. 42's going slowly, or it could be the 43 of Archie Clark.
I think it was Gabriel Stilp.
You think
so.
Oh,
I think it might have been. It was nearer the front of the pack.
Well,
got the 68 as well. Well, that's Macaulay Bishop coming through. So yeah, I think it might have been. Let's see as they come across the line now to end lap 1 of this X30 Junior final.
Well, that'd be a nightmare if Gabriel Stilp, our race leader, and he's not come across in second place.
Timing's also not updated. There we go.
There we go.
It was indeed.
So he's crossed in third. So he's lost a couple of places. So he's still in this race, folks. He's still in this race. He's right there. So you Stilp fans out there, calm down, relax. He's still right there.
What accent was that?
I don't know. Questionable accents all the time. Yeah. Right, but yes, it's final. Plenty of time. So 9 minutes, these finals. 7 minutes, just over 7 minutes to go then. So Bishop leads from Gregory, Stilp, Cox. Oh, and there's someone off. It's one of the JDR carts, the 59, and it's Archie Heron, who goeth no further as he wheel spins that cart back onto the grippy stuff, albeit now at the back of the grid and probably with a frown that's not upside down.
Although, look on the bright side, that was a pretty cool entrance into shot, backwards.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we'll see that on the TikTok page very soon.
Maybe. Who knows? There we go, as I go through. Right, where was I? Yes, I was going down who was where. So it was Bishop who's leading from Stilp, Gregory, then it's Cox, and then it's Geraghty, then it's Green, Gamio, Taylor, Garford, Brown the top 10, Greg, Hill, Clark, Field. It's going to be chopping and changing, though, because down the inside goes Geraghty on Cox. Jack Cox dropping down. Also, Fred Green comes through as well, the 15. Diving through. Speaking to his mechanic earlier. Ian, I believe his name.
He's going to lose another position as well.
Yeah, indeed.
That double up the inside as well. That's 48,
Taylor, yeah, Kai Taylor, who went through the barrier earlier, got the nose penalty. Didn't do it in the third heat, and he's not done it in this heat either, so good. Is it improvements?
Yes, indeed. It looks like the front two might be battling a bit. Both of them just got contact warnings, Macaulay Bishop and Gabriel Stilp, as I just saw lots of bits of carts fly off there up at Christmas, so clearly some contact occurring. But,
indeed.
Yeah, not watching the battle, so I'm not sure where those two have come together, but still Gabriel Stilp in second place, setting the fastest lap down in the 45s, the only driver on track to be in the 45s, and he's not even just in, he's a 45.87 as well. So really hunting down Macaulay Bishop for that lead currently.
So Taylor's managed to get past Green for 5th place. So that CRG kart working well here. He's moved up. Still Bishop from Stilp. They have cleared away. Stilp is closing in though, 45.8 on that last lap. He took 0.3 of a second out, closed it from 0.6 down to 0.3. Now the gap, so starting to close up there. This battle further behind though, this is from 4th down. So this is 4th to about 8th place that we've got here. And you can just see it's all starting to get a bit argy-bargy.
It is indeed. There were sparks coming off the back of one of the carts there as they exited Ashby onto that little runoff exit, which can happen as the carts start to bounce around, especially when they have that change in surface. Start bouncing around and getting a bit sparky, and as you say, getting a bit argy-bargy, but all of them keeping it relatively respectful at this point in the race. Still got 5 minutes to go, so no need to be absolutely crazy just yet. As who have we got there? Is that that's the 40 following the 48 following the 73, isn't it? That's for 4th and 5th position. And it does look like Michael Taylor has some good pace here, doesn't it? He's got siding through the pack and now right on the rear end of Kian in 4th.
Oh, yeah, definitely so. You can see the pace just in the sector times alone as they're going through. They're all quite similar, but, you know, personal best coming in left, right and centre. But Gabriel Stilp again on that last lap. Another fastest lap of the race. Another 2/10 out of it. That gap is, what, it's non-existent. And as they cross the line again, it's still non-existent. It's about 2/10 of a second as they cross the line. So they're having a very close battle. But are they going to be battling? You would think at that point they're probably going to be trying to stay line astern and just, you know, go for it because they don't want these two to close in.
When they've got that 3-second lead, they don't want to be giving that up.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, they've got Henry Gregory as well, who's in 3rd place because Auntie Katie's watching as well.
Hello, Auntie Katie.
Supporting. Yeah, that gap is about 3 seconds that they've got from Henry. Kian Garrity and Mike Taylor, they're just here. They're on your screen. All are coming together. The 17 of Chloe Chong and the 84.
Josh Jones.
Yeah, they have. That's not gone well. Chloe's just like, go on, you get your cart off mine and then I'll just drive off. Go on, sort it out. Right, so. But there we go. So as you go through, here's the battle for the race lead. Here's what people want to see. Bishop and Still.
He's done it, hasn't he? Oh, no, sorry. He was ahead the whole time. Yeah. My apologies. Yep, sorry. Getting ahead of myself there. But he is going to look for the move there. Here's the 42. Gabriel, we said they're probably going to work together. Maybe they didn't hear us. Not seemingly working together. And that he just showed the nose cone a bit there, but lost a little bit of time in doing that. Maybe 2 or 3 kart lengths now between the two of them. But Gabriel did seem overall to have the slightly quicker pace. I mean, we're talking 1 or 2 tenths a lap, but going wide there was the 42, really pushing, trying to catch back up with the rear end of Macaulay Bishop. And then there's quite the gap then back to Henry Gregory, isn't there? And then he's got a slight gap back to 4th place of Kian as well. So it all, as we say, staying relatively similar. Now we've got a move up into Christmas. That's the 48 losing the position. That's Micah Taylor. Fred Green over Hudson. Micah Taylor's got a problem, but he collects another driver. That was the 19 of Jack Cox getting collected as the 48 pulled off the circuit. I can't really read that one, to be honest, mate. I think the engine just died and he went straight right, not realising a driver was trying to overtake on the outside.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see where Jack Cox ended up after that one.
We'll have to see, but that's the disaster for Taylor from 5th place.
He had great pace as well. He was looking really good in this final, but Kart said, no more for me.
Yeah, Kart go pop. So Stilp now leads from Bishop. So a change for the race lead on that last lap. A 42 crop promotion driver now leading this race. Gregory's still in a bit of a no man's land, but he has got Garrity and Green closing in.
Stilp has caught right back up to the rear end of Macaulay Bishop again, and Macaulay has started defending pretty heavily now. Yeah,
he has. So Bishop back past. Now this is going to be allowing Henry Gregory to close in, because keep an eye on that gap. It's 3.1 seconds. Let's see what it is this time, because that mad crop promotions driver is snapping at the heels of Macaulay Bishop as they go through. 1 minute to go.
It's dropped to 2.6 there, mate. 2.4 even.
Yeah, he's taken a full second out of them that time around, and with 1 minute to go, there's still at least 2 or 3 laps left in this race, because they'll get this lap, they'll get another lap, and they'll probably get the last lap board in the next one. So plenty of time left in this one. So keep an eye on that gap. It's 2.4 seconds between Henry Gregory and these two drivers. I think they've started to realise, and Bishop looked like he took a tighter entry line there. Stilp took the wider entry, the later apex. That's allowed him to close back up again and again there. And now look, he's going to try and get the switch back here as they go through into the final corner. No, Bishop says, yeah, you're not going to have that one. As he comes through side by side. It's very, very close between these two drivers. You can't put anything. Last year in Mini X30, it was Macaulay Bishop and Leo Robinson. Is it going to be this year Macaulay Bishop and Gabriel Stilp the championship battle as they go through? Because it's looking like it's going that way. Through Inkerman's on there, the 51, who's in the middle of the circuit and trying to pull the car out of the way. Oh dear, that's a brown trouser moment there if you've ever seen it. That was Philip Garner, and Stilp goes down the inside. Stilp has the move. Stilp has got that car in front, and the last lap board's going to come out this time. So Bishop down into second place. Where is Gregory?
You can visibly see him behind them now. Look at that. Maybe 2 or 3 kart lengths back to Henry Gregory in third.
About that, yeah, there he is. There he is. So let's see. But Stilper's got a lot of time here. Runs out super wide there. Last lap boards out this time. What can Bishop do? Is he going to try and close that gap up? Again, Stilp very wide there. He's pushing that kart right to the ragged edge. Bishop tucks in as much as he can. Dives down the inside at Christmas. That came from a different postcode from Bishop, but he did it anyway. Down the inside at Christmas and retakes the lead. Stilp now tries to go around the outside, and Henry Gregory's right there. Gregory in third place in that 77 Premium Karting. He's going for that move as well, and Stilp tries to go back down the inside. He almost gets his nose cone ripped off from Bishop. Bishop defending furiously. Here comes Gregory. Gregory looking to the outside. What's he going to do? But Bishop holds on to it. There's only one real opportunity to get it done, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Bishop out of the final corner. Gregory to second. No, he can't. Bishop's going to take the checkered flag from Stilp and Gregory. Wow. You'd have called that one, but what a move that was from Bishop into Christmas corner. You couldn't have sent it any further away if he tried. And my goodness, that was absolutely fantastic. Hey. And Bishop to the camera says, that's a win. That's a win I deserve.
Yeah, he definitely deserved that one. Could I request a replay of that move? Because that was just amazing. He came from so far back there. I was not expecting it at all. And suddenly down the inside, the last of the late breakers. And yeah, he deserved that win after that move. What a move. As here we go. We can have a look at it.
I think you got your wishes answered there. You could just say, look at that. Look at that. A great driving from Stilp there, because he was turning in and then all of a sudden, just avoided it. But anyway, nose cone watch. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Stilp in like a flash.
I think Macaulay might be a little bit further around because he was celebrating quite a bit. Here he is.
Nice and slow.
Deservedly so.
Celebrations, Stilp. It's all good.
He's good.
For Bishop. And it's all good for Gregory. So your top three go through Bishop, Stilp, and Gregory. The top three from the X30 or Junior X30 final. Fred Green will take fourth from Geraghty. Gamio Brown, and that's Lucas Field getting a nose cone by the look of it. So that's a big shame there. Leo Brown takes seventh place. Jack Cox in that case will then take 8th place from Alfie Garford in 9th. Jaden Gregg in 10th place, and of course the rest of the results will appear on the Alpha Live timing in just a moment. But an absolutely fantastic race.
Yeah, a lot of love for that one in the YouTube chat as well. People saying how great that one was.
Indeed.
Wow. We have to quickly get over that one because we're going straight into another one, aren't we?
We are indeed. Race 27 is coming up next. Thick and fast. It's Honda Cadet B final. So, Honda Cadet B final about to make their way to the circuit, and here's how they line up. Alexander Kowajikov will start on pole position with Bella Brown alongside Oliver Spencer and Charlie King on row number 2 with Leoanna and Mason Brooks rounding out row number 3. Row 4, Thomas Butcher and Jacob Batchelor with Callum Wilson and Ralphie Granger on row number 5. Alice Fairclough and Hugo Majewski on row number 6. Row 7, Ella Dixon and Sebastian Clark. And then on row number 8 at the back is Stanley Donaldson. 5 points in total collected from the heats races. Now, hopefully the disembodied...
Oh, I got 3 drivers
spinning on the formation lap. That's there's the clipboard. Right, now, the question that I was going to ask is, to the disembodied voice in my head, was... Are drivers in this race going through to the A final, or are they not? That is a question. And if so, how many are going through to the A final? He doesn't know, but he's going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. That's good news. So, again, that's something I should probably already know. But in the rush of everything, I've completely forgotten.
That's all right, mate. We'll let you off.
Someone's going to find out.
We'll let you off this time around. They're going to obviously grid up for this one again. The Honda Cadets being the only ones that take to the grid. We've got the 51 of Alexander there on pole with Bella alongside in that beautiful pink helmet. Was that the pink one you were talking about earlier?
It's
a different one?
Not. No, that was a different one.
Okay. Still a very nice helmet, nonetheless. It looks It looks so barren with the B final. We're so used to having 30 to 40 drivers on the grid that having 15 is it looks slightly barren. But still quite a number of drivers. And I can imagine with this number of drivers in Honda Cadets on this grid, we're going to see quite one big long train during this, I'm feeling.
Well, there's a gap there.
There is a slight gap, isn't there? Because I think it was supposed to be 15, wasn't it? And there's only 13 on the grid.
Well, I'm thinking it's Alice Fairclough who's supposed to be right behind Jacob Bachelor there in the 30 kart, but she's at the back, as you can see there. So probably one of the drivers who spun.
It was.
Here we go then. Lights out. Here we go then. B final underway. And a good start from the front row. Looking like the 51 of Kojikov managed to get the jump there. Bella Brown holding on to second place. Long train coming up into Christmas corner and already under braking there. The 74 Charlie King getting all wrong and twisted and keeping it on the straight and narrow. Keeps it, loses a couple of positions but doesn't go off the track, which is a good start then. As they go through, everyone running wide onto that area, but a good start for the B final.
Yeah, just about all held it together. We saw, but the second place man has gone slightly wide there, manages to rejoin without taking anyone out. That's the 42. That's Oliver Spencer, made it up into second place. Through a good start there, but drops down a few positions. He's got enough time in this final, though, to try and gain those positions back. Now, that means that Bella has gone back up into second, or is she? Just about keeping it through the boot there. She was in second going up into Christmas, was holding the inside very nicely, but moved over just a little bit too early and was sent up the inside by Oliver Spencer. But obviously then later on that lap, Oliver Spencer lost out on that position, so Bella back up into second place. We've got a nice train of about 5 karts there, from second place down to about 6th. And the leader, Alexander, has just checked out already. Almost 2 seconds in the lead after lap 1.
News just in.
Oh, wow.
The top 4 go through and round in a rotation there. The 18. And I don't even have an 18 on my screen. So, unfortunately, folks, someone spun and we don't know who it was.
Yeah.
So we'll hopefully get that adjusted at some point. But this just in, the top 4 go through. So, so the bubble is 5th down. So anyone who's in 5th place are in the bubble.
Bubble.
Yeah, so they need to get out of the bubble, or they need to pop the bubble and get into the top 4.
Okay.
So, or the top 4 of the bubble. It's something like that. Either way, someone's bubble is getting popped. The top 4. So it's Bella Brown who leads the way from Leo Anna, Oliver Spencer, Charlie King. They're in the bubble.
I'm not sure it is, because Alexander was pretty far out ahead and now has dropped to the back. So unless he's come off, I think there might be a timing issue.
Right, okay. So Alexander Kojikov is still leading then from Bella.
I think so,
Leo,
yeah, I can definitely see him out front. There he is.
There he is. So Oliver is in 4th place. So they're in the bubble. Charlie King is outside the bubble, with Thomas Butcher. They need to pop the bubble to get into the bubble. To keep a close eye on that one.
Stop saying bubble.
Bubble! Right, okay. So here we go. 4.5 minutes to go. Let's keep a close eye on that. So the driver you want to keep a close eye on is Charlie King, the 74.
As Callum Wilson gets a mechanical flag from 9th place.
That's going to be an end of the race. It'll be 10th place because...
Sorry, 10th place. It's going to be difficult to remember now.
Who's
in the bubble? Where's the bubble?
Yeah. Stop saying bubble. There we go. 4 minutes to go. So that on your screen there is Bella Brown. So that's 2nd place. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 5th there, Charlie King, right behind Thomas Butcher. Keep an eye on him. He goes to the outside here into Christmas corner. It's a bold move, but Spencer holds on to that inside line. Anyone in that top 4, they're the ones who are going to go through to the back of the A final.
Yes.
And then they'll have all the work to do again.
Brilliant.
Yes, an extra race here.
Yeah, exactly, an extra race. That's great. You can't complain at that.
Yeah, exactly that. Jonathan Hall on the live stream says, bubble. Excellent. Good stuff. 3.5 minutes to go then. In towards the boot section they go. Line astern, no one really going for the lunges yet. And again, I think it's just because you're in the lull. The mechanical flag again out to Callum Wilson from 9th place now because he's managed to go up. Even with the mechanical flag, he's just coming to the pit lane there in the back of the shot. Not sure what's up with the kart. Hopefully we can get a little look at it and see what might be an issue. Usual one is like a rear bumper that's fallen off or something like that, or anything. And what is it?
Exactly that.
Well, I don't think it's the rear bumper. I think that's the chain guard.
Oh, yes, it is. You're right.
You can see the clutch is exposed and everything like that.
Yes.
So, yeah, there we go.
Some battling there between the 74 and the 41. 74 squeezing him out wide. That's Charlie King on Hugo Majewski. And look at these three now, proper getting into a battle. Bella manages to hold them off, though, keeping that second place. So, yeah, this is kind of the battle. Oh, there's three drivers off, 74, 41, and 30. That's Charlie King, Hugo Majewski, and Alice Fairlow.
Yeah, so that's not... Alice, understandably, very frustrated, gesticulating the hand movements everywhere. And Alexander Kojikov with the fastest lap of the race once again. From the race lead, of course, on your timing screens there, it says down in 30, but he's not. Relax. Don't panic. He's in the lead. He's quite far ahead of this group here, which is the battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth.
So it'll be the front three of these four that go through.
Yes, exactly. So the 54 at the moment, Thomas Butcher, is wanting to find his way past Oliver Spencer. And at this moment, he's not managed to find that gap yet, but he's still looking for it because the two up ahead are starting to close in now as well. They're absolutely line astern, but what they have to remember is that they don't need to battle. They don't need to battle. They can just stay there. You're through. It's just the top four. So, but of course, whenever we get to this sort of stage, they never listen.
No.
And they do always battle because they want to gain that extra space.
I was about to say that in the grid, yeah.
In the A final, yeah. But like, what's one space at the back of the grid in the A final versus actually getting to the A final?
It's true.
It's like I would take just getting there. So you know, it's one of those. But hey ho, it's not me driving. It's down the inside, 2 for 1. Thank you very much, says Oliver Spencer. Oh, and 3 wide. Oh, this is oh, you've got to be so careful. And now he's back to third, and now he's going to lose the spot to Thomas Butcher.
No, he's not.
He's not. He's going to hold on to it. Oh my goodness me. Oh,
I think they're still side by side, aren't they?
They are indeed. He's going to try and go the long way round. Wilkins! Closes the door, gets it done. Right, okay, so now that's Thomas Butcher up into 4th place and is now in the bubble. Oliver Spencer is now out of the bubble, and he's got 30 seconds to go as well. There's not much time left of this race, so expect Oliver Spencer to try and do whatever is humanly possible to get that kart back up into place.
And it all heats up pretty quickly because these B finals are only 7 minutes, unlike our A finals, which are 9 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. Last lap board's coming out this time, folks, as it's side by side for second place, Leo and Bella.
Exactly what you said they shouldn't do is there's the move for the bubble.
Yep.
42 up the inside, that's Oliver Spencer into the bubble.
He has indeed. It's been popped and he's back up into 4th place. Keep an eye on Butcher then, he's going to want to fight back as well. Well, I've got to say, keep an eye on Jacob Baxter as well, because he's now closing in with all these 4 squabbling together. He can smell an A final.
Oh, yes.
He can smell an A final. It's right here. It's right here is the A final, and where it's going to happen, here it could happen. Bella's retaken 2nd place now. Leo back down into 3rd place. Spencer in 4th place. Butcher's still there in 5th place now. As they go through, last lap board it was out a while ago because Alexander has crossed the line already. So last lap board is out. What's going to happen? And defensive goes Bella. Unnecessary. Don't need to defend. You're through. Just go for it. I don't think that he would have gone for the lunge there. But I'm not driving. He very much could have done. The person who needs to be defensive here, I suspect, is Oliver Spencer. But he's not gone defensive so far. Butcher is still right there. It's anyone's game, really.
Yeah, Spence has a little check over his shoulder. Might lose it here. Nope, goes nice and defensive through the left-hander and holds it off. I think he might have just got a good enough sort of kart length to hold it off here. Looked like they were going for the attack there. 3rd position going for 2nd. That was Leo looking at it, but it's not going to happen. I think they're all going to stay the same as Alexander takes the win, comes across the line, out the front of everyone else, and that sees Bella, Leo, and Oliver joining him in the A final.
Yes, so there are 4 drivers who are going through, just missing out, and unfortunately, well, it depends. Nose cone? Nose cone?
Yeah, we don't know 100% yet.
So there's all provisional results, pending scrutineering. It's not pending Paul Class, it's pending Darren. Pending Darren in scrutineering, whether or not you do go through to the A final. But as it stands, Alexander Kojikov, Bella Brown, Leo, Ada and Oliver Spencer will go through to the A final pending scrutineering. Thomas Butcher then, Jacob Batchelor, Stanley Donaldson, Mason Brooks, Charlie King, Hugo Majewski, Alice Fairclough, Sebastian Clark and Callum Wilson at this moment in time are possibly heading home early this weekend and will not proceed to the A final. The 51.
I don't think he saw anyone else during that
good.
race, so you would hope that he would.
Yeah,
it'd be all right.
It's good for Alexander. For Bella, it's good. For Leo, it's good. And for Oliver Spencer, it's good. So our top 4 are good. And the rest will go through, and unfortunately it will be the end of their weekend, which is a shame. You know, it's never nice to finish on a V-final like that. And have a bit more work to do, so I've got multiples of grids here in front of me, but there we go, that's that one that I want, it's that one there. But I haven't got the next grid, which is a shame. So if the grid doesn't come up on the screen, we'll have a grid on the screen apparently, so it's all good. But hopefully the disembodied voice in my head could tell me what it is as well. So coming up next is it's
a race.
It's a race. I don't think the disembodied voice in my head got the hint I was trying to ask him there. But anyway, Minimax B final is coming up next. Matas Majezenskas is going to be starting on pole position from Gabriel Culling on row number 1. Noah McNicholas on row 2 with Donald Stratton alongside. Daniel Hartley and Charlie Gregory will be starting on row number 3. Ben Simpson and Callum Sims on row 4 with Adam Hill and Alexander Zingarevich on row 5. Joshua Bagumbe and Emily Cooper will start on row 6, 11th and 12th place. 12 drivers taking part in this B final. And Mano Shrimp joins the stream. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Shrimp. There we go.
You said a lot of drivers, but I can only see 7 out on track, mate.
I can indeed. They're definitely going. Are they going red again? No, that looks like green flag to me. Yep, green flag is out. 7 drivers out on circuit, and I said a grid, and it's completely topsy-turvy of what I said of that grid because Matas Miazanskas has started at the back of this grid, despite the fact that it said he was starting on pole, so I'm not sure what happened there. But Gabriel Cullen crosses the line, leads the way, and a spin there. The 86 and the 30 go round. That's Donald Stratton and Ben Simpson who go around. I saw some support on the stream earlier for Ben Simpson.
I think it was Ben who sent it to the inside there at Christmas, but didn't quite make the move stick.
Yes, indeed.
He did have a nice little shout out for Jonathan Hall on the chat as well, because he was the one that said bubble. Then he also said a very nice comment after that.
And Motorsport Magpie joined in and said everyone is blowing bubbles, party bubbles, in the air, or pretty bubbles in the air. There we go. 6 minutes to go then. This is the B final. I'm guessing, disembodied with my voice, it's the top 4 again in this one that will go through. A spin from, who's that? It's the 50. It's Charlie Gregory who's gone around. And disembodied voice in my head had told me the answer as I screamed, so I didn't actually hear him. Gabriel Cullen and McNicholas battling for the lead.
Bit of Kart being lost there on the exit of Christmas.
Okay, so there's the 12. That's Matas Miazanskas. Now, he's not a novice on my timing screen, but he's got the novice sticker.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, so confusing.
So confused.
Right, okay. 5.5 minutes to go. We'll get through this, ladies and gentlemen. We'll do it together. Contact 1 are going out for Charlie Gregory. 5th place at the moment for him. So apparently, again, possibly the top 4 that go through in this one. And at the moment, Gabriel Cullen, one of the novice drivers, leading this race from Nicholas.
Nicholas has got a good exit there at the first corner there. He's going to look to the inside up to Christmas, and he is going to make the move stick there, taking the lead away from the novice driver. And going to try and push on ahead. But if Gabriel can do anything about it, he's going to. Looks for it into Ashby on the bottom right hand, but not going to happen. And, I mean, with almost 5 minutes left to go, even though, as we said, we think it's the top 4 who go through, so these top 2, it doesn't really matter which way around you are. it's about pride at the end of the day. So hopefully they will do the smart thing and not fight until the end. But equally, there's a spin.
All
the leaders round
from Noah McNicholas and defends that last spot
just
furiously.
About, my goodness.
And wow, I have to say, Daniel Hartley, heart in his mouth, had to hit the anchors there to avoid contact, which he does so successfully. Right, what does that mean? So if it's the top 4 that go through, Noah McNicholas is still in 3rd place, so it's Charlie Gregory who's in 4th now. So again, that's a heartbreak for Daniel Hartley, because now he's lost his bubble position because of that having to brake for avoiding contact there with McNicholas. So he's going to have to try and claw that one back, and that's of course even if it is the top 4 that go through. But I'm assuming that it is. So Gabriel Cullen then still leading the way from Matas Miazanskis, Noah McNicholas, Charlie Gregory, Daniel Hartley, Donald Stratton and Ben Simpson. In that order, 3.5 minutes to go. And again, everyone, they've calmed down a bit again now, haven't they? They're just in position. Oh, and there's someone who stopped. And oh, no, it's Matas. Matas Miazanskas has stopped to the side of the circuit, and he is furious. And would you blame him? The first round of the championship, and it conks out in the B final when he's going through to the A final, and you've got to feel for him.
Gutted.
You've got to feel for him. That's a disaster.
I couldn't tell if that smoke was coming from the engine or out of his ears. He was so angry. But I think it's completely fair enough to be that angry, as you say, comfortably going through to the A final, and the kart says no.
He just set the fastest lap of the race as well, so it's not like the kart was slowly conking out.
No.
It just went. And I'm not sure what caused that, but that's a disaster.
But one person that's going to be happy about that is Daniel Hartley.
Well, yes, of course, as from one person's demise is another person's, well, yeah, there's another word. There's a word that I need to say at the end of that, and I've forgotten what it is.
Game.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Works.
That works. Yeah, so still, it's a disaster, isn't it? It's never a nice feeling, especially the first round.
Yeah.
It's the first round. It's like, it just makes you feel like, oh, what's going to happen for the rest of the season now? It's like, oh. But it happens, and unfortunately, folks, that is motorsport.
It is indeed. If you look at the closest battle on track is between second and third, which is what we're looking at right now. Last lap, their best laps are identical. 50.87, 50.87 between these two, the 81 and the 50. Noah McNicholas and Charlie Gregory. Less than 2 minutes to go now. That's the number 50 looking up the inside. That's Charlie possibly looking for it through the first corner, but isn't able to grab it just then, and means that he actually scuppers his line a little bit through that first section of corners. However, as we've said previously, they don't really need to do too much. They're in a nice little position here.
You don't need to. I mean, it could depend whether or not you start on the 16th row versus the 17th row.
Yeah.
That's the only difference it's really going to make. But in terms of the grand scheme of things, you're through to the A final. It's you could just sit there and just chill. I don't need to gain a spot. I mean, it's bragging rights really at the end of the day.
Exactly.
But Gabriel Cullen is leading at the moment from Noah McNicholas, Charlie Gregory. Those two are battling on your screen right now for second place. Daniel Hartley is in the bubble in 4th place in that 63, just behind some about 5 seconds further down the road from these two scrapping. But if they start scrapping, which it looks like they might actually start doing, you don't need to. Chill, you're good, you're through, don't worry about it. 30 seconds left to go, don't throw it away by sending a silly move down the inside, don't worry about it. But again,
I don't think they're going to listen to you.
They're not going to listen. No. They're going to go for it. And again, who would blame them? Who would blame them? They're racing. They're racing.
Fair enough.
If you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing
That's true.
driver.
I think people stick to that one a little bit too much. But the 50 of Charlie continuing to pressure second place. However, the second place of Noah did set the fastest lap last time around. And is that the leader slowing down?
Well, they've gained on him.
They have gained on him a lot. A second that lap.
Charlie Gregory is pumping out fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap. They are, well, they're only about 3/10. No, they're a full second faster than Gabriel Cullen. That last lap, they took a whole second out of them. So whether or not that was a mistake from Gabriel, but they're proper closed in now, haven't they?
Can't really explain that one, but his kart still looks to be just as quick now, so he stayed ahead in first position, and I think he's got enough to definitely keep that until the last section of the lap. But it looks like it's all probably going to stay pretty similar.
It is indeed. So there we go. Let's see what happens then. Last lap board will be coming out this time. Do you know what my favourite motorsport saying is?
What?
If in doubt, flat out. There you go.
Yes.
That's what I live by. Which is right, I don't race anymore. There we go. Last lap board is out, and your top three here on screen. Gabriel, Noah, and Charlie. Colin, McNicholas, and Gregory. Daniel Hartley is also in that top four bubble, but is nowhere to be seen at this moment in time, which is fine, because he's through. As long as Donald Stratton doesn't close up to him, but they've got a good 6 seconds between themselves, so I think it's fairly spread out at the back of the grid. But all eyes on this battle. It doesn't matter if they finish first, second, or third, because they'll be through to the A final. That's all that matters in this race, is getting those drivers through, and all three of these drivers are through. It's just bragging rights to see if you can get a second place finish or a first place finish. But despite the fact that they closed that gap up to a second, it looks like Gabriel's opened it back up, meaning that he probably just had a bit of a moment, bit of a tizzle out on the circuit, something like that. But he exits the final corner. Gabriel Stilt will take the checkered flag from Noah McNicholas, Charlie Gregory, and then we wait. We wait for the 63 of Daniel Hartley. There he comes to the finish line. He's the last one. And look at that. He's happy with that. Good lad, Daniel. Good lad. There you go. You're through to the bubble. You're through to the final. There we go. Done it. Donald Stratton crosses 5th place. Ben Simpson there crosses in 6th place in the number 30. And, of course, we had the one retirement from that one. Matas Mierzanskas, unfortunately, after what appears to be a mechanical failure of his kart out of turn 1. Sees him out of this race and, unfortunately, out of this weekend.
Oh, dear. There's your grid for the next race, sir.
Lovely.
There you are. And there's you're pumping out Colin McRae quotes on stream, and a lot of drivers earlier were doing a bit of Colin McRae rallying across the grass. So maybe let's not take the quotes that you're chucking out quite as to heart.
A round of applause for the drivers coming through, but of course they've got to make sure their nose cones are all good. I mean, they're good at the moment because the top three were clear by 8 seconds from 4th. So 4th place was clear by 6 seconds. So if any of them get a nose cone, they're still through. It'll just be chopping and changing a little bit of the position of where they would be for that final. But they're all got through, and everyone goes through. So unfortunately from this weekend for Minimax, we say goodbye this weekend to Donald Stratton, Ben Simpson, and Matas Mierzanskas from Minimax. They will not be going through to the A final. But stick around, ladies and gentlemen. More races coming up, because Junior Max B finals coming up next. So Junior Max B final is about to make their way out onto the circuit. Here's how they're going to line up then. George Allen and Deacon Russell on row number 1 from Corey Fowler and Alfie Richards on row 2. Freddie Ingram and Murphy Aldridge will round out row number 3. Archie Buttle and William Pemble on row 4 from Jack Spencer and Holly Mell on row 5. Christopher Harris and Harrison Morrow on row 6 with George Spilsbury rounding out the 13 karts on row number 7. Pieces of paper with grids on are incredibly handy, ladies and gentlemen, when it all goes updating last second, which is what's been happening, because there's a lot of people who are with the stewards, the pools, the clerks and everything. There's nothing worse being called to the stewards' office, is it?
No.
Sinking thing.
Yes. Yes.
Right then. B final, top 4 in Junior Max will go through. Is it green flag this time? It is. Green flag, off they go. Good start from Richards. Aldridge is there as well.
That first corner in the mid-pack. Luckily, none of them coming together.
That's a good to start then. They're all through it. Look at the real estate there that's been gained. And I think that is potentially Deacon Russell.
I think the 122 there, up the inside of 2 places down into Ashby. That's Archie Buttle, our top novice on track currently. He's up into 4th place now as he takes another position. That was the 48 getting all squirrely. That's George Allen. And one of the drivers riding up the rear end of another. That was the 123, Christopher Harris, getting airborne slightly. The front 2 tyres coming off the ground. But he manages to make recontact with the ground and carry on. But here we go. end of the first lap. And look at that lead! That is crazy. Murphy Aldridge with a 3.5 second lead after lap 1. That is mental. He has done a lap that was, over 3 seconds faster than anyone else out on track. There's a move at Christmas. The 76 looks to dive out the inside, but the 83 holds him off. That's Alfie Richards holding off Freddie Ingram. This group of 4 flying down towards Ashby as the 122 locks up the inside as well. A little bit of contact as they go through. They're still side by side. He feeds back behind into 4th place. So this is the battle we want to watch. Obviously, we know that top 4 bubble is 3 of these guys, so one of them will not be going through. Currently, that is George Allen in the 48 at the back of this train. But obviously, with over 5 minutes to go, anything could happen. It could all change up, and depending on how much they fight, as there's a driver around up at the boot, that's the 122. That's Archie Buttle. He was making his way nicely through the pack. Our top novice is now no longer our top novice as he drops 2 at the back of the field.
That is a shame, and that just shows you how quick it will go from hero to zero. And
it really can.
It really can.
Up into Christmas, the 76 of Freddie Ingram was almost perpendicular to the corner, completely sideways on entry, but he kept it together. So it looked pretty cool. That's one for the highlight reel.
Yeah, exactly. It's a cool way around the corner.
Exactly.
It's a cool kid.
Very cool kid.
Yeah, that's how you do it. But like we're saying. I don't know what Murphy Aldridge had for breakfast this morning, but it was certainly Weetabix with an added extra, because he's currently 5.5 seconds clear from the rest of this field, and we're only on lap... Well, he's on lap 4 now.
Yeah, he's going to be even further ahead. Now he's 7 seconds in the lead.
Everyone else was on lap 2 still. He was on lap 4. There we go. He's gone through. 4 minutes, 20 seconds left on the timer. This battle on your screen is for 2nd place. This is 2nd, 3rd and 4th, so all 3 of these drivers are through. They're in the bubble. They're safe. It will be the rest of the drivers who need to close the gap. And at the moment, that is a stonking great amount of real estate they've got in between them, because it's around 2.8 seconds is the gap from Holly Mail, Declan Russell and Corey Fowler. I believe Corey Fowler has managed to get past Declan Russell and possibly even Holly Mail as well. So Corey Fowler possibly up into P5 now, but has got some track to gain. Now, of course, these 3, they don't need to battle. And they will have heard us in the previous race saying, you don't need to battle. If you're in the top 4, you're fine. Just crack on.
But they're also still racing drivers.
Enjoy your race.
Some drivers getting a bit squirrely there into Christmas. A little bit of contact. The front end of the 48 and the rear end of the 76. Definitely not enough to get any sort of penalty, though, I would hope. So they're okay. And is that the 5th place driver of Corey Fowler closing in, or am I just imagining that?
Well, you probably
looks like they're doing. Yeah, it looks like they're doing quite similar lap times, doesn't it? But I don't know. Visibly, he looked a little bit closer. But maybe I'm just holding out hope for some racing here. So there's going to be a change for 3rd. No, there's not. 43 looked up the inside. Sorry, the 48 it must be, but thought better of it. That's George Allen. Just dropped about. It does look like he's closing in, right? It's not just me.
Well, if he keeps doing things, if the guys there in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th keep doing things like that, Corey Fowler will catch up quite quickly. Yeah, well, he has. He took a whole second out of them on that last lap.
I'm not imagining things
from that one move. So, be ready, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm ready.
Because 2.5 minutes to go. The people who are in the bubble are fighting. Someone who's outside the bubble is not fighting.
Don't fight in the bubble, because you'll burst the bubble.
He's gaining.
He is gaining. He wants that bubble.
There we go. There is the 29, Corey Fowler, the person who is...
He is chasing them down. See that nice little close shot down. Extremely multicoloured car and suit and helmet combo. You wouldn't miss him.
Full fruit pastel livery there as he goes through. And he is closing that gap quite quickly. Took another just under 2/10 out of them that time around. The gap still 2.4 seconds between himself and the 3 up in front.
He's just got to hope that they start battling a lot more, hasn't he, really?
Now, who is that right in front? Is that... It's a black number. Is that William Pemble? I think that's William Pemble who he's got in between them. Because he is a lap down at the moment. So I think that's possibly a back marker just in front.
Yeah, that looks like the 90 something.
Is it the 99? Oh, and who's that? Who was that? That is the 93, or the 83. Is that Alfie Richards? From second place, Alfie Richards is now outside of the bubble and is losing his chance of getting through to the A final. So it's now Aldridge from Ingram, Allen and Fowler. So Corey Fowler in that 29 is now on his way to the A final, albeit he's got to get past William Pemble at the time being. Blue flags will be out to get past. But as they go through, so that's a disaster. That's a disaster then for Alfie Richards, who has now got a ton of work to do because he's 3 seconds further down from that one. And it looks like they had a coming together with George Allen, because George has really slowed down the pace now because William Pemble, even though he's lapped, is closing in on them.
Yes, he is. And he's not making it easy for Corey to get past, as there we go. He has now let him through on the start-finish straight. We look back to this slight gaggle behind. I don't think there's not quite enough time for any of these drivers slightly behind to catch up to those bubble spots. But yeah, the 29 of Corey Fowler now sitting pretty in that 4th position, now in the bubble. Gained it out of luck, but hey, that's racing. You'll take what comes to you.
You will indeed. So, timer strike 0. Last lap board will be out this time, which should come out roundabout now. There it is.
As if by magic.
As if by magic. Murphy Aldridge then is on his last lap. He's clear by some 11 seconds. He's chipped away quite a bit of time all the way through this race. Freddie Ingram just crosses the line now. George Allen follows suit as well, and Corey Fowler also just behind. There is Corey Fowler. 4th place, and the last driver going through, if all is well, when they come back into the pit lane. At the end of this race will be through to the A final. There is your race leader. And the Pro Train chassis, Aldridge. Support out for Murphy on the stream as well. And he'll be looking comfortable and be going through to the A final. Checkered flag for Murphy Aldridge. And keep an eye on him in the A final, because if he can clear this group by 11 seconds, nearly 12 seconds, keep an eye on him in the A final, because he'll be making moves. Freddie Ingram will cross the line. He's going to take checkered flag in 2nd place. There he is there from George Allen and Corey Fowler, the top 4 who will go through. Then it's Alfie Richards, who had that spin. I'm not sure what caused that spin, potentially something with George Allen. But he finishes in 5th place. Holly Mail crosses the line in 6th place from Deacon Russell in 7th. Christopher Harris, Archie Buttle, who also had a spin out of the top 4 as well early on in the race. He finishes 9th from Jack Spencer, George Spilsbury, Harrison Morrow and William Pemble are the drivers who won't be going through, albeit let's make sure that those home watch is all good, ladies and gentlemen, because the top 4, if they go through, they were clear. Well, if Murphy Aldridge gets the nose cone pad, he's fine. He stays in 3rd. He was clear by some way. He's absolutely fine. But if Freddie Ingram, George Allen or Corey Fowler get one, they're all in the danger zone, really, of losing it, because Alfie Richards in 5th place was only 3.8. If he did get one, he's fine. He's fine. Yeah, you got a nose cone. You got a 5-second time penalty, but you're still through. Don't worry about it. Well, they're sending him that way, but he was clear by 11 seconds. So, interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Oh, Small Angry Man is shouting now. He's shouting now, is Small Angry Man. There we go. He's gone the wrong way, though, hasn't he? The driver?
He's got to back up now.
He's got to back it up, back it up.
Beep, beep.
Warning, vehicle reversing. There we go. So, 70 Freddie Ingram. He told him. There you go. So he's doing the 2-hand action, pulling it backwards, and then he's doing the 2 feet action.
3-point turn.
Oh dear,
there's a traffic jam.
It's like,
there we go. Oh,
rush hour in central
London.
It is. Oh, God, it's all going Pete up here. Oh,
yeah, I'm not sure why he sent Murphy straight on.
Well, maybe. Well, I don't know. Well, hopefully he's through to the A final, because he did win that one, and despite the fact that he did get a 5-second time penalty for a nose cone, he was still clear by 11 seconds, so he still took the race win in that one. Yeah, that'll be the case in that one. So, as it stands then, I think everyone else got through. There's Lauren, the championship secretary. Probably dealing with the traffic out there. We lose Alfie Richards, Holly Mail, Deacon Russell, Christopher Harris, Archie Buttle, Jack Spencer, George Spilsbury, Harrison Morrow and William Pemble. They do not go through to the A final, if all is well in scrutineering. Plenty more finals coming up ladies and gentlemen, because the next race is coming up, and hopefully the disembodied voice in my head, well, apparently he said he was hoping I was going to tell him, so we don't know. But there is a final coming up next, folks. Don't go anywhere. It'll be coming up shortly. So, that said Senior X30 final on our screen, but that's race 31 and we just had race 29. But we'll go with it anyway. Lucas Ellingham will start on pole position with Sam Shaw alongside Sam Heading and Zane Maloney on row number 2. Louis Johnson-Cool and Alex Moody will be starting on row number 3. Row 4, Ellis Boucher, Brandon Matchell with Harry Torpy and Finley Harrison on row number 5. Jude Fahrenho and Christian Brooks on row 6, sorry, in the 12th place spot. I can confirm it is the Senior X30 final is next on our screen, so bit of confusion there. 7th place, Thomas Fleming on the 7th row with Tyler Reid alongside, Vishal Patel and Miles Nathaniel James alongside on row 8. Jake Yanagasawa on row 9 with Alex Johnson, Jordan Brown and Drake Jansen on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Jensen Buckingham and Benjamin Southgate on row 11. Harvey Ryby and Daniel Hackett on row 12. Hugo Gilbert and Oliver Henwood on row 13 with Jamie Rogers and Thomas Reddy on row 14. Kean Gohill and Ben McDowell on row 15 with Remy Gilbert and Harrison Pugh rounding out row 16. At the back of the grid, Mackenzie Stevens and Stefan Botsenjev on row 17, 33rd and 34th in total. You can see them there all lined up, ready to go. The the cafe balcony is full. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've not been to the cafe in the clubhouse at Whilton Milk Club, I have to say you are missing out on some fantastic food. I had the special the day before yesterday. Beef and ale vegetable stew. It was lovely, with mashed potato as well.
Great, I'm glad you enjoyed, mate. I have to say, it is
proper nice.
One of, if not the best bar and grill at kart tracks around the UK.
Yeah,
it's lovely and new. Although I'm quite new to this proper karting lot, and I didn't experience Whilton Mill before this brand new building, so I don't know any different.
Well, the clubhouse before then was the timing. So the timing you can just see there,
yes,
right there. The timing tower before that lovely building attached to the clubhouse used to be a shed on top of a container.
Nice.
And this is the original clubhouse, just here.
Gotcha.
So they've upgraded. Nice upgrade that they've had. Just to the left of this shot as well, you will see the smoky barbecue.
Yeah, something like that.
Something
I can't remember
like
the exact name.
Can't remember the name.
Yeah.
But again, the lovely staff in there have been working fantastic to make sure everyone at the circuit today is fed and watered and make sure all is well, and of course all the staff as well, all the marshals that we see out there, and of course we can't go racing without the marshals, so every driver there and spectator and of course the commentators, and I'm sure the viewers at home as well all appreciate the fact that the marshals are out there doing an absolutely fantastic job, and as well to all the volunteer Motorsport UK staff as well out there as well to help steward and Clark the course, but
just generally making sure that everything runs smoothly.
Yes,
and that we get our grids in the comments box as well. Very
exactly
useful.
That.
But
yeah.
Well, waiting for these guys to go out now.
Curious to know where Mr. Dan Ashton is with his bright shoes. We've not seen them again.
We haven't.
Since,
We saw him at the start, didn't we? And we haven't seen him since.
There he is. He's right there, just to the right of your shot. He's the orange high-vis is walking onto the circuit now, but we can't see his feet.
Pick out the shoes.
No, we can't pick out his feet. He's just come onto the circuit now. There we go. So it's very bright shoes he's got on there.
He's probably quite as fast as an X30 with those shoes on.
Oh,
easily,
most definitely. So,
there they are.
There they are. The striking shoes, and you can just see there. You can see Ryan Manchester alongside them saying, "Yeah, they're talking about your shoes, mate. They're talking about your shoes."
He's going to hate you so much.
Oh, he is, but never mind. So, of course, with this race, he's shaking his head there. Lovely. So, Lucas Ellingham, like we say, starting on pole position, the number 99, 93 points he's accumulated out the 3 heats that he's had today. Sam Shaw, as well, alongside 89 points. Has been so close between these top few drivers out there, and yet to see what they can do out of there. Colin Whitaker joins us on the stream. So, the way home, Lucas. So, Lucas Ellingham with some support out there. I'm sure Terry Ellingham will be joining us as well in the chat. He's hopefully still watching along from the United States of America. Not sure where in the States he's watching from. Again, it could be 2 o'clock in the morning where he is right now. But
I remember when we started the stream, the person who said they were in Tennessee said it was 5 a.m.
Well, if Michael Burke is still joining us, it was 10 o'clock at night at the beginning of the day.
Yes.
That was some many hours ago. So
he's a late one.
He's
hopefully
probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
3 o'clock in the morning there now.
What's better than some late night karting? Right?
Exactly. There we go. So,
but yeah, I think Lucas Ellingham the one to watch out for mainly in this one. Obviously, as I said earlier, the only person from last year that won the championship that's still racing today. Well, and he had a pretty commanding win of the championship last year. Last year he had 3 final wins and 3 final P2s. He's starting P1 in this one, so can he make it 1 from 1 in 2022? We will have to wait and see.
That will work better when it's the second round, and see if we can make it 2 for 2 in 2022. There we go, that's how it works. But there we go. Keep an eye on that front row. Ellingham on the left, Shaw on the right, into the tram lines. Green flags out, we're off and racing. Senior X30 final underway. Good start from Ellingham. Shaw holds on to second place as they dive through. It looked like there that heading lost a position there to Zane Maloney, who comes through into P3. Maloney goes defensive into the braking zone as everyone dives down the inside, and another car diving to the inside there. It looked like the 93 or the 53 of Jude Ferrenho, who dived down the inside there at hairpin at the Christmas corner. But they all get it done. 8.5 minutes to go, and everyone is through the first few corners cleanly as another lunge down the inside there from a million miles away. It was the 53 there of Jude Ferrenho, gets it done and moves up another position. So they're chopping and changing, and we'll let you know what the order is as they cross the line, because of course we all get lost and mismatched, and it all gets muddled on that first corner because everyone chops and changes. Ellingham leads from Shaw, heading, Johnson Cool, Boucher, Maloney, then it's Fleming, Moody, Ferrenho, Torpy. That's the top 10 at the moment. 8 minutes to go then at the end of lap number 1. We're on lap 2, and look at that. Ellingham has left the field. He's left the field behind. Clear by, just about a second now. Tennessee. It's 9 o'clock in the morning apparently in Tennessee. So he was up very early then watching.
He was.
There you go. So, good stuff. Morning karting. That's what we need.
Exactly. A cup of coffee and some karting. Don't get much better than that.
Can't go wrong.
Exactly. But yeah, Lucas Ellingham, I think, continuing to extend his lead as he does, now up to about 1.3 seconds in the lead. So luckily, not commentators cursed him just yet. Doing very well out front. Yeah, touch wood, as we definitely need to. Here's the battle for second, though. This is the 18 of Sam Shaw leading these 3 karts. Obviously, this is not a B final. We don't need to worry about any bubbles. This is just sending it full the way through for 9 minutes. Winner takes all. And look at that. Battles going on up and down the field. We saw a couple of large... It's a bit more now on lap 2, going on to lap 3.
Yes.
Yes,
3 comes after 2.
Thank you, yes. Quick maths. As you can tell, I didn't do great at maths GCSE. I was much more into words than numbers. That's why I now shout over karting. It's great.
Well, there you go. There's a move.
There we go.
Heading down the inside of Shaw, moves up into P2. And now the 2 premium karting drivers and Linus Stern, Johnson Cool and Shaw.
Can they work together to take back that second place?
That's a good question. Can they? I'm sure they will as they go through, and they'll try and gain those places back. They'll work together to try and close up that gap to Lucas Ellingham, because that gap's opening up. It's creeping open. 1.4 seconds is the gap now. So keep a close eye on that one. 6 minutes to go as we end lap 3. Or we end lap 4, sorry. We're on to lap 5.
Yeah, there you go. Come on, numbers, mate.
Put down over there. There we go. As they go through. up into Christmas corner again. Sideways under braking there from Heading.
Really on the edge of what the kart can do there, but holding it perfectly. Only the top 3. Oh, no, actually, no, sorry. It is almost the top 6 now that are down into the 44s. And Tyler Reid, who's near the back, actually setting the fastest lap for 45.59. Sorry, 44.59.
Yeah, indeed. So, Fleming out there, the number 3, seeded driver, struggling this weekend on pace. He's in 6th place at the moment. He's trying to close up. He's just whizzed past the shot now. Keep close eye on him, though, because he is a very quick driver, is Mr. Fleming. But, at the moment, something not going his way this weekend. He's currently there in 6th place. Keep a close eye on him, though, as he goes through. Less than 5 minutes to go, then, in this final for Senior X30.
The driver's keeping it relatively chill.
It's pretty chill so far, isn't it, between these drivers? Yeah, they're being well behaved, aren't they?
Something like them.
Yes. Acting mature, like they're senior drivers. What's going on?
Oh, as we continue to follow them.
So, there we go. 4 minutes 30 to go. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are enjoying the stream out there, please do either comment in, let us know what you're thinking, let us know who you're supporting, give the stream a like, give the stream or subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel if you want to make sure you keep up to date with all the comings and goings of when we go live, which is soon. It'll be most weekends.
Yes.
Oh dear, there's the 55 of Ben McDowell, and that car is in the pit.
I seem to remember him retiring to the pits in a heat earlier as well. So not having the greatest of days is Ben. But as we continue this one, yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in and viewing today's stream. Our first Whilton Mill Kart Club round of 2022, but the first of many. So as DJ says, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out on those future rounds, and you can continue supporting your mates, or if you don't know anyone on the grid, just watching and enjoying the racing.
Exactly that. Motorsport Magpie comes in. Who's more mature, Senior X30 or the commentators?
We're not answering that question.
Senior X30 drivers. There we go. That settles that one, doesn't it? 3.5 minutes to go then.
Saw a move going there down into Ashby. I think that was for sort of 5th or 6th position. See if they made that one stick. As we've said, all the drivers just kind of having a decent enough gap where no one's really able to go for it. It's the 44 now in the pitch. That's Daniel Hackett. Having a chat with, I believe that's his mechanic. Asking what went wrong, mate.
We spoke to him on the Paddock show earlier on, if you caught that during the lunch break. He said he didn't have a good first day. He said he was hoping for a better day, but in the final now and something not going his way, and that's a big shame for Daniel Hackett at the moment there, which is a big shame. So, Matthew Hyde Racing coming, go Team Premium Karting. They're doing well out there. They are 3rd and 4th place at the moment. Sam Shaw and Louis Johnson-Cool at the moment, but Johnson-Cool under pressure. Dennis Boucher closing in, as well as Thomas Fleming also closing in.
And apparently the Honda cadets are more mature than all of us, which is probably true, to be fair.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Harsh but true, as Motorsport Magpie said in the chat. We agree. We agree. There's been quite a bit of support for premium karting, to be fair, in the chat.
So, there we go then. 1 hour. Oh, 1 hour?
1 hour, Jesus.
Suddenly thinking we're in an endurance race. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. And Lucas Ellingham, his gap is still extending by quite a way. 1.3 seconds now is that advantage. So they have closed it in a little bit, has Sam Heading and Sam Shaw. But whether or not they're going to close it up enough to try and make any positions here, we'll have to see about that a bit later on. But there is Lucas Ellingham just in shot. It really looks like they've closed up now. They took another 0.2 of a second out of him. The gap's just over a second now.
It is slowly dropping, but it is quite slowly as Finley Harrison gets a warning there.
Yeah, with a minute to go, there's still a good three laps to go
still
on this one. And you know, if they're gaining 0.2 a lap, they'll be within lunge distance in no time at all. So
look how close the best lap times are as well. everyone in the high 44s from first down to, what's that, 14th?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think the tyres are starting to light up for Sam Heading, because he is putting in fastest time after fastest time. Sam Shaw also going faster than Sam Heading that time around, so they are really starting to close in. And, oh, black flag out for Finley Harrison. That's from 9th place, the 49. I'm not sure what that's for.
No, we didn't see any warnings come up before. Actually, yeah, we did. We saw a warning just a minute before and then got a black flag. So possibly a repeat offence there.
That is a shame. So, out of this final.
Only 5 seconds to go, though.
Yeah, last lap board will be out this time. Or will it? No, it won't, because they crossed the line with 1 second to go. So there's another 2 laps in this. This one that they're starting right now, and the final lap. And that gap is less than a second now. Sam Heading has seriously closed in on Lucas Ellingham, and that battle for the race lead is far from over as we look a little further back in the field. The 84 just coming through shot. That's Jake Yanakasawa having a good little scrap there with Jensen Buckingham and Oliver Henwood. But our race leaders are starting to close in. They're going to be line astern any moment now, because another 0.2 of a second was taken out of that race lead by Sam Heading. There is your race leader, the 99, Lucas Ellingham. Where on that shot is Sam Heading? Where's the 7? There he is, right behind. It looks close, but is it close enough as they start the final lap, tucking in as much as possible as Ellingham? Is he going to set the fastest lap? He took another 0.2 out of him that time, did Sam Heading. As they go up the hill now. He doesn't look close enough this time around, but if he's only a couple of tenths away, he could do it this time around. Is Ellingham sporting an issue in the final parts of this race, or has Sam Heading's tyres just come into light as the 88, Alex Moody, is off the track, and it looks like Finley Harrison is also coming to the pit lane after his black flag. A few more corners to go then. Ellingham under pressure, but not under a total amount of pressure, because Heading is closing, but not closing in fast enough as they come into the boot for the final time. Not many more opportunities to get the move done, and it looks like Ellingham has just got enough pace, enough waft to get that kart to the end and takes a final win in Senior X30 for the first round in 2022 for the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. And as he goes through, Ellingham takes it from Heading and Sam Shaw. 1, 2, 3 on your screens there, side by side, all congratulating each other. Good shot there and a good sight to see the sportsmanship. Louis Johnson-Cool crosses in 4th place from Thomas Fleming, Ellis Boucher, Christian Brooks, Harry Torpey, Harvey Ryby, and Jude Ferrenho, the top 10 out on circuit. Alex Johnson, Vishal Patel, Miles Nathaniel James, Jamie Rogers, Jordan Brown, Keane Gohill, Jake Yanakasawa, Hugo Gilbert, Jensen Buckingham, Remy Gilbert, Benjamin Southgate, Harrison Pugh, Mackenzie Stevens, Stefan Botson-Jeeves. I'll get that right at some point. Apologies if I'm getting that completely wrong. Stefan, do come and see me after the race and tell me if I'm getting your name wrong. 24th place, Oliver Henwood in 25th place. Finley Harrison did get the black flag, but he came in on the last lap, so I don't think a couple of cars went past. We have Alex Moody, Tyler Reid, Zane Maloney, Drake Janssen, Daniel Hackett, and Ben McDowell. 2 retirements from the race. I suspect Tyler Reid and Zane Maloney were also retirements because there were 4 and 7 laps down each as well. So karts come in.
Looks like everyone was fine.
Was everyone good?
Yep.
Awesome. That's good.
After that one,
Means it was a clean final.
Exactly. It was quite a clean final.
It was.
I was quite surprised, to be fair, as we had said how not mature the drivers were. They were actually very mature in that one, keeping it nice and clean, and there was some good racing. Yeah, Sam Heading had some great pace at the end to catch back up, but just wasn't quite enough. 1, maybe 2 more laps more, and he could have really had a chance on that win, but Lucas Ellingham doing more than enough to take that win, and he was fully deserving of it.
Harvey Ryby goes through with no no-scope penalty this time around, but as that race finishes, another race begins.
I think that is correct. I believe that is your next one.
Senior Rotax.
There you go.
It's coming up next. So the Senior Rotax make their way out into the circuit. Lorenzo Cordell will start on pole position with Samuel Hawthorne alongside Jack Stedman and Harry Gibson on row number 2. Scott Smith and Harry East will round out row number 3. Tommy Edmonds and Alfie Brooks on row 4, with Ronnie Mansfield and Oliver Meadows on row 5. Archie Elliott and Samuel Cook will round out row number 6. Jack Davis and Sam Ward on row 7, with Alex Warnaby and James Jackson on row 8. Lewis Wild and Rory Burke on row number 9. Max Lee and Sam Light on row 10, with Sam Spino and Chris Banderi on row 11. Harrison Crook and Benjamin Ballou on row 12. Mick Banner and Joshua Burton on row 13, with Thomas Litukas and Adam Durant on row 14. Lucas Collins and William Young on row 15. Tiger Dixon, Millie Hart, Tycho Simmons and Kieran Janali round out the field of 34 karts on row 17 into the final corner. Looking good for a first-time go.
Yeah, they've all closed up nicely, haven't they, ready for this one? Could be going underway first time of asking.
We couldn't be, indeed. Into the tram lines, green flag out, we're off and racing in towards turn 1. Good start then from the front of the grid, the 70. Going to the inside, Hawthorne. He got his nose cone penalty in the first heat earlier, or yesterday, and he's looking much stronger today. Sideways under braking as everyone again dives to that inside line. 2 lines still on the outside. You have the inside for Inkermans, or the Boxing Day, and then you'll have the outside for here, and you'll have the outside for the next one as well at Ashby. But drivers holding on to that one. Everyone running wide, but not too wide. Everyone gets through.
Just about. We saw Jack Steadman get squeezed out wide at the exit of the first 2 turns. Managed to cut back to the inside, though, before Christmas as the 54 gets squeezed off there. Takes the wild ride over the grass and loses a number of positions there. That is Archie Elliott, who's going to drop down the order. As we got some people going too wide through the final corner. That's always a scary sight when there's a wall coming up pretty fast on exit, but no one meeting their maker at that wall, and continuing on to lap 2 of this race. The top 3 have already broken away slightly, leading by about 1.5 seconds. That's Jack Steadman on 3rd and Ronnie Mansfield on 4th, who are bridging that gap. Then another slight gap back to 5th of Scott Smith, and he leads the train of everyone else.
Yes, indeed, yes. All the way back from, what, 5th place to 33rd is one big group.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the case. So Ronnie Mansfield in a no man's land, and then your top 3 already breaking away. And that, just to, think about that. With the end of lap 2, and 1st, 2nd and 3rd have already opened up a gap of 1.5 seconds.
It looks like 1st and 3rd swap positions there, because Jack Steadman on our timing has jumped into the lead and Lorenzo Cordal down to 3rd. And yes, indeed, as we see out on track, that is the exact change that has been made out in that top 3 pack.
That would make sense.
Yes.
If the timing says it, probably true.
Really? Not from what we've seen earlier. We've seen the leader jumping around that timing sheet. So
nobody's perfect.
No, we love the timing. It does its best job. As we're looking like it's going to make a move. It's
Oh,
going to squeeze him out wide. Look at that!
Oh, I tell you what, that is a moment for Samuel Hawthorne, and I tell you what, I hope we get that in a slow-mo action replay for your viewing delectation at home, because that was absolutely fantastic. The sparks galore for Samuel Hawthorne, yeah, he manages to keep it in 3rd place. But wow, that's as dramatic as you could get, really, couldn't it? That was keeping it pinned. Here's a replay, then it's so right down. Here we go, Sparks. Oh, look at that go. I mean, that's probably very uncomfortable for Sam. And then the drift, Look at the tyre marks he left.
That was awesome.
They won't be the only skid marks around that car. There we go. So 6 minutes to go. And Steadman leads from Cordell. Hawthorne still there in 3rd place. Mansfield into P4, and he's not closed up. He's got the very close company of Scott Smith with him as well, and Harry Gibson. They've really closed up, and that's what you can see on circuit really right now on your screens as they come through. So as they cross the line,
yeah, you can see, because Ronnie really was in no man's land only a lap or 2 ago, whereas now they've really squeezed back up again, and he's leading a train of 3 or 4 karts.
So that's 3rd place, down to 4th, and down the inside there goes Mansfield on Hawthorne, gets it done, and Scott Smith says, thank you very much, I'll take a piece of that too. Again, I don't know what he sounds like. He probably doesn't sound like that at all. So, apologies. Yeah, as he goes through. Harry Gibson also trying to get involved as well, the 99, just in the back of shot. You can just see him there now diving down the inside of Hawthorne.
Hawthorne
gets it
loses
done.
1 position, and as the same is with kart racing, loses multiple positions.
Yeah, he's discombobulated.
He is.
That's what it is. Yeah, the 23 also comes through. Tommy Edmonds, but he's probably got a sore backside after that.
Yeah, most likely. It's difficult to drive with a broken spine.
Yeah.
But makes it through, down into 7th now is Samuel. But it looks like the top two starting to check out now as well. There's almost a second between first and second, and then there's 1.5 seconds between second and third. So they're looking like they're sat pretty out in the lead and second place.
So what you're saying is it's a tame final.
No, you never know. There's still 5 minutes to go, mate. You never know.
That is hours in karting.
And senior Rotax, mate. Anything could happen. That's the 63 putting into the pits, though. Who's that?
Sam Ward, the Coles Racing driver, with an issue, looking down. Oh, and there's two karts coming together. That's the 150 and the 77.
Properly smoking those are.
Kieran Janali and Mick Banner. And both of them out of the car, up on their feet, which is good to see. But, yeah, not going the way they wanted to. As down the inside there goes the 30.
Possibly might have been the 38 then?
Well, possibly.
This is near the front, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is.
Scott Smith. Yeah, it was Scott Smith and Ronnie Mansfield. 8s look like 0s.
Oh,
the 8s look
the
like
numbers
9s.
are so
the
difficult.
9s look like 8s.
And then even when we can read them, sometimes they're wrong.
Exactly. Under 4 minutes to go then of this senior Rotax final. Stedman still leads. This is good from Stedman, because Stedman, he had a good year in the British Champs as well last year. And, you know, seeing him here at Whilton, you know, he's had a fairly steady day today. He started on the third row, 89 points for Stedman from row 2. So, you know, getting up into the lead in this one, and he's pulling away. He's got a good gap. He's 0.6 of a second. So Cordell has closed in. Cordell also having a good start to the season. I was nursing a cough there. You know, he started on pole, didn't he? 93 points. So he's had a very good run this weekend so far. 3 minutes to go. But he is closing in. He's taken another 4,000, out of him. Or 400s.
But in the end, it's now down to only half a second as well.
Yeah, he's taken another 10th out of him that time. So, yeah, half a second now between those two as they go through. And again, look at the gap. Oh, so committed under braking there is Lorenzo Cordell. You can just see he's on the fine line and into the pits bend. And that's the 24 of Tycho Simmons. Off the track, and round he goes, gets back on the circuit, but that is not the way you go around Pitts Bend. I'm not sure what happened there, whether or not he was helped off the circuit, or whether he was a little bit wide out of the corner, but that's, yeah, suboptimal.
Luckily, though, hit the barrier in such a way where the kart was okay for him to continue.
Yeah.
So that's
minimal damage.
Yeah, the silver lining, at least, for that crash. As we've only got about 2 minutes to go now, this final.
Yeah, exactly that.
Senior Rotax, no big moves that we've seen recently anyway. First move that I've seen just on that lap is Sam Spinale and Oliver Meadows moving up as position each, dropping Harrison Crook down into 13th.
That battle for the lead's not over.
No, it's really not. We could see some feistiness going into these last few laps.
Oh, we could indeed. Less than 2 minutes to go, and Stedman slowly and steadily becoming under pressure.
Good one.
Thank you. Lorenzo Cordell, that gap, another 700 thousandths. Oh, dear me.
89 getting forced out wide there.
Almost
Mr. Wild.
Almost a carbon copy. Let's have a look at what happened at the exit of Pitts Bend then. So, you could just... right. Okay, so again, I just don't think he knew his front was alongside. And, yeah, unfortunately for Tycho Simmons, that is not what you need. And that there wasn't a... what are you doing? That was a... Oh, well, that's... Yeah.
Just unlucky positioning there. But, yeah, as we say, managed to rejoin and carry on. And that's the main thing, only losing out on a couple of positions. But we look back to these leading karts. Still no changes, but still second place of Lorenzo is closing in, but not too quickly. Not as quickly as he needs to. Only 40 seconds left to go, so we can assume that'll be... if they're doing 44, 45 second lap time, that this will be the second last lap. We're likely to see the last lap board when they come around this time, next time, which was the one that you liked?
This time.
This time, okay, cool. I'll stick with that just because I'm feeling nice. Track limit warning, though, for Lorenzo. He needs to make sure he doesn't get too many of those. Doesn't want to get a penalty, especially this late on in the race when he could be possibly challenging for this lead. But again, that last lap, he has closed in a little bit more on that leader of Jack Stedman. And here they are, right on his bumper now, isn't he, as they're going to go into the boot. And I think they are going to get the last lap board this time around.
They will indeed. Timer strikes 0, and last lap board, like you say, will be out this time as they go through. Very wide there from Cordell as they come out of Pitts Bend, in towards Oblivion, through Crook, up towards Fine Lady, and up the hill now into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner. This is where we saw Bishop send a move from a different postcode in Junior X30. No moves this time in Senior Rotax, in towards Ashby. Again, line astern, no positions gained. He took another 1/10 of a second out the gap. You can see visibly it's there. There's a kart length between the two of them as they go through. But is it going to be enough to get it to the flag for Stedman? Under pressure into the final corner. It's not looking likely, but he's absolutely nose to tail now between the two of them. But Jack Stedman for round 1 for the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club takes the win from Lorenzo Cordell. Scott Smith crosses in 3rd place. Ronnie Mansfield takes 4th. Harry Gibson takes that 5th place finish from Hawthorne. Dropped at the end of that race to 6th place. Tommy Edmonds, Harry East, Jack Davis, Sam Spinell, Oliver Meadows, Rory Burke, Samuel Cook, Max Lee, Lewis Wild, Harrison Crook, Ben Ballou, Alex Warnaby, Archie Elliott, Chris Banderi, James Jackson, Sam Light, Tiger Dixon, William Young, Joshua Burton, Luke Collins, the leader of the Norris drivers from Millie Hart, 26th and 27th place. Aaron Durant, Tygo Simmons, 24th. Crosses in 29th place. We lost Alfie Brooks, we lost Kieran Ganali, we lost McBanner, and we lost Sam Ward. Nose cone watch, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Stedman, the 62. Thumbs up is all good. Lorenzo, all good. And Scott Smith, oh, this isn't Scott Smith, this is
57. Alfie Brooks.
This is Alfie Brooks. Now, did Alfie Brooks have a timing issue?
Yeah, I'm not sure there.
And did he finish
It doesn't
third?
seem like he went along the... doesn't seem like he went past the checkered flag, did he? On our timing, anyway.
It says he's 3 laps down.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one. But
we'll find out.
We will.
Later.
We will.
The people in timing will be working on that one. Well, that was Senior Rotax final. Again, very exciting final from that one. A couple more races yet to come. It's time for the A final. Honda Cadet is coming up next. Honda Cadet A final, about to take to the circuit. Pole position will be Rocco Shenton with 104 points from Jarrett Clark's 100 points on that front row. Noah Barham and Cole Denham on row number 2 with their 89 joint points, but it will be done on fastest lap times throughout the day. Oliver Majewski on row number 3 with Max Cuthbert alongside. Philly Lines and Oliver Meek on row number 4. Charlie Wolfett and Sebastian Gisera on row 5. Harry Frail and Max Endicott round out row number 6. Bella Flaircow and Zach Starbuck on row 7 with Zach Champney and Charlie Kitely on row number 8. Riola Carter and Mayan Patel round out row number 9. Levi McCarty and Emerson McAndrew Urin round out row 10 with the top 20. Samuel Gamio and Ethan Griffin round out row number 11. Riley Till and Logan Howes on row 12 with Joshua Griffin and Sergio Wirtz on row number 9. Teddy Cooper and Andrew Dixon round out row 14 with Sebastian Dew and Kieran Stewart on row 15. Alexander Kowajikov first in the Honda Cadet B final from Bella Brown, who finished second. Leoanna and Oliver Spencer, your 4 drivers through from the B final in Honda Cadet. What can they do from the back of the grid? Keep an eye on them as we get this race underway. Onto the grid they go, standing start as we like. The floodlights now illuminating the circuit here at Whilton Mill as we get to local time here at 3:40, 20 to 4 in the afternoon. Local time here at Whilton Mill please make sure you are, and if you are enjoying the stream, please make sure you hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and a little notification bell as well, so you get notified every time we go live, or we posted a video as well. And if you're partial to a TikTok or two, head over to TikTok and type in Alpha Life Productions, and you'll find our brand new TikTok account on there. Give that a follow as well. I'm sure you'll love all the gubbins that we post on there. And comment your suggestions as well. Let us know what you want to see on the TikTok as well. You know, we've been doing that lately. Ryan Manchester at the front, pushing someone back. You say, yeah, cheeky Rocco Shenton. You try again, extra spot there. You calm down. Look at the lights, says Mr. Manchester. Lights go out. We're off and racing in Honda Cadet A final. Good start from the front row. Shenton gets the jump, but the 55 there of Jarrett Clark tried to go down the inside and couldn't quite do it. Slots back into second place, and the rumble in the jungle here at Whilton Mill fires up as everyone dives to the inside as Rocco Shenton sweeps to the outside to try and get the normal racing line. Bumping and barging in that mid-pack, but everyone gets through. Stickers flying off left, right and centre, but everyone through the first couple of corners unscathed.
Yeah, just about. People keeping it classy. Just as I say that, someone's far off on the grass, puts his thumbs up to say, I'm good, don't worry about me, and he goes to rejoin. Not quite sure who that was, but I'm sure we'll find out when they come across the line to end lap 1. But we look back to these leaders. There's a 55 of Jarrett Clark still out in front. No, sorry, I'm lying. He is in second. It is Rocco Shenton, of course, who got him at the start. It is now leading this race as though they do come across the timing screen. We've got Rocco Shenton in the lead, Jarrett Clark following in second, then Cole Denham, Noah Barham and Max Cuthbert follow behind, then Finney Lyons, Oliver Majewski, Oliver Meek, Charlie Wolfit and Max Endicott rounds out the top 10. We see someone diving for the inside, 2 people diving for the inside, and nearly a third looking for it as well. Christmas Corner, one of the favourites for the drivers to make those moves stick, as it's a nice little braking zone uphill. It means you can believe in yourself on that brake pedal and really go for it. But still 7.5 minutes to go left in this race. Probably 7.5 minutes of constant slipstreaming. And with these type of karts, obviously, we've spoken about before, if they start battling, they lose a lot of time. So they really do need to think about it in this 9-minute final and think about where they're picking these moves and what they're going for to try and get the best position that they can by the end of the race.
Rightly so. What you said.
Thank you. Yes.
There we go. 7 minutes to go. And, yeah, like you say, Rocco Shenton holding on to that race lead. These 2 drivers here, Jarrett Clark and Cole Denham, working together. They need to try and close that gap up to Rocco, pulling away. I tell you what, is that Synergy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I think it is. 1, 2, 3, 4,
yes.
5. Oh, there's 5 of them. So, yeah,
I think is it 2? Is it second to 6?
Second to 6,
yeah.
All Synergy cars. There you go.
But Rocco Shenton out in the lead, building a slight gap there, and also setting the fastest lap of the race. But with these karts so close on lap time, he is still only a tenth of a second a lap faster.
I'm pretty sure Rocco is in a Zip kart. I think, off the top of my head, Zip based at Silverstone, so not far away. Actually, based across the road from me. So
okay.
There we go. I've never popped in though. I probably should pop in and say. Pop in and say hi. There we go.
They probably don't want you there, but you can go anyway.
Who are you? 6 minutes to go then, and like you say, breaking away, and the train of Synergy karts are trying to close in. Here's another Synergy, but all on his own. The number 13, Max Endicott, just getting past Charlie Wolfit there. The number 9 for 8th place as they go through, and down into the braking zone. More chopping and changing there as well. There's the number 40, Oliver Majewski.
Slightly a no man's land he was, wasn't he?
Yeah, there was a bit of a no man's land out there. But there's a good battle from 8th place all the way down to roughly around, well, it's roughly around 34th place at the moment from there. But the top 6, yeah, definite breakaway. They're clear by 1.5 seconds at the moment from the rest of the field. So, yeah, they're really starting to open that up just that little bit. Pulling away in terms of times? Not really. Are they gaining time on Rocco Shenton? Cole Denham is, because he's taken 3/10 out of Rocco Shenton's lead that lap, and he's, that gap's down to half a second now. And there, visual confirmation of that. Yeah. So that train of 5 Synergy cars not fully working together to the best of their ability.
No, they've kind of split into a 3-3 now, haven't they?
Yeah, they have a bit. So I guarantee, as soon as they start, the one thing you can guarantee in Honda Cadet is as soon as the leaders start squabbling, everyone's together.
Yes. It will only take a few corners of scrapping for everyone to be together again. As the 13, I believe, that is sending a move up the inside of the 40. That's Max Endicott making up another place, up into 7th on Oliver Majewski. So this is from 6th down to about 10th, 11th spot is this battle. But Oliver Majewski is certainly not falling off the rear end of him, right up against the rear bumper. And he might look for it up into Christmas here, deciding if he wants to fight or not. Nope, does the smart thing and sticks behind.
Yeah, doesn't fight it. And of course, if they do stay in one big train and the leaders start battling, to which they inevitably will, they'll close in no
Just
time.
as
But
you say
someone's not listening. Who was that? That was, I think that was Oliver Meek. No, that was Mayan Patel, I believe, in the 20.
Number 20 it was indeed.
Yeah, who made the move. He made the move on Oliver Meek. There we go. Oliver Meek's in the Red Bull kind of matte, dark blue, greyish, orange striped.
You're just naming every colour now.
Oh, yeah. Pink, yeah, all sorts. Kart there as he's going through. Yeah, a nice tame little battle that they've got going on there. So that is, that's Max Endicott, Oliver Majewski, Mayan Patel, Oliver Meek, Charlie Wolfett, and Bella Fairclough, who are in that battle. And Bella sporting the Go Faster stripes on her helmet there, and then coming down the inside also in one of the zip carts. And zipping it down the inside there and getting past Charlie Wolfett and moving up into P11. So making those moves done.
Indeed, I think Mayan Patel also sent it at the inside of Christmas there, moving up into 8th place. I believe, 8th place. I believe that was past Oliver Majewski. And continuing battling going on behind. Yeah, so still Max Endicott leading this one with Mayan Patel just behind them now. I think Mayan is the fastest one in this train of karts currently. But there's still obviously that gap then from them up to these 6 at the front. Still not got into proper battling yet, so nothing really that those guys behind can do. But again, we've still got 2.5 minutes, and battling for even a few corners could create chaos.
Oh, there we go. Change for the race lead. Cole Denham gets the move done.
Just as we say that.
At Christmas corner, yep. Now, this is the start of the end for these drivers as they go into this one, because that next group of 3 will be seeing that, albeit they're also squabbling for position as well. So Cole Denham has now taken the lead. Shenton, after that early lead that he got, has now dropped down into 2nd place. Derek Clark still there in 3rd as they go through again, looking over the shoulder. A big look over the shoulder there from Cole Denham just to see, Shenton's still there. He's not gone anywhere. That zip cart is still quick. Is as quick as yours, sunshine, as it comes through out of the final corner, across the start-finish line.
It does look like this group of 3 has started to gap the group of 3 behind as well. I don't know if that's just my eyes playing tricks on me.
No, it's not playing tricks on you. Gap's 2.2 seconds now. Wow. Is that gap. And look at that. Shenton is still right there with Denham. He's not let Denham get away. And that's if a kart can break away in the space of 1 lap, you know that they're gone.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's not, and he stayed there, means that Shenton is on it. And Shenton is really good in these sorts of situations. We saw it last year for the Whilton Mill round for the British Kart Championship. Rocco Shenton, I believe, was in the Micromax race. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he had a fantastic race in that one. I don't think he got a ticket to go through the grand finals, but he was in that limelight, and it was as quick as anyone else. And he was right there, and he was working with his teammate really well and trying to close in. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Someone could correct me on that one, though. But I'm pretty sure he was in that race. Shenton with the fastest lap of the race. Apparently,
another timing issue, I assume. The 10.
Yeah, Cole Denham.
Coming through.
No, he didn't clock up that
He's
time.
definitely still there.
Cole Denham still leading the way. Yeah, but Shenton, look at he's still right there. He's not broken away at all. And if anything, he's looking like he wants to overtake, and he might overtake into this hairpin here.
Getting close.
It is getting very close, but he's line astern, he's bumping and barging, he's wanting to find a way through.
I think they came across the line with 51 seconds to go, so I think this should be the penultimate lap, if I'm correct in thinking. And also, Zip might be your new favourites now, because they've said in chat, you're always welcome to pop in to Zip. It's a nice showroom.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Cartman 22767.
Indeed, 86 looking for the move on the inside there, but he's going to do the switchback, and he's going to squeeze him out onto the grass as well. That could have ended badly, but he makes his way up into the lead. Not very happy about that is Cole Denham, putting his hands up in the air as they move on to the final lap of the race.
They do indeed. Hands in the air like you just don't care. And
he definitely did care.
But he did care, yes. In towards Christmas Corner again. He looked over his shoulder and he could see that Jarrett Clark was there. And it was, I think Jarrett was just like, right, go on, go, go, go. We'll close up to him again, because they can close up to him again very quickly. They're still right there. Shenton looking comfortable, though. Looks over the shoulder, though. And if you start looking over your shoulder, that's where you're going to end up, is backwards. So you need to just focus on what's ahead of you. Keep it going as you exit out of Oi's ears. Again, another look over the shoulder, coming into the braking zone, making sure that inside is clear. Nowhere near close enough is Cole Denham, but they really close up in the exit here. Hand up in the edge and saying, what are you doing? But Rocco, concentrate, because the final corner's here, and the checker flag is there as you cross the line to take the race win from Cole Denham and Jarrett Clark. Max Cuthbert will be the next one across the line from Barham and Lines. Then it'll be Mayan Patel. Max Endicott under close pressure from Oliver Majewski, who comes through from Charlie Wolfit, Charlie Kitely, and Zach Starbuck. Rio Carter, Bella Fairclough just managed to get past Riley Till on the last lap there. The 44 dropping to 14th place. Zach Champney in 15th place. Logan Howe, Sebastian Tuzeo, Samuel Gamio. Then it's Levi McCarty in 19th place, and what I suspect 20th place, because of course Cole Denham will be up there as well. Then a TXP number, unfortunately, I don't know who that is. Teddy Cooper, Sergio Wirtz, Emerson McAndrew Urin, Harry Frail, Ethan Griffith. Then it's Sebastian Dew, Oliver Spencer, Bella Brown, Kieran Stewart, Leo Anna. From the final row of the grid, of course, you have to remember Alexander Kojikov. Where did he finish in that one? I'd be curious to know. I don't see his name.
Maybe he's KX number then, yeah.
So he's possibly the
TX
TX number. So yeah, he possibly could have finished up in 20th place. Good result there. Then, if that was the case, Rocco gets the all clear.
Oh
dear.
No.
Cole Denham, the number 10, his hand in the air, and that is devastating.
He was already gutted with losing the win. Now he's lost the podium too. Or actually, what was the gap back to that group behind them?
Cuthbert's all good.
Was another. I think he might have just missed out on third. I think he might be 4th or 5th.
Yeah, by a tenth.
Yeah,
by a tenth.
Really close.
He's lost out on a podium.
Gutted.
So here's a replay. This is possibly how he got that nose.
I think it might have been on the final turn. It
so
was, yeah. He went for a bit of a untidy one
into the back. So yeah, possibly could have been on that last lap. That is a nightmare. Oh, there's another one. I tell you what, the 60 watt Zach Champney, I think he's had a nose cone in nearly every single race he's had so far. It's a nightmare, that is, but it does happen. But there we go.
Absolute nightmare.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Honda Cadet A final. Couple more races yet to go. We've got Minimax. I'm pretty sure we've got Junior Rotax as well for their A final. We've had their B final, but I don't think we've had their A final yet. Minimax A final is coming up next. Minimax A final about to make their way onto the circuit. Let's have a look at the grid of how they're going to be lining up then with the points as well. 98 points. Finn Leslie will be starting on pole position from Zach Green with the 97 points starting on that front row. Noah Wolf on row number 2 with Joshua Graham alongside Aris Miauskis, and Freddie Housley will round out on row number 3. Hugh Moulton and Michael Dalton on row 4 with William Murphy and Josh Salvadori on row 5. Victor Hansen and Woody Radford on row number 6. Joshua Turnbull and Nathan Traverse on row 7. Jonas Klimas on row 8 with David Wisco alongside on row 8. Mikey Walker and Riven Welsh on row 9. Oscar O'Sullivan and Kasper Tomadowski round out row number 10. Luca Brooks and Riley White on row number 11 with Harrison Whitcomb and Lucy Wilden on row 12. Spencer Kime and Leon Barlow on row 13, Tom Ingram Hill and Gregor Reed on row 14. Joshua Jarvis and Hayden Butcher round out row number 15. Gabriel Cullen, Nicholas, Charlie Gregory and Daniel Hartley are the 4 drivers who made it through from the B final keep an eye on Noah McNicholas. He left the field, I'm pretty sure, in the B final by some way, but he got a nose cone.
Yes, you're right. So it said that he came second there, but we thought because he was 11 seconds out in front, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened there, but it doesn't really matter. It's only 1 place difference on the grid, and I mean, if he continues that kind of pace, that 1 place is really not going to matter.
And I'm pretty sure it was Minimax that happened.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
Could have been Junior.
Could have been. Could have been. We'll wait and see. Oh, it's 2 people spin out of the pits. Oh dear. One of them is the 28, which is Hayden Butcher, and is that the 84 as well? 81 maybe?
94.
94 was it? Okay. Gregor Reed then. Spinning out of the pits. Motorsport Magpie said, we want to see Anthony Jordan doing all the latest trends on TikTok. Can we see you on the Alpha Live TikTok anytime soon?
No.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely not.
Sorry, we've crushed your dreams there, Motorsport Magpie. I'm so sorry. I did what I could.
Lots of support coming in. Good luck to Riley Wright. Good luck to Joshy Turnbull. Good luck to Joshy and Casper. Good luck to David Whizzer. Come on, Daniel Moore. Is more in this?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I don't think I've seen his
not
name
seen
all
his
day.
name all day.
No. Don't think he is.
No, I don't think he is. But we'll say well done to Daniel Moore anyway, because that's amore. I think
they're going to be going around again, mate, so you've got more time to,
excellent.
to read out.
Good stuff, good stuff. Good luck to Harrison Whitcomb. Good luck to Noah Wolf from Jack West. And now there's a conversation happening now in the... don't mind us, Short and Ty. Guessing that's Tyler Davis.
I guess as good as mine, mate.
Could be right, could be wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Come on. Surely the Alpha Live TikTok is made for DJ. Why the resistance? I agree. I think you'd be great on it, mate.
Maybe.
You could do a little TikTok dance.
Absolutely.
Another thing.
Absolutely.
I've seen you shake those hips. Hips don't lie.
Have you?
Good.
Lovely.
No, good.
It's freezing cold. Here we go then. Minimax A final about to start. False start once already. Looking a little bit better this time around. Back of the field. Hurry up. Into the tram lines. Green flag's out. We're off and racing. And it's a good start then from the front row. Yellow flags. So, several karts. Noah Wolf is one. Zach Green is one as well. And who else was that? So that was the second row, possibly the 88 of Joshua Graham involved. Now, I'm not sure who the third one is, so don't quote me on that one, but definitely Noah Wolf and Zach Green were involved in that collision at turn 1.
Just as they've rebuilt those barriers, they've been destroyed again.
Exactly. How dare they?
But certainly an interesting start. I think I've just seen a move for the lead through that left-hander there. I believe I did. There, the ACL, maybe that's the second pack. Sorry, that's the second pack. That's a change for third. 44 up into third position.
So it wasn't Joshua Graham. The 88 is still out there. He's fine. It was someone else.
Wait and see as they come across the line. Now, there you go. It's Zach Green, Noah Wolf, and Freddie Housley.
Oh dear, more going on here as they go through. Yeah. So let's have a replay then of the race start. Let's see what happened then. So if we really slow it down, so he's very handy.
Oh, yeah.
So it just looked like Zach Green was it a slight tap or was he already going? And and that was just unfortunate that Freddie Housley had nowhere to go there. And yeah, that was
an innocent victim in that one. Was
yeah.
Freddie.
2 in the 1. Do not go.
No, and then just everyone kind of helping each other around in that one. Yeah. So let's see how quickly the fantastic marshals can rebuild that barrier once again.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, at home and at the track as well, Finn Leslie in the number 26 leads the way by 1.1 seconds at the end of lap number 3, 2.
Right.
Michael Dalton, fastest lap of the race, and a change here because
Third
down
place,
the inside, Hugh Moulton gets the move done on Joshua Graham. William Murphy also trying to get involved as well, but has not managed to get past. So stayed behind, so it's still Leslie from Dalton. Then it is Hugh Moulton, Graham, Murphy, Salvadore, Miauskis, Turnbull, Hansen, and Traverse, the top 10 out there.
That was William Murphy going up this side of Hugh Moulton as well.
Yeah.
4th place.
Salvadori just behind as well. You can see on the Coles cart, the 110. Now right behind Joshua Graham, wanting to make moves.
So they all follow through this huge jagged of cars from, what is that, like 4th, maybe a little bit further down? No, 6th or 7th, all the way down.
Yeah, there's a nice gaggle from around 4th place down to 14th, yeah.
Very, very close, with still over 6 minutes to go, so all up for grabs still.
But it's not the only battle, because from 19th down to 30th is also one big group of karts as well. So there are battles all the way throughout this. Top novice driver at the moment, Riley White, 15th place at the moment in the 79. Then it's Leon Barlow in the 42 in 20th place. Luca Brooks and Gabriel Cullen are having a good battle, 26th and 27th. Daniel Hartley rounding out the novice drivers in 31st. Spencer Kime, and it looks like Noah Wolf has potentially retired the kart because he's not come back around. So that is a huge... he's just crossed the line now, so I suspect after a 3.5 minute lap time, he came into the pit lane just to check the kart over and then came back out. So he is now a fair... Well, he's 3 laps down on the rest of the field, but you know, it's still testing time, isn't it? It's still practice, It's still get used to the kart. You know, it's his first year in Minimax, so you know, it could be Mini X30 and other classes as well. Yeah, that's the case for that one. As I go through, that's Aris Majauskis there, just getting love tapped out the way there by the 67 of Nathan Traverse, who moves up now into P9. Like I say, fairly calm at the moment as the 20 dives down the inside. Kasper Tomolowski gets that move done. And 4.5 minutes to go. Oh, that's just another cheeky one down the inside there. Who was that? That was the number 32, I think, coming through. That's Mikey Walker, I think, getting past Victor Hansen now as well. So chopping and changing all the way through this field. But I'd say a very good start, I think, to Minimax.
Very respectful start to this race. Well, we say start, we're over halfway through.
Yeah, exactly.
And it looks like from the timing that there's been a change for 2nd place, mate.
Could be right. I think it is all starting to chop and change at the front. Finn Leslie is still leading the way by now 2.8 seconds is Finn Leslie.
It's a pretty commanding lead, that.
It's a pretty good lead, but there, the 81
is in the wall.
That's Noah McNicholas.
One of our guys from the B final. Who moved up, but not quite having the same luck in the A final.
Yeah, that is a shame. Now, Oscar O'Sullivan, the 46, has also dropped down 15 places on that lap. I'm not sure if he was also involved, if there's another kart there, or it was just the one.
Does look to just be the 81 on the exit there.
Yeah, so that car in a precarious place. Yellow flag's out. I'm sure the marshalling team will sort that one out in just a moment. Let's see a replay then of what happened there. And, oh, yeah, it was just, oh, okay. So it went for the inside, and I think it broke the track rod. I think it broke the track rod, and it just speared straight off the circuit because, yeah, that kart, you just saw, as soon as the contact was made, it just lost all steering, and it just went straight on. So, yeah, I suspect that move was just, again, that just shows how fragile these karts are. You've got to be so careful with your moves. Unlike when it is in rental cars, and you can just absolutely banzai it down the inside. Yeah, you can't do that in these. So, you can, but you've got to make sure the other driver is also paying attention.
Yeah, you can't exactly get a front fairing penalty in rental cars, can you?
No.
It's a little bit different. You've got to race a bit more fairly. But I did see on that last lap as well, there was a change for 3rd place. William Murphy moving up into 3rd. Michael Dalton down to 4th. And this is what we're looking at right now. We've got the 51 leading this pack of karts. That is Hugh Moulton. And we've got 2 karts having a bit of a ding-dong battle through there as well. 50 and the 94. That's Charlie Gregory and Gregor Reed kind of following each other across the grass there. But let's look back to this battle for second. The 95 now heavily pressuring. That's William Murphy pressuring Hugh Dalton. He's going to go for the move up the inside and the entrance to the boot, and he's going to make it stick. Great little move there from William, and this fighting could create a nice little battle as we go into the last almost minute and a half of this race.
I think Ted Bradbury's hit the nail on the head with that one. I think the nose cone just got wedged under the front tyre, which is why he's spearing off instead of the track.
That makes
braking.
sense.
But that makes more sense. Ted, feel free to replace me in here. With this,
There's a bit of a dive there from the 44, makes contact with the car ahead, and that allows the 110 behind to slip through, and might also allow the next driver behind to slip through as well. So, oh, no, he's gone super wide as the 44, getting squeezed out there, but look at that drift! What a drift he's held. The Marshal gets unbelievably nervous. He's going to get taken out and dives out of the way. Let's look at a replay of this one.
So it was the 88 of Joshua Graham and the 44 of Dalton. Dalton, the one on the outside there, going sideways. Marshall, needing a new set of trousers, gets out the way. And, yeah, Dalton now down into 8th place. And that is Kasper Tomolowski. Yeah, Kasper Tomolowski falling down the order. Lost 6, 7, 8 places, 9 places. From that one, and he's managed to now get back onto the circuit. He's now down into P18. That's not the way you want your final to go. So
that is suboptimal.
It is indeed suboptimal. 20 seconds to go. Finn Leslie still leading the way, 3.3 seconds. William Murphy, Hugh Moulton, and Josh Salvadori, the battle for second place. Hotting up the 95, the 51, and the 110. There they are as they go through.
They're just going to get 2 more laps, aren't they?
They are, yeah. Yep. So last lap board will be out this time to these drivers. If Henry was watching, he won't be
seething.
He won't be watching though, because Henry is currently out in Florida with the Rotax class. So he's out there enjoying the sunshine. He said it was nice and warm the other day, and he was rubbing his face into it.
Cheers, mate. Rub it in.
Quite late at night last night on the phone. So Henry, you can't see what I just did to you in the commentary box.
I did.
Here we go then. So, Murphy, under pressure from Moulton. Salvadori, right there, just absolutely line of stone. They're not going to be catching Finn Leslie, who's getting the last lap this time around. He's gone. He's out of it. He's 3 seconds clear. He's absolutely fine. He just needs to get that cut to the checker flag. No dramas whatsoever. It's all going to be down to what these drivers can do.
Yeah, this is it. Final lap. It's now or never for these guys, especially for the 4th place man, the 110. That's Josh Salvadori. It's his opportunity to get onto the podium, and if these guys start fighting, he has a very good chance that he could do that.
Well, the crucial part there was Murphy went defensive into Christmas corner and does so again there. Almost wipes off the nose of Hugh Moulton, and that's allowing Josh Salvadori to close in now dramatically as they go through. Also keep an eye behind as well, because that's Joshua Graham also closing in. I don't think he's going to get enough time here though. Finn Leslie, the 26. Well, what can you say? Did he lead this race? He did. Started on pole, led this race, flag to flag, checker flag. Thank you very much. Finn Leslie takes it for Minimax across the line. William Murphy and Hugh Moulton take 2nd and 3rd. Josh Salvadori crosses the line in 4th place from Joshua Griffin. That's Nathan Travers. Michael Dalton. It's not. It's Mikey Walker. Then Michael Dalton, Victor Hansen, Joshua Turnbull, Zach Green, Aris Mijauskis, Riven Wells. Zach Green, good recovery after the crash at the start with the other 2 as well. Jonas Klimas, Freddie Housley, Harrison Whitcomb, Riley Wright, David, we'll call him Whizzer because he's mate did on there as well, David Whizzer. Kasper Tomolowski, after that spin earlier on, he's finished in 19th place. Tom Ingram Hill, Luca Brooks, Joshua Jarvis, Lucy Wilden, Hayden Butcher, Leon Barlow, Gabriel Cullen, Charlie Gregory, Gregor Reed, Spencer Kime, Daniel Hartley, Oscar O'Sullivan, Noah Wolf, and Noah McNicholas.
All right, though.
Tyrant, yeah.
I was a bit stuck. It's your favourite bit of the day again?
It is.
26 is all good.
Yeah, Finn Leslie's clear.
37. Ooh. Oh, he's making him stop.
Well, 37. Who is 37? 37 is, I think it's a back market. Spencer Kime. So, not in the podium.
The back mark is 63. Daniel Hartley.
And
this is the next person, 95.
Yeah, and he's all good. William Murphy is good. Here's 3rd place. Hugh Moulton.
Yeah.
Oh, good. There we go. So your top 3, Finn Leslie, William Murphy, and Hugh Moulton at the end of Minimax A final.
And you missed it at the end of that one. Josh Salvadori didn't quite grab that podium. He was very close to it at the end, but he was still very happy with that result. He pumped the air, super happy, big smile on his face, and that's the main thing at the end of the day, isn't it?
It is indeed. It is indeed. Now, a couple of you were asking, where is the Junior Max A final? Because that was supposed to be race 30. You are correct in saying that due to, I think, issues with not scrutineering stewards.
Right.
They delayed that race, and that is going to be our next race. So slightly delayed, but nonetheless, it will come out on circuit as all Aris Miauskis gets a nose-cone penalty. Junior Max A final is coming up next. Junior Rotax A final about to make their way to the circuit, and Neo Clark starting on pole position with Ben Folland alongside Gustav Uzakovs and Sam Baker on row 2. Mikey Porter and Reece Lomax round out row number 3. George Donald and Bobby Rosier on row 4, with Pearson Bullock Carter and Charlie Hart on row 5. Jessica White and Ollie Stevens on row number 6. Spencer Burham and Aaron Full on row 7, with Daniel Sabula and Cruz Speakman on row 8. Jacob Jukes and Henry Brumont on row number 9. Oliver Sander and Josh Camp on row 10, with Ewan Charman and Jai Lawrence on row 11. Ethan Lomax and William Ray round out row number 12. Reg Hayward and Ewan Thomas on row 13, with Ben Cook and Mac McFarquhar on row 14. Oliver Kerr and Alfie Bray on row 15, with Murphy Aldridge and Freddie Ingram coming in from the B final. George Allen and Corey Fowler also starting on the 17th row, 33rd and 34th from the B final.
As if by magic, here they come around the final corner.
It's like we planned.
Almost. Almost. They're already really squished up together, so I think we should be good to go. First time.
Should be into the tram lines. Green flag out. We're off and racing in towards turn 1. Good start then from the front couple of rows. They all get through, albeit a couple going a little bit wide at the exit, but they all coming up into Christmas Corner. And a nice little switcheroo from the outside to the inside there in the mid-pack. I couldn't quite see who that was, but they get the move done. And I tell you what, that's a very nice, clean start from Junior Rotax.
It was. I thought it was going to be a bit more scrappy being our final race of the day, but no, everyone being very respectful and realising that there is still 8.5 minutes left of this one to go, so it's still all to play for. The front two already making a slight gap, but as I say, with so long to go, I don't think that kind of gap really means anything at this stage. Just depends whether they can keep that pace up and continue to expend it. And they might be able to if they continue battling like that, moving up into third position. Is that Sam Baker? It must be in the 50. It is indeed moving up into third position. He's now leading this train of about 5 or 6 carts now, from third down to about 8th place. As there's more moves going on in that pack. That's the 54 taking a position, and the 52 tries to follow him through. Not going to happen. The 54, Mikey Porter, then up into 5th position. And all this battling, as I say, continuing to help out the top 2 in getting away.
It is indeed, yeah. Neo Clark leading the way from Gustav Uzakovs. The number 5 and the 189 pulling away for the rest of the field.
Cheeky move up the inside. That's the number 10. That's Charlie Hart making moves. He already made 2 spaces up on that last lap, and that's at least another 1 this lap as well.
Indeed, yes. So as they go through once again, primed and ready, are the marshals at the side of the circuit to deal with anyone coming through the boot section, because of course tight and twisty. Reece Lomax with a warning flag. That's from 6th place. So we've got to keep an eye on that one as they go through. But Carmen collected up at the front. And then you've got the big group down. You've got the group from around 4th to, well, 26. One big group as down the inside goes the 52 of Reece Lomax on Mikey Porter. He just got a contact warning, did Reece Lomax. He might get another one if he keeps doing moves like that into Ashby. It looked like a good move at the time, but of course the gap, it can close quickly when you least expect it, and then you just find yourself going absolutely front to side into someone when you go into the corner, especially at Ashby, because it's downhill, it's off camber slightly through that corner, so yeah, it's very easy to run out wide. This section here is all off camber as well, so it's very easy to me at that part of the track as well. It's a very common part of the track to understeer off. 6.5 minutes to go then. Keeping an eye on the sector times between these two. Gustav Uzakovs is slightly faster. He took just about a 10th out of Neo Clark on that last lap, and he was slightly faster in Sector Sector 1 alone. Sector 2, we'll keep an eye on it as they go through it and when it updates. But the fastest Sector 1 was Reese Lomax.
Oh, the exact same time.
They're absolutely nose to tail, aren't they? Sam Baker set a purple Sector 2. The fastest lap was Henry Brumont in 15th place on the last lap, but Gustav Uzakov's fastest lap of the race this time around, 46.1, has taken another nearly 2/10 out of Neo Clark's lead. Keep an eye on that one because visibly it's closed up.
It has indeed. There's still a nice little gap back from second to third as well. So these guys, although Usakov's is closing in on Clark, you would hope with this amount of time to go that they aren't going to start fighting. But then again, we've said that in every race so far today, and then they've started fighting. So we don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, we'll never know. Junior drivers.
Kart racers just do what they want.
They could do anything.
Yep.
Yeah, they could do anything. 5 minutes to go then. Battles still getting close all the way around the circuit. The battle for the lead, Neo Clark, Gustav Uzakov, is closing in. The battle for third place is closing in. It's close between those two. It's battle for fourth place is close. Battle for fifth is close. They're all close. They're all line astern, they are.
I thought you were just going to keep reading.
Well,
that was good, though.
I could have done. Now, you see there, Uzakov, he just lifts the cover on the radiator. He's cooling the engine down. So he's had it down, he's heating it up, getting a little bit more waft out of it as he goes along. But you don't want to keep it like that for too long because it can damage the engine. Right. So you've got to cool it down a little bit. So, yeah, he's lifted that flap up. I'm not sure what Neo Clark's is like. I don't know if it's down. If it's down and Gustav's is still closing in, it means that he's quicker than Neo. But we'll have to see what that's doing as they go through. And again, as they go through, there's Charlie Hart just in front of Ben Folland as they go through. Neo's teammate in the same Thule tent. And battling away nicely there as they go through again. Just line astern. You don't really see it from these sort of cameras. You see the kart and the body shaking around and everything like that. But you don't see how bumpy it is out on that circuit. Yeah. It is a very, very physical circuit, is Whilton Mill. And I think that's why this club is so popular, is because it's a really good test of a driver's stamina, anything like that. Because if you grip the steering wheel too tight over a long period of time, you get cramping your hand and you can't open your fingers up again. It's really awful. Painful, and it's like that, and it's very easy to do that. So that's why you see the mechanics at the side of the circuit. They're doing like the little like the OK symbol with their hands, just saying light touches, touches. Like, don't grip it, don't be forceful, just light touches, little movements. Reese Lomax, fastest lap of the race, 45.66 from fifth place. Yeah, but seeing these drive races, it is a very good test for these drivers as down the inside there goes
52.
Reese Lomax, on Mikey Porter.
He's got some great pace on him right now, hasn't he, Reese?
Oh, yeah, he's found some waft.
No, he's nearly sideways in the braking area there. He's really pushing hard, so we could see him catching onto the back of Sam Baker at some point soon, but only 3 minutes left to go. So I think now, if the boys and girls are being respectful, now is when they start fighting.
Finley Dalton has joined us on the stream and says, has Michael Dalton raced yet? Yes, Finley, he has just raced, but don't fear, you can scrub back in the live stream and you can watch it, so don't fear, but he has already raced, to answer your question. Yes. 2.5 minutes to go, and what's the battle looking like? He's dropped back again now, has Uzakovs. So Neo Clark has...
it's just kind of stayed quite a similar gap, hasn't it, for the last few laps?
Yeah, 3 tenths of a second, but is that tactical?
Maybe.
What he's doing now, is Uzakovs, and this is very clever, is he's caught up to the back of Neo Clark, and now he's not going to overtake Neo Clark, he's just going to push him along, and they're going to open up the gap, and they're going to give themselves a nice battle buffer. So then when it comes to the last couple of laps, he can go for it and don't have to worry about it.
He knows he doesn't have to worry about anyone behind.
Doesn't have to worry about Sam Baker, doesn't have to worry about Reese Lomax, because their gap now is 1.6 seconds, so it's good, but that gap could close up in one lap of overtaking. So
indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed it could. No one making any moves on that last lap, as you say, still following line astern. Only 1 minute and 45 to go, so this is where they've got to start turning up the heat and going for it if they want to get into those higher place positions. There's still quite a gap out near the front. Sam Baker's 2 seconds off the lead, about 1.5 seconds off of second place. So unlikely that he's going to be able to catch that up unless the front two start fighting. But I'm not sure that Uzakov's is quite close enough to send any move just yet. We're looking at the 52 and the 54. That's Reese Lomax and Mikey Porter, both having some good pace on them. and having a little battle themselves. Not sending a move just yet, but hey-ho, we might see one in just a few corners' time. Those are the leaders just going through your shot now. That's the 189 of Gustav's just behind, but as you can see, yeah, there's still just enough of a gap there for Neo to stay calm. He knows he's not going to get sent randomly. Not unlike if Macaulay Bishop was here, maybe he would, but we haven't seen that kind of move from anyone else just yet, but you never know. 45 seconds to go, we could still see a bit of a send, but nothing happening just yet. Still a bit of time in this race to go, so all to play for.
All to play for. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Reg Hayward, currently in 19th place in the 73 with a 45.55. Just shows you the pace is there all the way through the field, so it doesn't matter where you are, everyone here is quick. 20 seconds left on the timer. Neo Clark still leads. That gap has opened up a little bit more now, 0.5 of a second, so it's half a second now is the gap between Neo Clark and Gustav Uzakovs.
But Sam Baker's lost a bit of time. We've now got a proper battle for third on our hands here.
Well, we have indeed, yeah. The number 50, the 52 and the 54, Sam Baker, Reese Lomax and Mikey Porter. On your screens right there, this is the battle for third place, the last spot on the podium. Who's your money on?
Oh, I'm not a betting man. I surely couldn't. I couldn't say.
Honestly, in Junior Rota, it could be any of them. It could
really
be any of them. Honestly,
if they start battling, there's two right behind them that also want to get involved as well.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Pearson Bullock Carter and Ben Folland as well. They certainly want to get involved in this scrap. Last lap board is out. Let's see what can happen here. It looks like Uzakovs has pulled the pin again, but I think he's left it too late.
I think I would agree with you there. It's that battle behind for third position that is the close one.
It is indeed, yeah. Neo Clark looking comfortable right now in the race lead.
This is the five of them. Look at that.
Ben Folland getting close and comfy with someone, and Ben Folland off the track on the last lap, and he is out of this race and back down the field. His teammate, though, Neo Clark, will be smiling right now because checker flag comes out for Neo Clark. Gustav Uzakovs takes second place.
Look at this.
But this is the battle for third. Ladies and gentlemen, on your screens, and it's George Donald. George Donald takes it. The 64 out of nowhere takes third place from Reese Lomax, Pearson Bullock Carter, Charlie Hart, Jessica White, Mikey Porter, Bobby Rosier, Ollie Stevens, Cruz Speakman, Sam Baker, Spencer Burham, Henry Beaumont. Then it's Ewan Charman, Aaron Full, Reg Hayward, Jacob Dukes, Oliver Sander, Ben Folland after the end of that crosses the line in 20th place. Daniel Sabula, Josh Camp, Ethan Lomax, William Ray, Oliver Kerr, Murphy Aldridge, Mac McFarquhar, Freddie Ingram, Ben Cook, Corey Fowler, Ewan Thomas, George Allen, Alfie Bray and Jai Lawrence. Again, 34 karts started this race, 34 karts finished this race. But ladies and gentlemen, for the final time today, it's time for Nose Cone Watch. Neo Clark comes in.
Let's see.
It's all good.
All good.
Uskovs, it's all good.
64.
And George Donald.
Where did he come from?
Hey, it's all got
How did that even happen?
George Donald
was amazing.
Started that race in 7th place from the 4th row. But, yeah.
Very impressive. And what a race to finish the day off.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Thank you very much to everyone who joined us today for the first round of the 2022 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. A huge thank you to all the staff here at Whilton Mill, of course the marshals, the scrutineers, the Motorsport UK staff as well, the medical teams, everyone who took part as well. A huge thank you to them. We can't go racing without them. Huge thank you to the Alpha Live team as well for providing the pictures. And a thank you to yourself, John Ratcliff, for joining me in the commentary box today.
Thank you to you. Thank you for having me, mate.
It's been a good old day, hasn't it?
And also to everyone watching, don't forget this is the first round of many rounds in 2022 of this championship. And also on the Alpha Live channel, there's plenty more, lots of different types of motorsport for you to enjoy. So don't forget to like the stream if you did enjoy it and subscribe to the channel as well. And don't forget the TikTok too, the Alpha Live TikTok. Go over and follow that as well, because at 1,000 followers, they're going to be able to live stream the races on TikTok too.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yeah, exactly.
What a day it's been. Thanks for having me, mate. It's been fantastic.
It's been good. From us here at Whilton Mill for round 1, it's goodbye for now.